Deadlock Fight Night number 20, presented by Intel. I'm ZP here with Dan. And Dan, it has been 20 weeks. Can you believe it? The Deadlock competition, though, continues to get better and better. But man, 20 weeks, it's been a ride.
Yeah, we're growing up. We're growing up alongside these teams, and the storylines are ever evolving. It's honestly so cool to see also the community that's grown with us as well, ZP. It's not just us and the teams. The community are coming out in force.
Yeah, and there'll be more on that later. But yeah, it has been a wonderful ride. And you know what? We're just going to get right into it. If you're just tuning in for our 20th show, this is our format here at Deadlock Fight Night. And it's pretty simple. We get the best teams from EU and NA in the Deadlock scene, and we have them fight. In this case, we start off with our best of one challenger match, and the winner goes on to fight the champion. But Dan, it's a little bit unique in the EU case here because Virtus.pro, they were the champions, and they vacated their spot. Virtus.pro had some org stuff going on, but now they're back and ready to prove that they can be champions once more.
Yeah, they abdicated, and the problem is that they are so extremely good. It does feel like we are seeing a truly large gap develop between them and the other EU contenders, which I think is somewhat of a newer occurrence. EU was on parity for ages, so it'd be interesting to see if that's the same story this week. I feel like if I've done anything from Deadlock Fight Night, is that week to week, you should never be certain of what you can expect.
Absolutely. And now heading forward, of course, you might have seen if you're looking closely here. And I'm going to bring in, of course, our analyst. I can't do it with just me and Dan here. We got Jake coming in on the analyst. And Jake, we got something special this week. We got an anonymous donation. The prize pool quite literally doubled.
Yeah, this is just huge to see, the community coming together. That's what Deadlock Fight Night has always been about. But this week we had an anonymous donor. Somebody came in and splashed the cash. $2,000. So each region is now going to be playing for double the cash this week. So you better believe VP is back. You better believe Hydra Nation, he's coming for that cash because double the prize pool, double the excitement.
Yeah, and the interesting thing to me about this too is that I don't necessarily think nerves would play into it for a team like VP, just given their history and everything else. But Jake, from your history in competitive play, do things change a little bit when you go in as like, ooh, this week's worth double?
I mean, certainly the teams are going to know, they're going to be thinking about it and, playing with everything they've got this week. I will say I think a lot of these squads, though, they're probably looking at this game more from a long-term perspective, the same way I think a lot of the community is they're interested in the future of Deadlock, all the growth that's possible, and just how much fun the game is in itself. So I'm not expecting teams like VP or Hydra Nation with how many veteran esports players are on each roster to be too, off their A game because of having more prized to play for, to be honest.
Well, you said the magic word, that is roster, which brings us to our rosters for the matchup here. Virtus.pro, Dan, of course, not much changing for them over many, many months and months of excellence. They had one roster swap back in the Buff Enjoyers days where it went from Piggy to Obakim, but other than that, rock solid.
Yeah, it's like, the Hydra Nation of EU, or when we go to NA, it's like Hydra Nation is the VP of NA. It's just really interesting how storied all of these names are at this point, and we know exactly what to expect. And it's just pretty difficult to ban out a team like VP because every player is so good. They can go, their hero pool is very deep. So you have to be able to beat them with a really good strategy that's executed super well and strong fundamentals. And I mean, it's not really been the case that people have been able to do it super effectively. And it's hard to even focus on any one individual on this team. Mikhail S is often a player that gets a lot of focus, but I mean, they're just so stacked from just every single position.
And of course, moving along to the Parivision roster, where Jake, there was a change in recent memory here, where at one point you could say Parivision was defined by Play With Me, going all the way back to the DMS days, just a force on Hayes. But Hayes has been out of the meta for a long time, and eventually Parivision decided we need to change things up, and they decide, you know what, Wolfie, you're coming back onto the team.
Yeah, and for Wolfie, despite that being a hard-fought series last week, I felt Wolfie acquitted himself super well, looked like a great addition to the roster, and overall, Parivision felt like a much more flexible team. In the past, I think they had felt a little limited or one note. When their style worked, it worked amazingly well, but some of the top teams had started to read them and started to be able to expect what they're bringing. I think with Wolfie, he played the pocket, he played the 7, he showed a lot of diversity and a lot of skill playing the team fights super well. So I'm really excited to see what Parivision can do this week. It is a little bit tough, though. They are going up against a VP in the challenger match. So still a lot more to see from this team as they grow with the new roster.
Well, one thing we can see that always sets the tone and the tempo here at Deadlock Fight Night, the Mo and Krill 1v1 to decide the draft order, who's gonna get first pick, second pick. Do it every week, and here we go. It's on, Dan.
Oh, opening parry.
Wow. Yeah, that's bold.
Oh my God. This is over.
Taking it. I feel like that. Was that throw? We're watching.
Have we ever seen 100-0? That's like 100-0. I don't know if we've ever had an absolute flawless knockout like that.
I feel like we have to appeal to the Competitive Integrity Commission here at DFN. That seems sus.
I think bro just got worked over. I think.
Yeah, you just, or on the other hand, who won? You just have the, I just knew how to press parry every single time at the right time. Just download the opponent before it even began. But yeah, that is actually ridiculous. But that is going to lead us here into the draft, which should be ready. So gonna be VP picking and banning first, I believe, and we'll see if anything has changed for them in their week off.
Yeah, last time we saw them, they were playing a lot of Vindicta. I think was like an opener they went for maybe almost every time that they played, really wanting to put Michaelis on that on the Vindicta and like letting him carry the game and be a huge force to be reckoned with. I think Mo was another big part of their strategy. Just some heroes to highlight. They're gonna opening ban Bebop. Interesting because they played a lot of Bebop themselves as well.
Yeah, I think we've learned a lot about like the Bebop Vindicta interaction. So this is interesting. I feel like with Parivision, you kind of want to. Do they want to ban Vindicta? There's often been an opening pick for VP. So yes, CP.
No. I think the answer is yes, because I think part of the reason why VP banned the Bebop is that Bebop is one of the characters that can give Vindicta more troubles early on. But it's always, Mirage still see it as kind of top of the top. That's one thing that really changes in Deadlock, Jake, is Mirage is just top ban, top pick, regardless of era for the most part. But I think here, it's got to be Vindicta coming out first for VP, right?
Yeah, likely. I mean, Mirage just has so much potential to be like a late game carry, but it's great CSing in the lane. It's great at, like the fighting with some control. And then the global TP is pretty much unique in all of Deadlock. Holiday, okay.
Holiday.
Interesting. That's a pretty significant change up, especially with like somebody like Taz being so insane on Paradox. The VP still really value the Holiday. It's because historically you would have think with Michaelis, they would have gone for Paradox a lot of the time. It feels like when they do Holiday, it's not usually Michaelis. It's usually maybe an Obikim sort of support Holiday that they play sometimes.
Paradox for help.
Nice. Well, we have the prevention of a potential double initiation coming out VP. I think the Holiday pick is really nice, especially because it feels like the lasso is so versatile. It's so versatile, especially like later in the game, especially if you're dealing with flyers, that you can deal with pretty much everything. So it makes sense that teams are valuing it that highly. But the lack of Vindicta is interesting. I wonder if this is like one of those week-to-week changes that's being reflected in the meta here. That's something that's a bit hidden to us because we haven't been in the scrims.
Yeah, well, I mean, Seven got picked up relatively early, which, I mean, makes sense. I mean, Seven has had really high value across both regions. I'm not too surprised to see go early. Now, though, Jake, I feel like the question is, we look here at VP, do they go with the Vindicta as one of the next two picks? Because to me, I think about VP's history, I would go like Vindicta Calico here, and that would make a lot of sense. I mean, it to go along with like kind of the higher valuation of the Holiday.
Yeah, they go with the Calico first, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Vindicta followed up. Also wouldn't be surprised to see some of the heavier control options. Something like an Abrams could be good here, or a Mo Krill to like have some more pressure on the mid lane. Feels like with Bebop banned out, I'm not really sure what the answer to Mo in the mid lane is, with the ability to just constantly shove waves under tower, open the first Guardian a little bit earlier, and then of course the late game pick threat is always nice to have. Good combo for Holiday as well to pull somebody in, and then Mo hits the combo on him. But as you said, ZP, easy call.
It could be kind of interesting if Parivision want to really shake VP off of one of their standard comps. They could try to actually pick something like the Mo and Krill or the Abrams and try to get a ban on one of those frontliners as well. Because VP, I feel like they've been trying to open with the Mo Krill Abrams like pretty consistently in their previous lineups, and it's been pretty good for them.
My bow is yours.
Well, on the other end, Talon can be picked, which again, Talon's been pretty highly valued. The question here is that does either team ban the Mo, just given how valuable Mo has been? Where, bear in mind, between the regions, I mean, while Mo I think has done really well in EU, it has been a little bit more valued on the NA side of things. And I think between the two teams here, if anyone's to potentially ban it, maybe it'd be VP, because VP already has like a key frontliner in Calico, who's also going to be more on the roaming side. So they don't necessarily need to be Levalia. But the early ban onto Abrams, I mean, look, it makes sense given what we know Lista could play on the VP side, right? So I do wonder if the counter ban here is like, oh, you're going to take away one of our frontliners. Well, you guys may want to play Mo. We'll take that away from you.
I like the Abrams ban a lot here because I was really worried. Like Abrams with Phantom Strike in the late game for Great Talon or Seven is a huge problem, right? To be able to Phantom Strike on them, pull them in. Like these are not heroes that can really tank that initiation. Like if you get caught like that, you're probably just too far out of position to ever recover. Is going to be the pocket ban, which I also like for like given how much catch and frontline you have, dealing with something like a pocket that is just like that's in your face, but not so vulnerable to being caught. Tracks here. I think that would have been a nice pickup potentially for Parivision, but I would love to see Parivision snag the Mo here. I think that's a great opener. I think it puts them in a strong position in the mid lane, and it denies something that I think VP would also like to have.
Definitely. Oh, they get Yamato instead. So quick thing about Pocket that got banned. If you guys didn't watch last week where we had the best of 5, Pocket was like, if you picked Pocket, you won. Every single map where Pocket was picked, on that team won. So VP just getting rid of that straight away. It makes sense.
Yeah, the Pocket stocks have gone way up, especially after last week, where it's just like, okay, pick Pocket, win game, and that led to things like the reverse sweep, where Parivision nearly took down one win, and one win decided we'll play Pocket, we'll win. But okay, Geist coming in, this kind of makes sense again with VP, like where they felt their frontliners. Calico's usually on the higher end, but if they need extra filler, Geist will be what they go for. Theoretically, could still fin the Mo. I mean, they've run as many as 3 in the past. Go something like Mo, maybe round out of a Kelvin if it's still available. So we'll see. It's interesting, Jake, because I feel like the Mo value, he's always looked good when played, but also at times disappears from week to week. But there he is this time.
Yeah, I think it's a great grab for VP. I think it's a nice lane combo for Vindicta if you do want to take it to the mid lane. For Parivision, I'm kind of curious to see who ends up going to the mid lane. Is it going to be Yamato or Seven? It could be both of them, but I'd be a little surprised about that. Like, who's going to get? Because for me, like, one of the players in the mid lane has a bit of a priority farming position where often we're going to see like the most scaling potential hero be there to be able to capitalize.
So you need a monster hunter.
It's going to be Shiv for Parivision. They could grab Kelvin here, though. This could be a really nice Shiv Kelvin. And then you have a nasty frontline triplet of Yamato, Shiv, and Kelvin right behind them. Paradox there to set up kills. And then you've got monster damage from the backline. I think Kelvin is a really nice finish here. Ivy, I think, could also be an honorable mention as, having that stun could help you break Mo and Krill's combo, and maybe there's a little bit more scaling potential for Ivy. I think that is a little more Parivision's alley. Viscous instead, so still valuing the stun, the save against Mo Krill. Actually, this also makes a lot of sense. The hard save maybe is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, it definitely gives me a lot more confidence in what Parivision have. I was a little bit worried after that Yamato pick for how they would handle the frontline situation, but we have seen Shiv rising in stocks as well, even without the Kelvin pairing, which was kind of a must-have synergy for a while, at least in the perception of the players. But to round this out for VP, looks like we're getting Infernus, which Infernus has been an interesting one because it feels like it's been decent. And we're seeing builds that make more sense, getting Infernus more active in the right pace, in the right timings with the pacing of the game, how it is now. But at the same time, I don't know if I feel like Infernus is an amazing choice. I think it's going to be nice against, a Shiv, for example. I mean, and generally, it's good at really burning down those frontliners. So I guess we'll have to see. What's your take on the Infernus?
I think the take is we should have seen it coming just by virtue of the fact that you think about the hero pool, right? If you don't pick Infernus, what's Zergy got to play here? Like, you needed a Infernus or a Wraith to be picked up in the final spot here with 7 off the board, because, would you put Zergy on Mo, Geist, Vindicta, Calco, or Holiday? Probably not. I mean, there's a world where I think Zergy has played Vindicta in the past, but based on VP always putting the KLS on it, you wouldn't, right? So that alone meant that we weren't going to see another support pick here. But it is interesting, Jake, because I feel like slowly but surely, especially in EU, the stocks for Kelvin and Ivy kind of been declining over time.
Yeah, it's curious to see the sports. I mean, for Kelvin in particular to go unpicked, unbanned is really rare historically in DFN, especially where for Parivision. I think it would have maybe favored Parivision, but then they might have lacked a little bit on the pure stun front. And I think Viscous really solves that, adding so much stun in the team fight, right? Being able to chain stun multiple targets and really help Shiv and Yamato to be overwhelming when they committed on the front line. I think the challenge for Parivision this game is really going to be on Great Talon and Seven to stay out of the fray enough where they can deliver that damage, but that they're not getting burned by Infernus. They're not getting caught by Calico or Holiday. I think if Parivision can maintain that sort of front line taking the aggression with the back line close enough to support, I think they're going to look super strong. However, VP have they have Vindicta, and every single other hero on the team is going to be brawling, is going to be looking for trades, trying to run over their opponents. So honestly, I think a lot of pressure on the Parivision frontliners to be able to hold off against. They're essentially going to be outnumbered when it comes to a close range engagement, and they're going to need to get ahead, I think, on Seven and Great Talon, and maybe play for picks.
Awesome.
Well, I was saying you're waiting for the big dance on it. Yeah, no. It's just yes, that is good. But yeah, look, I'm excited to see this one pan out, especially because, again, this is kind of one of those things where VP had to abdicate, right? Usually VP is we got 3 maps to do this, if it comes down to it, or at least, we can give up 2 losses, right, Jake? And you have now the situation where they've kind of voluntarily put themselves in the best of 1 because VP had all the org stuff that was going on last week. It affected them, at Deadlock. It affected them at Rivals. But, it is an interesting spot to be in where normally, over the last few months have been in the defending spot.
Yeah, and this is a team that, is used to being on top. And so, having no margin for error, you can't, you lose one game, you're out of the tournament, and you're playing for $2,000. So definitely a bit of pressure on them. However, I think this is a very comfortable draft for VP. As of late, I feel like they have been drafting these heavier team fight styles and the late game death ball fights, any kind of enclosed areas. I'm thinking, something like mid boss or around buffs in jungle rooms. It's going to be really scary with just the number of close range threats that VP can field. It's essentially everyone except Vindicta. And Parivision go for a second longer range backliner in the form of GT plus 7. So slightly different takes on the game, but in the end, I think both teams have a good shot at this. I think both teams kind of got generally what they're looking for, so I think we're in for a good match.
I'm worried about the mid lane potential. The Vindicta Mo combo should be really strong. Are they going to go mid lane? No, they're actually splitting them up. I would have expected Vindicta to pair up with the Mo, but it's actually going to be Mo Holiday in the mid lane against Shiv Viscous. Before we let you go, Jake, what do you make of these lanes?
I think the Shiv Viscous is actually potentially pretty sick. Both of these heroes have a lot of damage that they can punish Mo with his huge hitbox. So maybe that's the thought here, is that, okay, they knew that they were going to be going up against a Mo, and they wanted to just all in prioritize fighting that. I'm really curious to see how this matchup plays out, and the metagame is continuing to shift in these mid lanes with teams getting deeper and deeper to the matchup. Shiv, though, already struggling, so it's not going to be easy until he gets a few items online.
Yeah, you think about this idea of Shiv being super tanky, but in the very beginning of the game, not quite as much as it is later in the game. And it's already kind of positioned here, Dan, where you have to play a little bit more defensive from the get-go. So, already Parivision getting tested in the middle.
Yeah, I'd be curious what kind of build we see out of the Shiv. Whether we see something that's more, bleed-oriented, or, how that might end up looking. And how that's also going to help deal with this mid lane. We've highlighted the significance of winning this mid lane battle so many times just because of the positional rewards that you get if you're able to take down your opponent's Guardian early on. It just gives you a huge edge on the opponent's jungle. You get to start the initiations, you get to start ganking. Whoever gets that first Guardian, especially if it's a middle one, it gets a huge edge.
Yeah, there's a middle to look at, but also the left lane is really interesting too, because a lot of mid-game power into late-game power for VP is kind of being put onto the left lane here, right? But being up against Paradox and Grey Talon, that's a fairly brutal lane. It's where Parivision can really hurt VP a little bit, get ahead in the game potentially based on how that lane goes down. So, for me, I'm looking more at left lane, and I'm looking, of course, at middle, because middle just nowadays does dictate a lot of the flow of the game based on who wins it.
And one extra point too about this left lane with the Grey Talon Vindicta matchup, I believe it was when we had Deathy on as a guest analyst on the last broadcast last week, where he was kind of saying that some teams try to avoid having GT on the same lane as the enemy Vindicta, just because of just how those matchups can go. And for good or for better or for worse, that's what we've got there. We've got that matchup on the left lane.
I mean, I think that given that you're back here at the Paradox, especially once ults come online, I actually think that lane is pretty difficult for Michaelis. Like, overall, I think you'd rather have your Vindicta in the middle lane. I kind of get why they didn't go for it in this instance with the comp that they have, but yeah, I mean, it's what makes the left lane interesting to me here, especially once you hit that 3K moment. Because right now, you look at the overall course of the game, things are stabilized, right? Like together, you know, didn't get pushed out of the lane. Overall economy relatively even. But you know, all it takes, Dan, is like just one big moment, you know, especially between the left and the middle lane here, to create an opportunity for one of these teams.
Absolutely. We'll see if that moment comes to pass anytime soon. Both teams have been fairly passive to start things off. Sometimes, you know, you don't know what you're going to get at the beginning of these games. Sometimes we get it to be quite aggressive, and there's kills traded out in the first minute. But so far, I've got a slower start to things. I'm really curious how that mid lane is going to turn out. And it looks like the far right lane that we're on at the moment, we're seeing that a pretty good start here in terms of just the pushing is definitely much more favored towards VP, which is expected. You got the Calico there, like a deny machine, a survival machine. And on top of that, you've also got, you know, your guys there as support. But with that said, CV, they push up and they get wrecked. So what do I know?
Yeah, I mean, they push up a little bit too far. And look, feeding the 7 Yamato lane, not necessarily ideal. It's going to slow down the Calico's ability to roam. And if you're Parivision, you're pretty happy with that early engage. Also, you know, kind of interesting itemization-wise, despite being in a lane that's just like a whole lot of spirit damage early on. Michaela's still going, you know what? I'm just gonna go early combat barrier. Just less poke damage in at me, more actual damage from me back at you on the bullet end. So a little bit interesting itemization. But overall, you look at the lanes, it has been VP pushing up more. It just kind of bit them a little bit on right lane, where now the tempo shades timely. But we got a combo here in place with a quick pick off by Dmov right after.
Yeah, the potential for chain lockdown is pretty nasty from VP. You got the combo, you got the lasso, you got the stake as well from Vindicta. So pretty dangerous stuff. And what's also pretty dangerous here as well is the Mo. Just the Mo in general, such a presence in that mid. Oh, but here we go. We got Viscous able to find his way around there. Taz using the goo there to try to get some additional damage to splatter. I don't know that they're connected.
I don't think it did. I think it may have missed there, because if it did connect, then Mo just barely lived. In any case, really, really close from Parivision on the chase down. And you know, the ults and Frey, every lane right now can be pretty explosive.
One thing that's interesting too, I know it's kind of sad for Parivision that they didn't end up getting the secure on the Mo, especially, you know, getting that Yamato in on the comp. Is conversely, they don't have much lockdown compared with VP that have ample lockdown. So that might be a challenge to get that Yamato going on some of those ganks. We'll have to see how they manage to handle it.
Well, right now, things calming down a little bit. Still 24K to 24K. The right lane, despite the early kill, nothing too much happening there, but okay, in middle. Let's see how this goes. Mo decides, hey, I might be low, but I'm gonna go for the combo, but the Viscous, they're immediately on the cube save, and is Mo gonna give his life for that? No, not quite. Again, very close though. Very back and forth. Dmov though, taking them together after all. Meanwhile, we got Owl in play, a little bit of revenge from another lane.
Intercontinental Ballistic Owl on the way, and this is why Great Talon is so nice, especially in the early laning phase. And off the rope though, we got Together back in action here, maybe able to get a potential follow-up, but no, it looks like there's nothing to grab. So lanes will be reset a little bit. And speaking of which, looking at the soul count for both teams, it's even. Spoiler alert, pretty much even at this point in time. So no major edges to really be speaking of. And I don't know that we're really seeing too much tower damage. It looks like VP's towers are much more pristine in comparison to Parivision, but another engage here. Nice. Off of the burrow, going to get a kill, and the shotgun damage on the tower is pretty devastating. And that's another reason I think CP was seeing Mo get a lot more value.
Well, Mo also, the sustain in lane is just able to be more aggressive, so you can be in the lane more, you can get the lane pushed more, and you can do this to the middle Guardian more effectively. If they get this middle Guardian down without Viscous being able to come back in time, it's going to be deadly. Now, I do think Viscous is going to come back in. They're going to be able to delay it, but it's still really good damage onto the middle tower.
Ooh. Oh my goodness, I was going to say. We did switch over to me, it's got 1 HP, wondering what's going to happen there, but all right. So VP still, again, just looking really good, just on the overall offensive across the map. And another engage here. Oh, nice damage done there by Dimov. Or rather, sorry, by Listic.
There's still a Locket at play. I don't know if, yeah, Locket still has charges here, so the Yamato not quite as low as you might think, but just decides spot Benoit is going. It's like, you know what? I actually could die from a little bit of poke damage here. Maybe, you know, just going for prudence. But, you know, still overall, even when you look at economy allocation right now, Dan, very, very even. But I think the real storyline is Guardian HP and the fact that middle Guardian is real close to the end here, unless there's a rotation soon.
And something I love about how a Deadlock has developed, now that we have this 3-lane Deadlock, the Guardians are much more important. So teams are sort of indexing their randomization also a little bit more towards sustain, like the Locket pickup especially as well, just so you can make sure you're not off of lane. Because if you're off of lane, these shotguns get in and they do significant damage to the towers. You can't afford to lose them. In goes the Mo. Burrow as well. Lasso combo. Combo kill. Oh, combo is actually available. There it is. Pulls in the Shiv. That is a lot of damage there on Together. Is he going to be able to escape this one? Oh, there is the stuns coming in, though, from the Google. And it looks like he won't escape. And it's going to be a great pickup here for VP.
Yeah, this is look, he's taking cover in the bunker, but the bunker is busted. Prestis with the owl from afar. Oh, man, the value of Gray talent to really just help keep some of these lanes even. Pretty effective, but Dan, I do believe this Guardian's about to fall.
Yeah, a couple kills going away of VP. And indeed, that mid Guardian is very low at this point. Parivision, I don't know that they'll be able to stop that from going down. And we'll have to see what hell is unleashed after that bit of map control goes the way of VP. Here we go. There it is.
And now with middle Guardian down, you have to really look at what's going to happen on the jungle side here. Is, you know, again, Mo, 15 seconds away for our combo. Just getting in the face of Shiv here. Shiv already getting pretty low. And, you know, again, this is a case where it's Together even going to be able to get out. And maybe he does, but as Together gets out, you see the pressure going on the Viscous, trying to save Together, doesn't save Together, and nearly dies in turn himself. So, again, the middle lane, really just a problem. The Mo Holiday connection being really effective. And, you know, at 10 minutes here as Task goes down, great opportunity here, I think, bringing Jake. And, you know, Jake, you're watching this middle lane battle. What do you got for us?
It's not much of a battle right now, ZP. I mean, I feel like this is being just run over here by Overkid and Dimov. The combo, those double stuns, is overwhelming. Yamato ulting here, able to get some trades, and I think Wolfie is kind of having the best game for the team right now on Yamato. Seems to be a key difference maker, but being potentially overwhelmed by just how well VP is doing across the map.
Well, looking back here on the right lane, and death is coming from Yamato. All ends, uses the Locket in the middle. Just trying to buy a little bit of time for reinforcements to come in. Damage here onto the Calico, going for the power slash. Still under pressure on all sides, and it's Obakim making sure he falls. Meanwhile, Owl over and in, does not finish off the Calico. Super close, but Sharik will live to tell the tale.
Yeah, this is that chaos we're talking about. Like, after that mid lane, your heroes are freed up, so you start roaming, and there's a result. Wolfie going down under the tower. 7 back on the lane, but look at the damage coming out here. That's another Guardian going down. Oh no, run out of bullets. There we go. We're fine. Everything's fine. Not panicking. I know it's just me, but...
You know, it's Mo's body taking damage there, just waiting for Krill to reload. At some point, you know, I feel like Mo himself is not happy with the treatment. But you think about the chain of events there, right? You get middle, and then you just leave Dimov in middle and go, hey, Mo, do a little bit of roaming. And you've turned your 1 Guardian lead into a 2 Guardian lead. Just like that. And already just sees Tass in the jungle. A little bit of lasso play, grabs him over. Now, is anyone coming in to help this here? Right now, it just looks like the Dimov solo show versus the Viscous. A little bit of puddle punch movement off and away. And Taz is going to get away. But while this is going on here, Dan, other side, Mikhail racking it up.
Yeah, and this is really rough for Parivision. They were trying to sneak that urn across, but the lasso really creates some problems. And nice Owl's gonna do some damage, but still, it looks like they'll be able to pick up that urn. And I don't know that there's too much on the right lane to stop this this collection. I mean, there's a couple players now coming off of the spawn ropes and trying to get their way to that urn deposit spot, but it's looking kind of sketchy. Full control for VP around this point. So I don't know.
Jay was just looking for a swap. off the go here, doesn't find it immediately. Now under pressure on the Paradox, just melting from the crows, melting from pressure all around. Can't find the opportunity for the swap. Just didn't see the early opening, and now VP up 1, looking for more. Yamato in their sights. They force out the Shadow transformation, and yeah, Wolfie might have a locket in store, but Mikhail snipes down Prestus. A 2-man advantage right now for VP, and they continue the move forward. Yamato under pressure on all ends, tries to finish off at least one, can't even do that. As VP get the earn turn in, a whole bunch of kills, and now, Dan, a true lead has opened up.
Yeah, and this is all value that is precipitated from that mid Guardian pickup, and that led into the Mo and Krill gank onto the right lane. They got that second Guardian down, and now they've just controlled the pace of the game ever since that point, and now a almost 20k difference has revealed itself. So where is the recovery for Parivision? It's going to be rather difficult to find it, because again, the roaming threat that VP have, and they're deep in the jungle in the mid right now for Parivision side of things, so they've got to be so careful.
Yeah, I mean, here's the problem, right? It's more so at this point in the game, how do you defend your jungle if you're Parivision? And you see here, Yamato going in being like, hey, this is supposed to be my vaults, but getting forced out. You know, this is your jungle, your double vaults, and all right, we get a quick pause. And this is the real collateral damage, though, that you take. And, you know, good opportunity to bring Jake back in. And, you know, Jake, you lose the early Guardians, and you just see your jungle also get laid siege.
Yeah, VP has just been running a full court press right now. I think Yamato in a lot of trouble as well on the flank. Got comboed. Maybe an overextension from Mo Krill, but I mean, he's so tanky and confident right now. He's pushing continuously in with the help of the squad, and now Sharik gonna get this cleanup almost assuredly. And it's just going incredibly well across the map. VP fighting in small groups and just consistently outnumbering, outplaying Parivision, who are frankly falling apart here.
Yeah, I mean, it all kind of start from mid lane, Dan, and you think back to the draft. What did VP decide to value? They're going to value Holiday, where even though Holiday has gotten nerfed in recent memory and her stock went down for a few weeks, stock is all the way back up. And when you look at how the mid lane went down here, you know, it's not hard to see why.
Yeah, Holiday has insane kit, and especially the synergies with Mo, who's also an insane laner with really good kit. It's very oppressive, very tanky. It's really enabled them to take the lead here early on, and they're so good at compounding the advantages. Again, they're not allowing Parivision to breathe here. Parivision can't really farm their jungle. Ever since that first mid tower went down, look at this pressure coming in. Ooh. Nice. It's a good trade back at least. Here, just like reclaim your own territory, but that should be the minimum.
That's kind of one of the movie cool guy shots there, where, you know, you shoot the shot and then look away, and it just works. that was Saf there with that ball onto the KLS. So small victories here, but oh my goodness, D-Mob just keeps running around and being a terror on this Holiday. You win the early lane, and I mean, look, for someone made a goo, the ropes have been binding real tight, Dan.
Yeah, exactly. It does. I mean, the lasso, I was talking about it in the draft as well. It's so good. It's one of the best like lockdowns in the game because of how you can reposition the opponent and put him into like a very unfavorable spot. So versatile. And now we get the run across the map here from Parivision to try to get some value back with the urn. And just look how deep VP are. They are so happy to contest this.
Not only that, but I mean, their level of difference on economy now is so severe that, you know, someone like Obikin, right, can move in, drop the combo, and you're not gonna be able to burst the Mo down before whoever's getting comboed is dead. I mean, look at this absolute unit, 2,900 HP. At 16 minutes in, it's not a Mo that's dying anytime soon. Tass, a little bit disruption here on the goo ball. Looking to make any opportunities for Parivision right now. Over, looking. Zergy, meanwhile, just gonna get Prestus into the back line. The combo coming on in. And Virtus.pro, not really stopping. However, together, chains together too. Potential opportunity here for Parivision. Still a lot healthy on Virtus.pro though right now though, Dan.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, a couple kills going the way of Emov, and they're going to get the urn as well. So cleaning up house. That's destruction there from VP onto Parivision. And man, there's not even, there's like one walker left at this point, and there's so much jungle left on the map. It's unbelievable how much value VP can just go to expand their lead even further.
Also, we've seen D-Mob have a lot of good games, but this may be one of the most one-sided games we've seen in terms of D-Mob leading the way. I mean, it has been nothing but Holiday from the middle lane, and it just continues to go forward lane after lane right now, Dan.
Yeah, D-Mob's Holiday has been amazing, and it's really cool to see as well because, yeah, another hero I associate D-Mob with really is like a Geist, where, you know, you see really good performances there, but But seeing some of the shenanigans we've seen out of Demov, the movement, the in-fight decision-making, this is really leveraging all of Holiday's strengths effectively. You're seeing Demov like play Holiday 2 at a really high level right now. So it's no surprise to see a performance like this. And it doesn't really feel like there's anything that's left to be done here by Parivision. They're so far behind. They're up against the Reach Chief. They're trying to fight as best as they can here. They'll take down Demov, who was a little bit extended, but the real danger for Parivision is this Walker on the right lane that's under threat now.
Yeah, also losing Saf there is not great. I mean, the one bright spot, I mean, I think ideally they'd rather have Wolfie have the 20K than Saf, but, you know, Saf is farmed enough to be a threat to anyone VP, but everyone else, I mean, they may as well be made of paper at the moment, which means that they have to have, like, very sneaky engages. But VP is the team that picked the comp that has better pickoff tools on the whole, between the Lasso and the Mo, right? And of course, the Vindicta for pickoffs. I mean, VP is right the team that the team comp you would want to have if you're trying to come from behind, let alone where Parivision is at, where they have to come from behind and still deal with the pick threats of VP. It is nothing but brutal right now, Dan.
Dude, Obi Kim has almost 4,000 health right now. He's got 3,700 health, I think I saw. That's insane. At 18 minutes, that's crazy. And
also, I just think we've hit the point where Demov is just like, Lasso's on cooldown, or off cooldown. I'm just gonna run down a lane and see what I get. Like, Demov has just been freestyling this entire time at Holiday to just fantastic results at this point. And look, when you're this far ahead, Dan, why not?
Yeah. Yeah, and also like the Veilwalker pickup, I don't know if that's like standard to get, but like there are some items that you get if like you are so far ahead, you can get it at like actually kind of a sick timing. And Veilwalker got changed to like what, 6K? I think, or it used to be a lot cheaper.
It got expensive. It used to be one of the cheapest items in the game and grossly overpowered to arguably, you know, a little bit undertuned right now. But hey, I do think if you're ahead, to your point, still makes some sense.
And it makes the jungle gang so dangerous because you come out of the Veil with obviously like the boosted shield and armor, and it's like, oh, okay, this is, you're like really tanky, and then you're able to lasso someone forward, and of course you get sort of that speed boost as well, so it's like actually really nice for those gangs.
Look at the impact of Demov here. 9, 1, and 7. So it's not just high last blows or killing blows here. It's also high assists. I mean, the only other person with more assists really is Obikim, who's also been in on it. But these were both your mid laners, Dan, where they win mid lane and they just overflow to the other lanes and be a threat the rest of the game. And as a result, you have VP with just absolutely ridiculous lead. A little bit of fighting here over the buff, but also, yeah, we've kind of mentioned health-wise. The health on average for VP and how they've been building, you know, more on the tanky end is also kind of ridiculous. No one's an easy kill for VP right now.
And you can see that VP, for the most part, they're not even really bothering with their own jungle by design because they don't need to. They've got a big lead. They've eaten their opponent's jungle, and they're putting all the pressure on their opponent's jungle all the time. So they will get ahead via the opponent's jungle. Any kills they will get, and Parivision can just never get anything at all.
Demov's fishing again. Look at the minimap. You just see Demov out looking for anyone. Got an owl coming in. But the owl at this point, I mean, it's a 16K Talon. You know, it's like a light breeze. It's not the threat it was early in the game. And here, goes for the Urn turn in, gets puddle punched off in turn. Urn still available. Shriek, though, diving on in. Mikhail and Demov firing in return. It's a clean sweep here, Dan. It is an absolute rout coming on in. And, you know, Jake, you've been watching this carnage. Can Parivision do anything at this point?
I think it's over here. I mean, VP, this is just clinical from them when they have the lead at this position. You know, they're so good at, as you mentioned, eating the opponent's jungle, doing urns. They really never back to their side of the map where they could go do their own jungle here, but I think it's smarter to just make sure there's no opportunity for Parivision to even see what's going on in the map, to even come out and scout creeps, do boxes. Like any little scraps on the map are going to come at the cost of heroes' lives. We got a DC from Parivision. They're going to pause and go for this like one final fight. But this is a 50K lead. I mean, VP, we talked about the focus and the seriousness with which you got to play with double the price pool online, and VP are delivering just exactly that today.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's one side and then some as soon as we got out of the laning phase. Saint is back in, but I think, again, it'd be safe to say here, Dan, that this would be the greatest comeback in Deadlock history if Parivision somehow brought this one back, but you know, I don't even think Doctor Strange is seeing a way back in on this one. You know, it's not even 1 in 14 million.
Yeah, it's not really looking possible. Ever since that mid tower went down, it's been just unstoppable pressure. And it really feels like VP is the team that in this game right now in the world is the best fundamentally. They engineer a lead, they try to play that slot perfectly, or as perfect as it can be played, and then every advantage that they get, they just don't let up. And I like how they're showing us how you can play this game where you just won't let your opponents breathe if you have those advantages. I'm curious if anyone will be able to stop them. Obviously, assuming Parivision unable to recover here, which seems like the most sane thing to say, that they won't recover. We'll have to see if OneWin can do any better.
Wait, take a look here. Let's see if we see who this owl hits. Like, maybe it's about to hit the Calico, and no, just they use it for lane control. And I don't know. It's just overall, it's like, what's your ideal engage here? You get a swap, right? Which they did just go for a swap. Maybe they get a kill off it. We'll see. Power slash in, and it just tickles Mo. It just, gives him a little bit of a back scratch there, Dan. Doesn't do anything. Not where Yamato wants to be at this point in the game. Sharik with 2 here so far. Down goes Yamato, and we've just hit the point where the stat check is way too severe. Parivision cannot do anything, and this will be the end, and VP getting their way back into the money match, or the super money match, as it were. $2,000 on the line here this week to celebrate DFN number 20, and VP once again showing why they have been the team to beat in EU.
Virtus.pro, they abdicated, but they're back on the journey to retake the title here today. OneWin will be the next team up to potentially try to stop them, but they don't look all that stoppable at the moment. Perfect fundamentals, incredible early game, and they just compounded those advantages non-stop, and it's actually quite scary. And I'm like scratching my head, just trying to figure out, how do you get the better of VP at this point when they're so good?
Well, I think the key for me, as we bring Jake back in here, is the idea that they also adapt their strategies, where this is a team where they were picking Vindicta first for a long time. And Jake, they said here, we like Vindicta a whole lot, but the holiday was more important, and they immediately showed us why.
Yeah, I think something that we've seen consistently from VP is that, even, weeks and weeks ago, it was kind of a hallmark of their style to play a really heavy brawling setup with like a lot more frontliners than other teams, a lot more emphasis on the early game and the team fighting. And where, for a couple weeks there, they were playing a little bit more of a slow game and playing for late game. Now it feels like they've really taken something that OneWin demonstrated a few weeks ago in terms of being super aggressive, taking the fight into the jungle very early, and they've kind of made it their own. And they're the ones now seizing the tempo. I mean, this was a match in which Parivision never got a flex slot. Like, that's an utter beatdown in Deadlock. They couldn't even get the second Guardian down. And at some point with a team like VP, it just feels like the game's already over, because VP, if they've already done all these difficult things, they're not going to make the easy mistake. Once they have a lead like that, they've just got you dead to rights. And, for a team like OneWin watching that, you got to take a little gulp and think about, okay, like, we might be the champion right now, but it's certainly feeling like the challenger has come to play.
Well, of course, speaking of challengers and speaking of stories here, we got our player of the match presented by Intel. And of course, that is going to be D-Mov. Dan, I mean, I don't think we could have picked anyone else.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in that middle lane, one of the most important positions in the early game. And then you got Mo next to you as well. You got 2 characters with a great lockdown. The synergy there was really fantastic. And it's about how D-Mov played it, though. It's really finding really impeccable moments and timings to get that aggressive lasso, pull the player in, get it followed up by the Mo, just really setting up everything up with those initiations, because it's a lot easier to connect that lasso than it is the combo. And so with that early lane dominance, you've then got the strategy switching into mega pressure into these lanes. Here's another catch that you can see off of the lasso. So great reads of the map, great understanding of like where to be and when to try to max the value out of this holiday.
Yeah, I feel, the holiday is a key pick right now. We have seen Paradoxes go toe-to-toe, but this game, with how explosive the early lead was and just how much the pressure was on, like, I love the Veilwalker build this game from D-Mob. Like, I think that's very unconventional, and most games you won't see it built. But with this kind of a massive lead, the ability to constantly reset your shields and then to just play an incredibly high tempo style. He also goes like upgraded cooldown quite early. And so he's just able to go for attempts on pickoffs like every 30 seconds. There's no room to breathe. There's no room where, oh, like his ult's down, we can go look for something. I mean, you have 30 seconds to make a play for Parivision, and he's just going to come back for more. And I think D-Mob, recognizing the lead, keeping the pressure on. This has been the thing that VP in the last couple weeks we've seen them has just leveled up and leveled up and leveled up and been able to take it to, well, any opponent so far. And now when you look at performances like this and it's like, man, how do you approach the draft, you guys? Like, I'm curious what you guys think. What do you think is the key factor? In past weeks, we would have said the Vindicta. Now, is it the Holiday? Is it the Mokrail?
I think it was a combination of both the Holiday and the Mo, right? It's the fact that you were able to put together a middle lane that was incredibly durable, able to minimize the amount of backing out they had to do, and still had really big kill potential, which is why I think Mo really does give you such a huge advantage in that part of the game, because you're getting a hero that is really hard to push out, can survive for a long time just by the survivability of Scorn, and if you make any misstep in lane, you're going to be getting the fists, and you're going to be getting taken out immediately, which means you're going to be losing progress on your middle Guardian, right? So overall, I think as good as, we talk about the Holiday and as good as Dimov was, I still think that the carry there, Dan, was the Mo.
I agree with that. I think also because Mo, if you're getting a lead, Mo can be kind of scary because Mo's going to be actually keeping up on the souls, so he's going to be able to inflate his health pool a lot quicker. Like Holiday is going to be someone that's easier to also take down at the very least, but I feel like Mo is such an oppressive frontline that if you have a successful mid lane with the Mo in it, Mo's going to come away pretty strong, and those follow-up ganks are going to be even more scary because Mo can tank so much. So it is kind of hard to decide between them, but I think I'm leaning towards the Mo being the more important ban of the two.
One thing I think we've seen developing in the mid lane right now, especially with how Mo is as like an example of this, is incredibly strong, is just heroes that can be dominant from like minute zero, that like roll out into the lane and are already starting to pressure you and are already trying to generate that first little advantage that they can then eventually snowball and start ganking the world like we saw in that last game. And so Bebop has been that, as in like the hook level 1 is like potentially good enough to really threaten Mo, pulling him under tower. Even Mo can't really confidently tank through that. But so far, like, I mean, I thought Shiv, Viscous, maybe like potentially, when they get a couple levels online, maybe that they could start to pressure the Mo. But this game, we didn't feel it. It felt like he was able to endure all that pressure. And then obviously Holiday is another fantastic lane pressure hero, especially in the hands of Dimov.
All right, well, it's Virtus.pro once again getting themselves into the money match, boosted the $2,000 from a donation from the community. Thank you so much, of course, for that donation. But now we'll get to see, will VP be able to take down one win and reclaim the throne that they abdicated? Only one way to find out, and that's to stick with us here after the break. We're back here at Deadlock Fight Night number 20, presented by Intel. That's right. It has been 20 fight nights so far with no intention of stopping, by the way. Someone's been setting up a ridiculous word being like, oh, there's a bonus prize pool at the end. It's like, no, we're keeping this going for a long time. ZP here with Dan, and Dan, we got no intention of stopping.
No, definitely not. I think it's not something that it would make sense to stop ZP. It's far too popular. No. I hear this is the most popular show on the internet, actually.
Yeah. Well, it's popular enough, at least in Deadlock, that apparently if you queue up on the ladder right now, it's absolutely miserable. Like, as most of the people, especially at the higher ranks, they're here watching us. So, yeah, no, it's a place to be. And, because it's a place to be, that means we got to invite another person here to our lovely desk. That's right. Jason rejoined the show once more. And, Jason, $2,000 on the line, VP looking to reclaim the throne. It's looking to be a spicy day of EU Deadlock.
I think if either team that wins takes home the $2,000, it's a good way to end Deadlock Fight Night since it's our last show here, and you just won't be coming back.
Into the
so it's a good end to the show. It's been a good 20 weeks, but we had to end it finally, and it looks like tonight's the night.
Dan, or Jason, I'm going out of my way to just stop the misinformation, and you are adding the misinformation on stream. Don't listen to Jason.
I remember our first fight night. We had to do invitations and we had to do best of fives to really determine. Back when Hydra Nation, before their 30 roster swaps they had, just crazy to think after 20 shows we're calling it quits.
It would have been more powerful, more effective if Jason had gotten to start the show this way. Jason, maybe you should have saved it for the NA broadcast where I think you're hosting, or maybe you're hosting. Then you can got in first with the misinformation.
I don't know. I might not be here for the NA portion of the broadcast now if I keep going this route.
No. Actually, he is 2 more trolls away from just being done. But look, we're gonna get off that. We're gonna get the rosters here side by side coming on up. It is gonna be VP taking on One Win. And look, storylines within EU. Honestly, overall, One Win has shown to be a team that has been able to fight VP on an even level at times, but VP roster, we just saw.
I mean, I'm going to be the realist here. I'm not even going to be the optimist. I feel like as we saw when Virtus.pro came back with a vengeance 2 weeks ago, they proved that the shtick that one would use to win games wasn't going to work against them. And as we just saw, a nice little warm-up against Parivision. Obi Kim and D-Mob working wonders in that mid lane with the Holiday and the Mo and Krill combo. And we didn't really get to see too much impact from anyone else because it was pretty much just about those two we were pretty much paying attention to. And for One Win, the question has been, what's the next step to their gameplay? And I think one simple ban shuts them out. Pocket. In that best of 5 last week, it was doing work for Empty Dreams, winning every single match when Pocket was picked, but Empty Dreams able to win 3 straight to take the series back into their own hands for the reverse sweep here, Dan.
Yeah, I really hope that we get at least one Pocket pick for the final DFM broadcast. Otherwise, it's just not going to feel the same when it all comes to a close.
It's a good way to end if we get a Pocket, to shut down DFN for good here. Thanks, Dan, for really
Jason, in all seriousness, I'm gonna Jason, I'm gonna be blunt with you. Seriously, stop. I literally had to spend a lot of time telling people this.
I was just going with Dan.
Dan, you and I need to stop. I don't know why I chose to just enable Jason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, moving along.
I think for One Win, there's a couple of picks/bans that really do hurt them. Yamato, obviously, we talk about when it came to ABL. That's the real big thing that came out of nowhere for them. Pocket as well as one of those picks I expect to see taken away. It's kind of like, why would you not take away one of their strongest heroes they've been playing with? But again, they did heavily rely on fighting in the jungle constantly to win matches up against Parivision, and we saw Parivision deal with that quite well when it came to the first 2 maps, but then it started to slip as the picks got away from them.
Yeah, what's super interesting here is that this draft, I kind of expect that One Win are going to give up a lot of the frontliners. And VP, I'm curious. Well, I'm curious if that's going to be the trend, because that's how One Win tend to play. They want to get that Holiday online. If in a perfect world, they get Yamato, they get Pocket, they get Calico, they get all these playmaking heroes that they can just play hyper aggressive with. And that's generally been the way they like to play the game. And they'll give up frontliners, they'll give up supports. And that plays into VP kind of nicely, because VP are pretty happy to get a Mo. They're pretty happy to get an Abrams online. So the way that One Win have been playing, I think is kind of exploitable in the draft for VP. So I guess we'll have to see if One Win are sticking to their guns, or if they actually have tried to incorporate more of what's worked from VP's comps.
Well, you know, the cool thing about EU and being at 20 shows right now is that we got a big history of our teams at the moment. And, you know, let's take a quick look. EU definitely has been a little bit more storied than NA in terms of back and forth, especially you look back to the first 10 weeks of Deadlock Fight Night in EU. But look, you know, over the last 10 or so, it's been pretty VP dominated, Jason.
Yeah, and I honestly won't be surprised to see it continue that way. I think Virtus.pro have proven to be the best team in EU, and you might be able to beat them once, but you can't do it twice, as we did see with the one win of Bombshell Volume 4, where they did beat One Win in a best of 5, but went the full series. And the only reason that One Win had the chance to take the title last week is because VP unfortunately could not field all their players due to obligations with their organization. So for VP, you know, maybe that week off, maybe it hurt them. Looking at that last match, I would say quite the opposite, though. They still looked as dominant as ever. But the ball is in the court of One Win in my eyes, and I would like to hear your guys' thoughts as well if you agree. Like, I still think VP is the stronger team right now and should be the stronger team. And it's about One Win adapting for where they had falters before.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think it's that the issue is that VP is so fundamentally good, and they're really good at playing a well-rounded comp that can go and be super powerful into the late game. And even if they had a worse early game, which I think VP's worked on a lot, I think their early game looks better, then they were able to deflect the kind of aggression that is a key part of the whole comp and draft choices that One Win like to play. And we just saw a match where VP basically applied the same strategy with a more rounded comp, where they get that first early game win and then you never get to breathe. And that's how One Win played it before, but I feel like the edge that VP has is that VP gets better early game comps.
Yeah, I mean, VP more than anything else, I feel like on top of being a great team when it comes to meta stuff, is also just pretty good about adapting things, as we saw in the last thing where they go, hey, we're going to decide we're going to go with the early holiday pick. Now, the interesting part here is that they had choice of first ban or first pick, and they decided they wanted to defer in this case. They're not going to go for the first ban, first pick, which worked out for them to be a 1. They instead say, One Win, you get the call.
You know what? I want to challenge you on that about the following the meta for Virtus.pro. Not saying that they don't follow the meta, but I think in my eyes, and I could be completely wrong, I'm not going to deny that, Virtus.pro just plays something until they're proven they can be beaten. Like, we've seen Michaelis how many times in a row on Vindicta now? I feel like it's been almost every single match we've seen for weeks on Vindicta. And in my opinion, Vindicta is not necessarily a meta pick, at least at the moment.
It's your life.
Well, I think Vindicta is, but overall, it's still been pretty high valued in EU and NA. I think when it comes to VP, I think the biggest hit on them meta-wise would probably be if you go back to the idea where they were like trying to force 7 repeatedly. That was like their one blind spot, but I do feel like they've learned off that. And then like even in the last draft, right? Even as much as they've liked Vindicta, they said, no, we gotta go for the holiday first.
Can I continue to go on that point? Because I think I get what you mean about the 7. I think the way they built 7 was the problem, going for the ball build instead of the power surge build. And then obviously with the ultimate change for 7. But I get what you mean, because it was more about having those carries who can come online earlier. But the funny thing was, like, the 7 still ended up being an S tier pick with the 3-lane setup now, funny enough.
One interesting thing is the Great Talon ban here, I got to say, because I feel like Great Talon isn't your typical first ban. So I'm trying to sort of figure out why they sort of pick that. We get the Bebop first ban from VP as well. And it, like looking back at how that game went, yeah, Bebop could have been a really good counter to the Mo dominance in that mid lane. So are they clearing space so that the Mo is more effective? And are they going to take it in these first like 3 picks before the second wave of bans?
Yeah, I think the adaptation here I'd like to see is, as much as I like Vindicta, as much as I think Vindicta will be the pick here, going the Mo here and securing the good middle lane that we saw before would be better, but they like Vindicta first. And to me, Jason, I look at this, I think about just how the last game played out. I actually think it's a little bit of a mistake, because if you're One Win, I think you definitely take Mo in one of these next 2 picks.
Well, I'm thinking 7 Pocket Mo are all available. I don't think you pick Yamato early. Calico's still open as well. I think there's a lot of picks. I think maybe VP is just kind of setting up for that flexibility, where if like we do see a Mo come in, they can swap things up and change like what their initial game plan was going to be. But with the Calico, I mean, I think like One Winner kind of, it's almost predictable what they're going to be picking here. And we're not really seeing, I don't want to be too harsh on them, but we're not seeing like a ton of depth in terms of their picks. But at the same time, I'm like, Mirage is a pretty good pick. Like Calico's a pretty damn decent pick as well. So I'm also kind of like conflicted in that statement.
I hope we get Pocket here, because I think it's getting banned if they don't pick it up.
No more hiding.
Yeah. Nice. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But now the thing is, you obviously like they can't steal away the Mo. And
now you Mo it, right?
The pressure's on VP to pick Mo now, so they get that Mo holiday. I think you're totally right, CP. Otherwise, it should in theory get banned. I feel like that's the ban that has to happen.
The double interesting thing to me is like, okay, they probably pick Mo here. Does One Win copy what we saw Parivision do and ban the Abrams? Because I think it's probably going to come out for Listic in turn. Oh, okay, they go for Abrams over the Mo. That is super interesting. They think the Mo won't get banned, and they want to protect against the Abrams ban, but I don't know. But when you think about the early lane situation, Jason, I think I would have preferred the Mo in this spot.
I kind of like the Mo. I kind of like the snowball potential, but it's like, I'm going to steal one of the things you always say. It's like, give LeBron the ball. I mean, it's Listic, right? You're going to give him an Abrams whenever you normally can. I think one interesting thing is that besides the Virtus.pro settling on the bans they've consistently done against One Win week in and week out for the last like two times they played. Yeah, 2 times they played. Sinclair's being left open this week. And I think we've seen a major drop off in Sinclair this last 2 weeks because he hasn't really been that amazing. He hasn't been that magnificent, I'd even say.
Dude, he was poisoning the draft. Like, no one wants to play him. No one can play him. No, everyone feels like they had to ban him off first. He just got poisoned the draft completely. So I'm glad it's just gone.
Well, the 7 getting taken out here. I mean, that makes sense too when you think about like who VP wants to play here. It probably means that Zergy is probably going to get stuck onto Infernus, but the Mo is still available here. So they could grab the Mo and they could decide to follow up after with the Infernus, which, I mean, also on the same note, Infernus could get picked by One Win in the spot if they wanted to. So I do wonder how highly VP chooses carries in the spot, but okay,
that's so weird.
Mo it is.
Like, I would think, I got to look at the picks for One Win, but like, I would think realistically, Abrams doesn't get picked by One Win. Let me quickly check my little database thing I got. Okay, he's been picked 3 times, but I don't think he's as valuable as like a Mo and Krill could be. I mean, Mo and Krill's been picked 3 times as well for them, but they haven't had such great success.
I think a Viscous could be something that One Win might be interested in targeting. I'm not sure if they go for it, but like, I'm a bit scared of the Abrams late game, like we were talking about, and some of the lockdown from Holiday and Mo and Krill, and like the cube does help to deal with that. I think Parivision were thinking along those lines, and it's up. I mean, are you going to get an IV here for One Win? I mean, they can obviously play it, but I feel like I would prefer us to see a Viscous come into play for them instead.
Can I propose a topic to discuss really quickly and go a little bit podcast DZP?
My greatest trick.
Yeah,
I'm looking at Hydra Nation these last couple of weeks. They don't play support anymore. Like, there's no dedicated support player. And you look at EU, and we typically have like that one player who's still kind of playing support-esque. I mean, Obi Kim's on Mo and Krill, so not necessarily as support as you would expect, but like to see Ivy's being picked, Kelvin's being picked. I feel like maybe Hydra Nation's actually kind of setting a meta, or maybe that's just because of the way NA plays. But I'm kind of interested in this idea of no necessary support player anymore.
I think part of it may just come down from the idea of lane pressure, and that like, because losing a lane early is so incredibly impactful, like the idea may just be along the lines of just going with characters that are more powerful in early lane, because a lot of the impact of your supports tend to come in a little bit later into the game, right? Like, I mean, Kelvin can be pretty decent in lane depending, but even still, I think it's just the nature of the early game has kind of made it to where you lose out more from running the supports in lanes and what you feel like you're gaining from them perhaps in the later game. That's my main explanation for why I think like Kelvin and Ivy have been like a little bit lowered in priority as time has gone on, where you're right. I mean, NA was doing it even before EU.
We haven't seen Wraith in EU since DFN number 16. I play with me.
Full month.
4 DFNs to see it. That's, I mean, in EU only. That's insane actually. But
it last week in NA one, like in the last pick as well, I think it was. So it's kind of maybe making its way back, but a Yamato, Calico, Pocket, Yamato. That's what I was talking about earlier, that they love to do this. So this is going to be interesting. Obviously, they forego any front line, and they have all damage playmakers. I mean, against the Abrams and the Mokro in the early game, I do feel like One Win have some nice just pure damage to like deal with that, which is kind of nice.
I think right now this is really a test of like how much do you love your like Holiday and Moan Krill in the early game, because in terms of raw power, I feel like One Win has like way more raw power here, especially when you consider the overall impact of the Mirage into a game like this and what we've seen Pockets do in recent times. Like, I actually think of the 2 drafts, if you don't have just a middle lane domination into kind of a game that we saw in the best of 1, I kind of feel like One Win wins this, especially if they stay even into the late game, Jason.
I'm so torn because I kind of started off talking about win is they need to adapt, and I'm just seeing the same picks time and time again for this team. But at the same time, it's very snowbally. Like we saw Empty Dreams on Pocket last week, just like how slippery he was. Obviously now he has to deal with a Mo and Krill and a Phantom Strike in Abrams. If ABL is actually going to be in the Yamato, we're not sure if he's going to be on Yamato or Calico just yet. But for me, the kind of odd one is maybe Sinclair. However, with a Mo and Krill, it's not that bad. With a Lasso, it's not that bad. You do have a couple of decent options to actually open up some things for your team. But I'm still, for some reason, still not totally sold on one win. But I want to give them the opportunity to change my mind here in this series.
One thing I got to say that's super interesting about the laning in the Sinclair here is that we do know Sinclair is actually a very strong early laner and great at the tower pressure. And then also going into the mid to late game, the Hex is going to be absolutely crucial in helping to deal with those lockdowns and like the lassos and like helping to just be the only answer to basically all of those things. So there's a lot of pressure, I feel like, on the Sinclair player to actually have effect with that.
Yeah, I mean, Sinclair, it's kind of another test for where do we view Sinclair right now? Because Sinclair kind of went from must first pick, first ban into, things like the previous series where no one cared about the Sinclair one way or another, right? So, the overall valuation of Sinclair's power level has been all over the place. But, the thing for me, Dan, looking at the lane matchups, I'm just curious to see what will be done to stem the bleeding in middle against the Holiday Mo lane, which was just so devastating before. But Jason, you have any final thoughts before we send you off on your way here?
I'm kind of curious why Zanya, like the Yamato, the Battlecruiser Yamato we talked about in middle, is not being put there because of the harass that you can do from the high ground. Like what's Mo gonna do to you about that? What's really Holiday gonna do to you? So I'm curious and really interested in how that's gonna work in that right hand side lane.
Oof, alrighty though, Dimov. Quick kill onto ABL, the middle lane not starting off smoothly at all for one win. So, I mean, one quick kill, oftentimes, Dan, you can quickly come back and, ooh, speaking of that, in the left, things getting a little bit spicy to kick things off.
Yeah, I think a death at this stage, not really super consequential. As long as you're not giving up tower damage, as long as you're not really missing much in the wave, it's really, really minimal in terms of impact. But yeah, so far I'm liking the pressure that we're seeing from one win. They really need to have a solid early game. At worst, come away even with VP, which will be hard to do, but they do have this very aggressive lineup to do so with. I feel like Lockets will be kind of nice with all of the low cooldowns that on one win. Lockets for Virtus.pro, which I should say. Because obviously if you're against like a Calico, for example, a lock is usually a must pick up because the refresh rate of those abilities is so quick, you get charges real fast.
Yeah, well, take a look here at the left right now, which has been a little bit more back and forth. Right now you see VP pushing forward. Interesting enough, one win's been able to stabilize a little bit in the middle where things are at the moment. So that early kill not completely derailing the middle lane.
We didn't talk about if there are any nice ults for the Sinclair to steal. Anything that we should look out for. There's nothing like that's like super obvious other than like the lasso and the combo kill, I suppose, potentially. Like there's no like epic steals, I think. Like, at Last Stand, for example, when there's a Warden on the other team.
Hold the phone here for a second. Off the middle lane right now. Mo getting very, very low. Obikim just barely able to get away. Parry, though, on the overseas. Overseas, low. Now looking onto the Mo. Mo able to get a little bit of health restored, but the fact that Obikim did not die there, Dan, is actually ridiculous.
That seems a little weird, to be honest. It's like no one, and there was a shot that could have connected into the ground, but it's a slight whiff. I think that would have also got their finishing shot. Crazy that Obi Kim survived that, but hey, it's good news at least for one win. Even if they don't get the kill, the very fact that they're able to kind of put the Mo in so much trouble this early, and Dimov as well, that's a great sign here if you're a one win fan.
Yeah, I mean, one win's been playing this evenly so far, and I mean, so much of Deadlock right now is based on just having a good presence in the early game, not having things, go too far against you. And in fact, you look at the mid lane pressure right now, it's more on the OneWin side that's able to get pressure onto the Guardian to begin with, not getting bullied by this Mo Holiday lane. So already kind of a different dynamic than what we saw just one map ago.
Oh, and Mo coming in, back in, gets chunked a little bit there as well. And Demos already low on that Holiday, so OneWin really focused on keeping the pressure up. In the meantime, Empty Dreams does die. Is going to be speeding in off the rope there. And the Abrams is pretty pushed, as is Vindicta up on these stairs. So it might be an opportunity to maybe get some damage off the rope. Xenon is a little bit weak though, so I guess they can't be too aggressive here. This is some tower damage that gets converted. Again, those shotguns ignoring some of the resists there on the Guardians. Oh, we get an Affliction coming in there from Pocket, from Empty Dreams. Seismic Slam as well.
Slam up over, get a little bit of a stun and try and get away. Not quite the classic Abrams escape slam, but yeah, still able to get away.
Yeah, I was unsure at that point. Is he trying to be aggressive or is he trying to get away? I don't know. He doesn't really have a choice. Ooh, look at the tower damage there. That's actually huge tower damage coming in from OneWin.
Yeah, OneWin has been playing the tower damage pretty well. I mean, I don't know the exact update on right now, but I feel like OneWin has done more overall, especially between like middle and the right-hand side. So, I mean, with so much being dependent on the early game, just look at how low Overseas was getting there. Really fun. Meanwhile, back over here on the right, taking a look at Zergy. It is interesting to see the Wraith back in the play here. It's been a hot minute, as Jason had brought up, Dan.
I think one of the dangers about the Wraith is that the pacing on the Wraith might not be able to keep up, and potentially, if your team is not able to come out ahead here, I do worry about the Wraith being able to kind of get powerful enough, get those power spikes at the right time. So we'll have to see how it plays out. But yeah, we're going to see right now just one win that's definitely taking some edges on those on the tower damage. They're definitely getting that lane pressure working in their favor for the most part. So far, at least, they're doing better than Parivision was at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you look back to the Parivision game, the middle lane had already just been lost beyond compare. Meanwhile, you look at where OneWin is. I mean, all the pressure is on the VP instead. Swap coming in, Demov immediately taken down. AB that L there on the finish. Mo, counter combo. But even this trade out is not bad at all for OneWin, because guess what? ABL is staying at the tower, and it's Obikin that has to give him plenty of space.
Oh, we went away from that fight. I don't know what happened, but it's looks like Zergy goes down. Flammable does get traded out. And we've got some fisticuffs here. Zanya is going to be getting onto the Wraith here. Wraith, oh wow, that's going to be a TP out, but I don't know if that'll be enough there to escape a Calica or rather a Yamato. And indeed, Zanya will take down Sharik. So VP on the worst end of things here at the beginning. Still, we're yet to see a Guardian get taken down, but it's only a matter of time at this point. That mid Guardian is so low, as is the right side.
Charge in, coming in holistic. May not have wanted to be that deep. Still, somehow alive here for a moment. Mikhail able to punish Xenon, and Listic somehow, some way, surviving some of the burst damage coming on in. Mikhail able to provide good fire in over the top, and you know, VP just threading the needle there, Dan.
And it is interesting to see that right now, you know, OneWin are definitely doing enough to keep up, and they're a little bit ahead overall, despite the score being edged towards VP in terms of stalls. It's that Guardian damage that really matters right now, and there's a lot of fighting coming into that mid lane. Right now, we've got Mirage actually ramming across. I would imagine they're going to go back to that left side lane, because that's going to be a problem soon. But on screen, obviously, on this right side lane, we got that attempt at just that defense of this very weak Guardian on the right side. We're back into the mid lane. We see the dive coming on through. The Guardian going down in the mid lane. And this could be the opening for OneWin.
Yeah, OneWin is in a really great spot here. Shriek going for the parry. Zumalo diving on in, still looking for the finish. Gonna have a parry up here in 1 more second. Still might get parried. Goes for it instead. Just goes for the slash. Shadow transformation in. And you look at this Yamato not stopping. However, the reinforcements come back in. So Zanya is forced out. But still, really nice opening here for OneWin. 2 Guardians down, only 1 Guardian down for VP in turn, and the middle widely opened up, but Overseas might be dying here. It goes for the over-the-top parry attempt. Not gonna save you there when Demov runs in at full HP.
Yeah, and this is the moment where the potential pressure for OneWin that they can apply to VP, there's just all of the opportunities in the world. And so the question will be, how well can VP do in this position? Because they were putting their opponents in this position last map, and we saw how they never let go of that chokehold. So it'll be interesting to see how VP handle it instead, knowing their fundamentals are as good as they are. And with that said, seems like somewhat of a concentration here for OneWin towards that right side lane again, ZP.
Yeah, in OneWin with the 3-man rotation over to the right. Looking for Zergy and Listic in turn. Yamato, a little bit further back. See how deep they want to go in on this here. Meanwhile, you take a look at the left. Could be a 3-man focus into the left lane for VPs. So the rotation part here, super interesting between both teams. Instead, though, we're going to have Mirage just taking the teleporter here, Dan. Lunor, a little bit of pressure into the left line. Overseas able to take down Zergy, and I mean, the OneWin rotation's looking a little bit cleaner so far.
Yeah, and this might be in a little bit of trouble if the Paradoxical Swap is online, which it is in this case. The gang's coming on through. An attempt at an collection here from VP. I'm not sure how well this may go or not. And again, it's hard to look at the soul distribution. And finally, 4K lead now for OneWin, starting to extend it ever so slightly. But more on that in a moment. As the rotations, you can see that VP have to respond to this left lane. They put 2 more players here to even the numbers, 3v3.
All right, McKellis in the sky right now, looking for a quick assassinate. Looking, instead just burned down Zergy. Getting them in the corridor, a super high value flame dash. Now they're looking for pocket in turn. That's 3 for nothing in favor of VP. Off on the left. Fantastic rotation there, Dan.
Yeah, and that threat towards the right side lane, now they're starting to look pretty suspect for OneWin because they're like they could get some walker pressure, maybe get, stop the Urn from getting turned in. But now this big rotation through the TP, this is looking very hard for OneWin. In fact, is there any way to actually take down this Abrams? That would be a good way to start the fight. They're getting a lot of damage there. Indeed, there is the finishing blow. You've got the Vindicta taking Sanya down to 1%.
Picked up by OneWin. After Listic gets parried and killed over to the side, OneWin's able to pick up the Urn mid-team fight. Xenon with some clear kills before getting taken on down. Zanya now gonna fall. Nothing saving him there, but still getting the Urn away. A massive boon there for OneWin ahead of VP at this point, Dan.
Crazy contest coming from OneWin there to be able to actually get some value, especially after losing that fight, that 3v3 and going 0v3 against VP on the left lane. That's a great way to keep themselves on that 5k soul advantage, which they were certainly in risk of losing. So now as things kind of reset, we get that left lane cleaned up there now by Xenon on the Mirage, and the map is kind of open right now for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I like OneWin's position a little bit more. I think OneWin's comp has better scaling. I think the fact that they opened up the map earlier with the Calico gives them more room to roam. I think Zanya has been on great pace in terms of farm this entire game. So, I mean, for VP, I actually think this game is looking rough for them unless they can clean things up and, just get more contribution from Mo and Holiday on picks at the moment.
And in previous matchups for OneWin against VP, they struggled to sometimes convert some of these edges. So we'll have to see if they've grown a little bit here. They find a nice catch there onto Obi Kim. The Moan Krill is roasted. And here is a response. So VP have a few players, but I don't think the math works here, VP, because, 3 is greater than 2.
And this is a Calico that just gets a dive directly on the McKellis. McKellis running for their life. I think smart disengage from ABL, actually, like not knowing what could be over there, where it was like an Abrams just sitting there ready to charge. You've done enough. You've forced McKellis back. You just go for more jungle, and now they're going to go for the dive on the Listic in turn. Listic in real danger, immediately taken down. And this has just turned into a VP dominant or OneWin dominated map the last 5 or so minutes. And, I think it's a good chance. Jason, you've been seeing these rotations here. The Bow and Holiday pressure has been completely different this game.
Yeah, what pressure? Like everyone's been able to do too much. We talked about before with OneWin, like they're so successful at getting these picks and so successful at like fighting in the jungle, but they're catching VP off guard, and VP are just left to find some sort of response. Now they're going to be actually the ones to go on the engage here, trying to catch with the Paradox. So this should be ideally kill, and hopefully the first flex slot open up for VP.
Yeah, and see here, Obikim trying to get out of fire here. Now Yamato coming on in. Listic just immediately getting evaporated. Yamato still in good HP here, Dan. You see Zanya moving forward, and yeah, Obikim's able to get away, but these trades, like, repeatedly, the trades just keep going the way of OneWin.
They certainly do, and that's what happens when you have all these playmakers so much burst damage actually as well, and just more mobility in these fights as well. I think that's another huge edge with the playmaker heavy comp like this, is that you're not as reliant on having a front line there. Like, because if you think about Mikhail S, right, in a fight as a Vindicta, he's got to be very conscious of his spacing and his positioning, and he's got to have players in certain spots around him because his mobility is not very good, and his like lethal ranges are quite specific. And so that's the issue playing that hero. Whereas if you look at OneWin's entire comp, they can kind of roll in and out of fights very easily without much setup. So it makes them a lot more dangerous in that regard.
Alrighty, so VP looking for a way back in 11K down. Take a look at overseas here. Moving forward, swap at the ready. Shift over here. Shriek. Gonna be forcing out the shadow transformation from Zanya. Zanya, though, gonna be able to get away. Moving forward, back over to the side, still under pressure. Dodges the snipe from Michaelas, but the follow through still completely there for VP. Gonna turn this into another Guardian takedown. So, not the worst from VP, getting down to Guardian, getting a little bit closer in terms of overall income. But I'm more interested in how this earn play is gonna go, where VP does get to turn it in on their side, Dan.
Yeah, it looks like it might not be contested here. There's nobody that's going to be able to stop this now at this point. So yeah, there's a small bit of value going to VP. And despite the fact that VP are getting run down a bit, they're actually managing to catch up on souls. They're up at a 4K deficit now, and I think at worst maybe around 10K. So they're actually recovering despite losing a lot of these fights and having to consistently react to their opponents. So that's definitely the makings of a comeback, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, overall, still very winnable for VP. I think the problem they're going to run into is one, potentially, of scaling. Where we're at right now is, yeah, Flamble. Hold on to a big bag there, Sinclair. I think the way that's going to be really problematic for VP as this game goes on is that if Zanya starts getting far ahead, if ABL is able to add on to her lead, where ABL is, by the way, a force of nature at this point, at 19K, I mean, a Calco that's far ahead, Dan, can just really force her will in the game, be more aggressive going into the jungle, and go from there, right? Like, VP just has, I think, some scaling issues the longer this goes on.
That's very true. They at least have some good utility to be able to kind of get some of these kills, lock some of these players down. However, here is that aggression you're talking out of ABL on that Calico, just chasing down the Moan Krill, finishing it off with the ult, and that's a great kill. And that can definitely snowball into some other pressure here at the same time. Shriek has been spotted on that Wraith on the left side of the map and has now some assistance from Zergy on the Infernus. So they're going to put some pressure onto this Walker, and that's going to force a response here from OneWin. They have to rotate in.
It's a really big response, and this may go terribly for the Infernus Wraith combo. I mean, they lose this fight as this goes in here. Mirage, ready to dive on in, pocket over. They have to get out of here. This is one where it's just simply escape. And they might be able to escape. We'll see. Zergy right now running away. Shriek in heavy pursuit. Shriek really, really low right now. Shriek can be able to fight away out of this. No, Empty Dreams chases it down. So they still give up one there, Dan. And you just looked at the mini map, and it just seemed like inevitability as you saw the rotation coming on in.
What's interesting, though, is that it was, as you say, quite a big response from OneWin. I don't think it was necessarily too much, but that actually did stop OneWin from doing other stuff during that time when they were rotating like that. So despite losing a player there, VP are kind of keeping things even, and they were occupying the time of OneWin. So instead of them reacting to OneWin actually had to react to VP for a change, which I think it did give them a tiny edge there in the end.
You look at the box value in middle, you're wondering, it's like, where's ABL getting this? ABL is not only stealing the jungle, but just gets all the boxes in middle for an even bigger windfall. And I mean, Calco being this far ahead, again, you kind of talked about before, but it's dangerous because you look at the minimap right now. If Listic runs into ABL where they're at, that's an L for Listic, like straight up in the moment. But looking here onto the right, Shift, letting Zanya maintain Chow transformation. Moan Krill combo gonna be coming out. So right side becoming real spicy. Empty Dreams though, doesn't let Demov get away. Now here, looking on to Obikim. Obikim burrowing forward. Just trying to get away from what's going in here. ABL still in hot pursuit, and it's Listic just trying to get away at the moment. Listic a big target, super, super low, still getting pursued, all the while by ABL, and ABL is able to chase it on down.
Yeah, it's kind of the problem you were highlighting with ABL and how far ahead he is at the moment. Previously, just able to be hyper aggressive, go really deep for those chase those chase kills, and they're going to get a walker off the back of those kills and that pressure. So 1 win, even though it's an 11k lead, they are certainly taking some edges here. And this, if they get a rejuve, that could certainly be a decisive advantage.
Well, then that might not get the rejuve, and they might get Sharik if Sharik isn't careful. Sharik was looking like he might get jumped by several at the time, but now they're all in on mid boss. We'll see what sort of contest comes in here for VP. I mean, with Listic still being down, Listic's not going to be able to join this fight, so they have to try and delay Undermanned, and they're not going to do it, especially with the Amato able to shadow transform and secure the rejuve. It just would have been a terrible idea, Dan.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, VP just continues to stay significantly far behind.
Yeah, absolutely true. And more pressure on these walkers is going to have to be defended by 1 win, which they'll happily do. This might actually convert into some kills, and that'll be a huge problem if it does for VP. Michaelis will get a walker, but here are those kills coming in response from 1 win, mounting this defense. And VP, they're fighting it all the way, it seems. I don't think they can get out of here, though. That's going to be pretty ambitious indeed. They're going to go down everywhere. So they decided to get 2 walkers, and they lost 4 players.
It's an interesting choice. I think they realize, okay, we're going to lose mid. We're going to take walkers in turn, but they give up a whole bunch of kills on top of it. You know, good time bringing Jason. I mean, Jason, that was a tactical trade coming in from VP, but given what they might be losing in turn, are you a fan of it?
I think it's tough. Like, if they can defend the left-hand side walker, I think it's going to be kind of a worthwhile trade, because then they're not going to give up another flex slot, and they won't lose out on the entirety of the outside base. I think if they didn't lose 4 players and they got the 2 walkers, if they lost maybe 2 players, that would have been such a good trade for them. But you can see they're heavily reinforced this left-hand side lane, but the teleport's coming in at 1 win at the same time.
Another walker going down 1 win, making good advantage of their Juvenator so far. VP trying to reinforce on the left. See Demov right now, trying to make a little bit of space. Empty Dreams, though, finding Sharik, and the overwhelming pressure from 1 win, where they can just dive, aided by ABL here. Again, moving on in, this time looking for Zergy. Zergy, though, life leeching pretty well, still looking decent. Rabbit Hex or no, Listic able to pick up another. And VP getting really advantageous trades here to an extent, but they're not able to take down all of 1 win here, Dan.
Yeah, the gets picked up there also by 1 win, who will likely be able to secure that one. And I actually, it's interesting when you think about it, like getting those 2 walkers, knowing that they were going to lose the rejuve, I actually liked it also because they're going to be even on flex slots with their opponent. And if you think about what the rejuve does, how it pushes the entire map, they wouldn't probably have had an opportunity to even touch those walkers for a very long time afterwards. So if they can just now play more of a stall-based game, where they're able to not just lose too much of a soul lead advantage, which they've been trying their best to do, and VP are some of the best at doing it, then I think I like the fact that they sacrifice 4 players for those 2 walkers, and it might play out to their benefit in the long term.
Yeah, I think the downside is that you're down a little bit in economy, and I think for me it's like where the economy allocation is. I mean, we saw Zergy's impact in the last fight, which is pretty substantial on the Infernus, right? But you're still dealing with the fact that you have this like horrifically overfed Calico and ABL forcing a lot of key engagements. Overseas has been very spot on the swaps, and the Amato, relative to most of your team, can just run at most of your team at 24Ks. So, you know, the ideal engagements right now for VP are pretty low unless they could do a combined lasso combo engage, right? And as you see, I mean, ABL just walks in, sees Listic, and Listic immediately just has to bend the knee and leave.
Yeah, and if we look at the disadvantages now here, the 22k, that's actually not too crazy, especially if you get a good engagement. You've got obviously like a tanky Abrams and Mo and Krill. So, I mean, obviously there's always going to be the issue of just the fact that there's so much good scaling on 1 win, but at least there's a fighting chance if the engagement works out, and you get a bit of focus fire to open things up. There are definitely ways in for VP, as long as they don't get too far behind here. So I feel like this is a controlled bleed at the moment for them, and it's about trying to figure out how not to give up too much at this point. But if we look at how many souls are available on the 1 win side of the map, that's definitely somewhat of an issue. But 1 win have to decide, do they farm that or do they put the pressure on VP?
I'm gonna take them apart.
Yeah, I mean, also we just saw Sinclair things there were flammable. Like VP went for a huge rotation to try and like pick off flammable, and Sinclair shift. Actually just ridiculous still, where you just see flammable just go half the map in 1 teleport effectively. But now on the left hand side, 1 win was maybe hoping to see someone show up in lane, and in fact someone was about to show up in lane, but they've pulled off the potential ambush early, and you know, right now just contesting for jungle and trying to pick off VP. I mean, the rotational chess here, pretty significant, Dan.
Yeah, the TB across from 1win to that right side lane, now rotating back into middle to meet the bulk of VP's lineup, who are sort of falling back a little bit, respecting the forward space from 1win. Again, they know that due to the differential in souls, they've got to be very, very careful about how a fight opens. And so, given the fact that they don't have much visibility on the map right now, they've got to be quite cautious. And this does give an opportunity to 1win again to, farm up a bit more of their side of the map. But mid-boss is coming in sub 1 minute. And I got to say, ZP, even if everything was even between these two teams, I feel like I like the ults and just the mid-boss fight for 1win better from their comp.
1win's in a way better spot unless VP gets a hero play from Dimov and Obikim. I think it really is as simple as that, where VP just has to get the first pick off. But with ABL being so aggressive and providing so much intel on the Calco, it's hard for them to get a good spot. Swap comes in. Is fall through going to be there right now? Look for Mikhail. Sharik able to get one down early. VP still looking reasonably healthy. Zergy laying the damage here. Overseas though coming on in. Shriek, able to get down to Zanya. So VP, this is kind of a good engage that they needed here so far, Dan. They saved the lasso later on for the pocket. They isolate it down. 1win down 3. VP getting themselves back into the game off a pretty good engage, and you know, maybe an ill-timed swap coming in from overseas.
Yeah, that was so good. The fact that they were able to abuse that high ground, but we'll return to that in a second, because there's a defense here on this mid Walker from 1win. They don't have players ready to do this. I don't know that they can keep the Walker alive. It is melting right now. And 1win, I mean, they're trying to delay this slightly, but this can't face the superior numbers here, so they're going to give that one up. Be careful not to lose anything in addition, but yeah, really awesome fight. You know, positioning a few players up on the high rooftops, splitting up the fight, and dictating it with the util advantage that VP have. That was just perfectly done.
Yeah, and I mean, this is how VP stays in games that other teams would have folded. They're still not in a great spot. They're still behind, and all the factors brought up against them are still here. But the fight they did is basically a way to get back in if they're able to just recreate that multiple times. I think the problem here is that I think if you're 1win, you try and force mid-boss fights right now while you're still at an overwhelming advantage. You don't give VP the opportunity to set up a fight that kind of works to their favor, if you can help it.
I totally agree. I feel like, yeah, if they make the mid-boss scream, they could even just commit to killing it, because, again, I think the mid-boss fights, like this pit fight, I think the comp is superior for 1win with what they have to work with here and how they can prevent a steal.
They have the Affliction that they could work here. They have the Rabbit X. They have the Amato to secure the Rejuvenator. More than anything else, they're going to secure the Rejuvenator. They're a little bit split, though. I don't like the hard split to secure Rejuvenator. They lose Flammable off that immediately. They're going to give up Earn. VP can get picks here and Earn and bring the economy back into scale. You know, okay, if 1win only gives up 1, I think it's still better for 1win overall, but I think VP still played this pretty well, Dan.
Yeah, they punished a mistake. I completely agree. Obviously, the split there, you know, okay, I don't think 1win know whether or not their opponents are going to contest. Maybe they were looking for info and they just got caught off of an info play, which is fine, but VP were there to punish it. And with that punish, as you say, secure the Urn, it does keep them in much better stead. And a 1win, they could have come out of the mid-boss, maybe actually created a fight with you know, the whole team there. And Sinclair, that's like the best pick to get. That's a disabler on 1win's team, who's at this point in the game so especially vital. So VP, if they look at what these intelligent engagements from VP have done, they are 9k deficit.
Yeah, and even though they've been giving up mid-boss, I mean, this is way more winnable than it's been. Some of the deficits that they've been dealing with are a lot closer now. And, you know, Jason, you've kind of seen the intelligence coming up from VP here. You know, as a team that's been behind, they've really found a way back into the game to an extent, even down the rejuve.
Yeah, I mean, you can see they're kind of trying to avoid any fights when it comes to like the jungle to not be picked off. That last engagement where Virtus.pro actually won, ignoring the mid boss, was a swap that came in, but they were able to escape off the back of that and catch Empty Dreams just too far engaged with that Majestic leap, and eventually able to snowball the fight from there. I think Virtus.pro, you can never really count them out because they are an insanely good team, even when behind 20-30k souls, that you can't make a mistake or they're easy to be able to turn things around. You're seeing 1win kind of respect this here as they're really hesitant to go for any of the shrines at the moment.
think you're a VP. You try and go for a fight here in the interim if you can. I mean, it's a small window, but you got a 20-second window of swap off cooldown. You can make something happen here under the right circumstances. However, they're down lasso themselves right now, so the opportunity perhaps a little bit less good than you might think. I'm also, as these fights continue, Dan, I really want to see Empty Dreams' point of view, because I feel like you're kind of at the point where like a big affliction really can set the tone of the fight one way or another, especially the way Empty Dreams have been playing here so far. As I say that, Sharik getting caught, affliction coming off on cooldown right now, so 6v5, still good resources up for one win. Got shrines on the mind right now, moving forward. Zergy backing off. Lasso though, here onto the pocket is Falter going to bringing pocket into the fountain. Damage coming in, goes for the cloak, able to get away for now. Mikhail getting caught in turn, and Empty Dreams able to make the great escape.
Oh yeah, so close there. If you get anyone except the pocket there, I mean, they probably don't survive. So that was pretty perfect there for one win. Able to get the shrines down. The patron needs to be taken out as well, but there's another one more trying to go. My mistake. As we get that getting beamed down now. 4 players dead for VP, and one win in great stead here to take down this patron. Are they going to stick around to finish? That's the question.
You take the patron down here, 100%. You don't leave until it's gone, especially with the timers where it's at. Yeah, now you leave. And, oh man, VP gave up a lot of picks there. Just the overall fight not going their way, and one win right now, firmly back at a key advantage. I mean, now VP stuck in the case where one bad team fight, Dan, and it's just over, right? Like, you just go patron.
Look at that trackball. Yeah,
I feel like the trackball is like against everything you believe as an aimer, Dan. Like, you have a lot of aim videos, a lot of aim credentials, and trackball is just like an unknowable like box of honestly profane knowledge. I feel like
I should buy one and definitely make a video about it. we got an earn a fight here. This could be the fight to win. Well, fight there is VP. They're actually pretty close in skulls, but can they win this one against the turn in? VP turning up in full.
It's not turned in yet. Yeah. VP turning up, Listic super low early. Shift has already been used. Streak able to take down Empty Dreams. The pocket threat is gone. And now they're looking for more Zanya though. Able to take down Zergy. VP down 2, 1 win. Still pretty healthy. Zanya about to get Shadow Transformation on top of it. Could be a Yamato clean sweep towards the very end. The urn turned in by Obakim. So VP getting the urn off a rough fight. But now if you lose 4, does 1 win just try and end it? 1 win the team, Dan, not shy about trying to just go straight for patron.
Oh yeah. Oh man. It's they got so many options here, and it's also getting kind of scary. You can see that, like, hey, even if you take down like Empty Dreams, the damage output now, especially from like, even if you ignore ABL, but just like the Mirage from Xenon is actually outrageous at this point. Creates so many problems. Holy. Okay, well they should be able to finish this here. We got VP a little bit spread out.
They want to get picked. I think if they get picked, they would go straight for patron. This is actually so scary at the one for VP. They're looking for the Mo. Are they gonna be able to get the Mo here? Mo in real danger. Mo down. I think that's a signal to go here. 1 win. They decide it is patron time. VP still so many people down for another 10 seconds. The patron is getting pummeled, and that is going to be 1 win. Seizing the opportunity, taking down the patron, and taking map 1 away from VP, showing you guys might have abdicated the throne, but we're staying on this throne, Dan.
Yeah, hell yeah. 1 win with the opening victory. That's awesome to see. Got a game on our hands here in this best of 3, and VP, the onus is now on them to figure out how they correct going into the next draft. And I know we will have a lot to say about that, but 1 win, I mean, there were some moments there where they almost gave up their lead because of great fundamentals from VP, great discipline, great team play, great calling. But in the end, 1 win didn't throw it away, and they managed to close out. That's brilliant to see. It's definitely been an issue for them in the past, so I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I think we kind of called it at the beginning, right? We were talking about, like, okay, what needs to be done. I don't think the early game was good enough for VP for the comp they're running, and 1 win, I think eventually they just scaled over the top. But, got to bring Jason back in, and Jason, to me, the real standout was the overwhelming pressure ABL put in on this map on the Calico was just ridiculous on all ends.
I think the freedom he had really allowed him to, keep that pressure up that you're discussing. Also, the box farming that he was doing, I paid attention to his health at the very end. He had 3.6k health on a Calico. Like, he was almost even with a Mo and Krill, supposed to be extremely tanky on the other side. He was just really no answer to what he could do. We saw him farming boxes in middle. We saw him constantly roaming around the map. The thing is, OneWin consistently kept getting catches on VP in the jungle, and we're able to turn those into objectives. And there's so many like individual moments. I think back to the double walker take that VP went for after giving up mid boss. They get the double walker, they lose 4 players, and then they lose their last walker, giving up that extra flex slot over to OneWin. And I feel like because of that, they started to lose a lot of map control, but there's also a lot of other situations where they just lost like too many players. And that whole Mo and Holiday combo that we saw be so successful against Parivision and map 1, it didn't do anything this time. I feel like when they finally got to the point to use the combo, it was almost too late because OneWin are already starting to roam around and they couldn't get those picks, especially when we got into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, it was so impressive to see how this kind of came together. I think, yeah, ABL's like ability. I never really thought about this, like that strength that Ava has, like going into just running through all the boxes, how much time that probably saves. But obviously ABL knows all the tricks of the trade here, just being an immensely important part of the front line. And also like it's kind of hard too when you've got no tanky, like, you know, inherently tanky heroes in front of you, like a Mokril, Abrams, and these types of things, because there's a lot on you to survive and to make sure that you know what that line is, how far you can kind of go. And ABL seems to have such a good feel for it. And we can see kind of the power behind that too, because it creates all this space for all of the other brawlers that they have on the lineup.
Oh, this stat line is actually gross. That is the only way you can describe it from ABL. Like, I will go down the mat here and say that I don't think we're going to be seeing OneWin play Calico the next 2 maps. It's not going to happen. You would be ridiculous if VP were to allow this again, because, I mean, look, ABL has shown Calico as one of their best heroes historically over and over again, but man, was the point made here where you talk about the eye test. You know, Jason, you brought up the box story. We even saw it a little bit on stream. The stat line isn't even including all the boxes that ABL devoured or how much of the jungle that ABL took was actually the VP jungle. I mean, look, you're trying to learn how to play Calico. You take this match ID and you just watched ABL this game, because it doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, I mean, I really wish we had a stat to show on screen, like how much extra percent he gained off of boxes and also on enemy boxes versus his own. But at the end of the day, like, they don't need a front line if they can just overwhelm you in damage and get a pick on you. Like, the thing is, you don't need a tank if you're not going to have a prolonged fight. And if it's not going to be a 66 fight, because it's going to be a 65 since you're killing someone so quickly. The constant catching in the jungle against Virtus.pro, I think, is what gave them that really strong start. But obviously, mid lane being punished quite heavily. We saw, was it 2 Guardians, extremely low on health, fairly early on for them as well, getting that first flex slot unlocked very quickly. I mean, Virtus.pro, I mean, I don't know. I'll say for OneWin, I kind of was extremely harsh on them, saying they're kind of one-dimensional in terms of like what they're playing and what their game plan is. The thing is, if your game plan works, then you don't really have to show any other dimensions to your team if you're able to beat the best team in EU with the strat that you've done in the past.
Yeah, I think what was really interesting, I forget who made the point, but the way that you see the comp maybe indexing for these like really powerful playmakers that dominate lanes, even though the early game is so important, it does make sense that you just forgo some of these supports that may essentially not come online early enough to be able to stop that. And I think that's what we kind of saw in a lot of the lanes that VP were running against this type of like playmaking comp that OneWin, I think almost uniquely love to run this many playmakers. So really cool to see.
Well, all I know here is that OneWin, a lot of people going into this thought, okay, it'll just be VP taking the throne back. No, OneWin has thrown down the gauntlet. They are defending the throne. They're up 1 map against the often kings of Europe in VP and want to say, we will be the kings this time around. Can VP have it in them to bring it back, or will OneWin be the champions once more? Join us after the break.
Walker is under attack.
I'm becoming more and more like my father.
Yeah. We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night number 20. That's right, we've done this 20 times. There's still plenty more yet to come. ZP here with Dan, and Dan, you know, a lot of people went into this thinking, oh, it's VP, they'll just take the throne right back. OneWin says no. They come in, they defend the middle lane, ABL puts on a masterclass, and now VP, if they want the bonus prize pool of $2,000 this week, they're gonna have to win 2 in a row.
Yeah, and they've got to make sure that their early game can perform a bit better to ensure that they can do that, because they did keep the game close despite giving up some of those edges in the early game. So they did a good job there, but then they run into that scalability issue. They ran into the issue of how do we deal with all these heavy playmakers that are pretty farmed. And so OneWin, I've got to respect the fact that even though they didn't have the best performance against VP the previous bout in the finals, they are sticking to their guns. They're not changing their strategy, their stylistic approach, their hero pools. They're the same. They're just doing it better.
And of course, to break down what could be our final map with $2,000 on the line in our money match, we got to bring Jake back into the fray. And, you know, Jake, one thing I do wonder, and this is kind of a pop quiz, because we didn't talk about it a lot in last match, but I do feel like it kind of goes to the entire idea of map pressure, is that, you know, how much, you know, we focused a lot on the Calico, but there's also a Mirage that is let through. And I feel like when Mirage gets let through, the Mirage team just generally tends to win, even if it's not the Mirage themselves being flashy, just because of the extra map control you get from having a Mirage on your team.
Yeah, you know, I think one of those key moments where I really felt the impact of the Mirage in that last game, where, you know, once OneWin had the advantage pretty decisively, VP is like turtling through some of the rejuves. You know, having the Mirage means that you just have, well, 5 of the OneWin players are like holding the chokes at the base, you know, Paradox looking for pickoffs, looking for opportunities. Everyone on VP is playing very conservatively, very safely. They don't want to take a fight into the rejuve. But Mirage, the entire time, he's just hard farming. He's clearing lanes, making sure that, you know, any lanes that have been pushed out by VP are being dealt with. He can be taking jungle camps, and so it puts this clock on your opponents where you can commit everyone else to being ready to team fight with your advantage, and Mirage just expands the lead little by little over time. That, you know, he has no penalty for farming since he's going to be in the team fight no matter where it takes place.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because it's a great take on the fact that some teams like to play a 7 in that role, and 7 obviously does have the issue of like, can he be in the team fight? Well, no, not if he's farming. So yeah, that's that unique capacity for Mirage to do that. Yeah, totally agree. But the fun thing is that there's so many other problems. If we cast our minds back, the opening ban from VP was the Bebop. I feel like they can't necessarily afford to do that. But then they let the Bebop open. Overseas obviously has a great Bebop, but at the same time, I don't actually want to see one would necessarily run the Bebop. So this is an interesting spot now.
I think for me, based on what we saw in the last map in terms of draft priority, I do think you have to go a little bit back to the basics. I would say number 1, don't give up the Mirage. And then if you're VP and you can deny Mirage and get or deny Calico at the same time, I feel like that's step 1 for me, Jake, as I look at this here. I think those are the 2 things that probably like really hurt VP the most, and then adapt as needed from there on out in terms of setting up your lanes.
I hope you're happy.
I don't think it's easy though for Virtus.pro. I think there's a lot of contested heroes right now. We talked about ABL's Calico being like just a force of nature in the last game. We're just talking about Mirage. You know, Bebop I think is a serious threat, you know, in the mid lane, especially for potentially dealing with the Mo or countering some of that. We are going to see some change though with the holiday opening ban. It's going to force some sort of different looks in this game. I'm curious to see if VP would prio a Paradox more highly than normal, given that, you know, it is the especially with Bebop ban, it's kind of like the last remaining option. I could see OneWin just opening with the Paradox though, given these bans. Seems like a really limited commodity having that catch and initiation.
Or they get the Calico again.
I don't think they open Calico. I think that it's going to be Paradox or Mirage, let's take it here. Probably, I would actually argue Mirage, but it depends on how much they value the playmaking with Holiday out.
under my
Will be
protection.
either of those two. Okay, and they go Mirage. I think Paradox is going to be off the board here. I think if you're VP, get Paradox Calico. That's my take then.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Obviously the Paradox when the Holiday's been banned, super huge pickup. It puts OneWin in this interesting spot where I think the kind of like initiation they would want, they don't really get it out of a Lash because the swap or the lasso is going to be really good for ganks, whereas you can't really get Lash with that Death Slam. It's not as versatile for those just like rolling through the jungle, getting those random ganks. So the Calico gets stolen. I like this. I like that VP are kind of trying to take away from some of OneWin's pool just by picking it straight up.
I think Pocket is another here we've got to talk about. I agree with you though, ZP. Frankly, I think the Paradox is so valuable given the bans, very limited options for that role on the team. But I think Pocket is something that if you don't take it now, I think OneWin will likely get it in their response here, which may just be the way the draft goes. But already I feel OneWin in a relatively comfortable spot, if they can grab the Pocket here in the next two. I think they're going to be feeling pretty good as like that was a key playmaker last week. I think it is a key factor in the future, although maybe without the Calico will be a little bit less overall burst potential.
Yeah, I mean, they have to get the Pocket here or it's going to get banned in the midway, right? Like, I think there's no real way around
Or
that.
stolen. I mean, VP would love it, I think.
Yeah,
But,
they open with it. I mean, it's kind of weird too. I mean, they do have other players that can play Pocket on VP other than like Mikhail S, but it's probably gonna be Mikhail S on the Paradox. Now I do wonder here for OneWin is that you have to get a frontliner and a good frontliner because you don't have a Calico here, right? Which was a key part of their strategy. So I wonder here if they choose a frontliner with this pick. It could be anything from a Mo. It could be the Abrams, even though I don't think they really like Abrams all that much. But instead, they want the power of the Great Town instead.
I love the GT here. I think this is like sort of a preemptive soft counter to the Vindicta, where it's like doesn't feel so good picking Vindicta for VP right now. That being said, it has been Michaelis on the Vindicta historically, and you'd expect him to go back to the Paradox. It makes this game pretty exciting because frankly, it's been a couple weeks since he's played the Paradox, which was a signature hero for months and months, just like the #1 Paradox in the game, pretty much decisively in Europe. And now he's been on the Vindicta, so I'm kind of excited to see what Michaelis brings in this match. And they're going to go with an earlier pick of the Mo Krill. I actually like this because I think this likely would have been banned out in the ban phase, and I think this is a great option in the late game with Phantom Strike to get on Great Talon, in like the early to mid game, being able to catch Pocket after he cloaks, or like in any kind of momentary lapse in your full protection. Mo can catch that Pocket and really turn that fight around. And there's a lot of change CC with Paradox as well, setting up with the wall.
The Kelvin ban's interesting too, because I'm wondering how much OneWin actually value the Kelvin pick. Would they really take it? Does VP know something maybe that we don't? Because we see how comfortable OneWin is with not going really any pure supports. Like Sinclair is the closest that we've seen in that last draft. And Sinclair might be open again for OneWin, and I think Yamato will probably be open for OneWin as well late into this draft. I don't see VP like necessarily valuing those two too highly, but VP are changing their draft here, so we might see a switch up. Abrams they got the Mokro and then the Abrams in these positions last time, so we're going to see an Abrams again. How much of a deviation will we get?
I mean, we might see the Abrams. It depends on who's playing the Calico. I think it's interesting they decided to ban the Vindicta because I don't necessarily think that VP was going to pick Vindicta with Paradox already being picked. Like, yes, they do have other people that can play Paradox or Vindicta, but with who's been playing what, I think they really just wanted to keep Mikhail S on the Paradox. So I think the Vindicta ban here may have been a little bit of a misstep by OneWin. The 7 coming in here, I think, is good. It lets Zergy just play the 7, or I mean, it could be Listic with how they're done here, but I think in this case, this feels like it would be a Zergy on Listic sort of game. But we'll see what the turn is. Yamato on the other side here, Jake. OneWin, they made it work last time.
Yeah, you mean Yamato has been a pretty heavy scaler. I think both of these teams have just leaned more and more away from supporting in general, conceptually. Over the last few weeks, it feels like it was like first, drip, drip, drip. And then now it's like almost no one's picking support right now. I feel like people are seeing that, everyone can get farmed. We can just play to like win all of our lanes and have, more snowballing potential. And, heroes like Mo and Krill and Paradox, it's like they're not going to be like the damage carries, but they do provide control, they provide lockdown, and support in one sense is like, what does that really mean? I guess you could think of like Kelvin as like he's a healer, but even the other heroes conventionally picked a support like Ivy, it's like they do sort of heal, but mostly they're just like brawling characters that have like, you know, their own unique utility. So I feel like the classification support, if anything, has just kind of gone out of favor in modern Deadlock. More and more people are looking for heroes that get active and have their own openings, their own initiation, that aren't just relying on enabling one other key player.
And interestingly, we're going to get the Abrams taken by one win, and it does make sense. Yeah, like Listic is going to be on Calico. Yeah, I think you're totally right, CP. So a bit more of a tanky front line. Sinclair might be open here for one win. I feel like that's probably a good pickup here in the final slot, because again they get a bit of that disable, a bit of that utility, super strong laner still. So it still kind of taps into what they were good at in the previous matchup. So it feels like Sinclair's a good pick for this final slot.
Yeah, I think you're totally
copy
right
as well.
Yeah, I think the Sinclair
solid copies.
Yeah. Flammable is really like the Sinclair, and it's like support-esque in this sort of setup. So yeah, I 100% think that Sinclair will be the final pick here. And I mean, overall, I like how the comps have kind of broken out here. I think both teams have like options for victory and how this has been set up. I think it's way better draft though for VP than we saw in the last round. I think in particular, they just also have a pretty big playmaker advantage here, Jake, where one win has maybe more overall like map options with the Mirage and the GT just being able to, you know, owl the entire map. But in terms of just raw playmaking potential, you're running a Mo with a Paradox. Like VP can easily scale out of control, especially with the Calico backing that up too.
I like this from both teams. They're doubling down on the early game, doubling down on getting that early edge. I will say, to VP's credit, especially last game, I thought they played really well from behind. I think historically, that's what's made them this like undefeatable champion team, that even when they're behind, they're maybe the best team in the world at making the comeback. There's other teams that can snowball the lead. They're great at that too. But really, that's where I think they differentiate themselves. That being said, I think, this being you're back against the wall in a $2,000 money match, one-win team, they want to finish it here. They want to get the win. Like you guys said, though, I think VP have a much better shot to even this up and potentially force us to a game 3.
All right, well, we've got the opening lane and matchups there, and within the first 20 seconds, he's got a kill.
What?
Kills. Make it 2.
Oh
right.
man, I wish we had an instant replay of that one, because that just feels like Parry shenanigans. Like, how in the world? And then Sharik just goes for the free heal. Or that's intentional. They go for the double free heal, so they get the income from the early part, and now they're just gonna like come right back out the lane.
Yeah, for a second there, I thought he was, I thought that was unintentional, but.
No, that was full intentional. That was just a swap of health bars, but one side got kill credit and the other side did not. So when we talk about mid lane being so impactful, you can't really ask for a better start than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yamato pocket there for one win. It's going to be interesting to see how that's going to perform against Calico Mo. Calico Mo, that's actually so oppressive from VP. You would expect VP, I think, at least have a much stronger early lane phase here. Obviously, Jake's still on the line. Jake, what's your estimation of these lane matchups? I don't think we got your take just yet.
Well, I mean, that opening kill is so impactful in mid, especially with the double health reset. So I think VP are going to look to slow things down just a little bit. But if they can get like a couple more kills and start to compound their advantage or focus on the last inning, that could be a lane in which they look to get an edge. I am a little bit worried, though. I think the Abrams and Sinclair lane is actually disgusting in terms of like the amount of stun control in this lane. This is super scary for the VP counter lane. I think they need to just be like fully defensive, kiting everything. If you get caught by any of these control skills, you're going to be chained to death.
Obakim getting caught in middle, and it might not look too much better here for the Calico on the other end. Sharik can't get away, and just like that, one win, that's more than evening up middle. They're going to get ahead from this, Dan.
That's huge, and especially given the fact that, okay, we've got ABL. Yeah, he's not on the Calico, but he's on the pocket instead, and ABL has shown immense versatility on these playmaking heroes, and his pocket was a treat to watch in the past, so that's an exciting prospect for us. But for VP, they got to be careful about this one. Back on the lane now. There's that barrage. Oh, connects almost all of it. Oh my god, there's so much damage. Oh my god, the damage is crazy. ZP, it's so hard to get all the barrage to connect, and then to get the cloak and the satchel right after.
When have we seen a Mo get this bullied in recent memory? It has not happened. I'm just going to answer that question that I've already asked. This is a disaster for VP. $2,000 on the line. The celebration of DFN 20 and the middle lane has just been a steamroller, even after the good start. they need help, but they're not going to get help that early, and Mo's already almost dead.
Holy Mo is getting drilled by the all fire there from Yamato.
They're dropping the well played in chat. One Win's feeling it. They Kim's down again. VP is collapsing before our very eyes, Dan. This is actually ridiculous.
I mean, we talked about how good they are at like really not giving away edges or making mistakes to take advantage of, but that's not necessarily calling those mistakes, but they're definitely getting a bit crushed there in mid after the opening that looked good for them. Okay, how worrying is this, Jake?
This is what we call bad. Pocket is, I think, one of the most dangerous. I mean, two of these heroes can both snowball like crazy. I think there's like a little bit of an opportunity here, but honestly, not much. We're gonna see heavy pressure now. Although Pocket, if he goes down to Mo, would be a big trade. I think what's really scary is in a few minutes, you know, once that mid Guardian goes down, we're gonna see more trades come in. This is their first kill, is solid for them. But Yamato has ulti. I don't think you're gonna be able to kill this Yamato.
Yeah, Yamato able to drop the Shadow Transformation in turn, gets Obakim down again. How many times Obakim died right now in this match? Shriek also about to go down. This middle lane just needs immense amounts of help. Wait, Shriek? Wait, there's a possibility. There's a chance. Shriek actually might have turned this around. Do we either want to commit here? Oh! Big from Shriek. That's huge.
Oh, wow. What a start. What
yeah, this may be the most entertaining middle lane we've had in a long time.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. No doubt. There's some action on the side lanes. They just want to be a part of it. They want to be a part of the story, but it's still about that mid lane, I feel. The Talon Owl comes in on the mid lane as well. I don't know if that's going to connect. Trying to find the Calico, who is very weak. And okay, Shriek manages to dodge the Owl there in the hits. Stay alive.
The ridiculous thing for me, Mo still doesn't have combo. You're not afraid of a Mo at this point in the game with no combo, where Obakim is about to get it up, but half HP, and man, the Guardian has just been getting pummeled in turn. They know the Scorn's on cooldown. You see the extra pressure coming into the Mo as a result. Throws out the cape for good turn. Could be a dive here. Maybe. I mean, the lack of respect is huge. Xenon, meanwhile, over in the left, finding Listic. And, you know, overall economy-wise, Dan, it's not that far out of reach, but it's felt more one-sided than perhaps it's been.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's looking really scary for VP. I like even though the other lanes are looking okay, from what at least it seems like all the other lanes are okay. Just that mid lane's obviously so important. It's the nature of it, of these advantages, and just I love also you see ABL get a little bit ahead with Zanya, and they just don't stop the pressure. They just keep piling on the damage, keep piling on the pressure, and they don't really allow their opponents to breathe and trying to get into a position for a barrage here potentially. Oh no, an affliction, my mistake. And that look at that damage. If you're Shriek, you have to back off. You've got no choice, and that means more tower damage.
I think the affliction here, that's the key point, right? Is that Shriek can't stay. Shriek has to go back to base. Now you're just gonna take this free time and get Middle Guardian. Middle Guardian should go for one win here in just a moment. So you kind of see the power of putting Pocket in the middle lane just from situations like that.
Incredible. Yeah, really, really powerful stuff here. The Pocket, I feel like the stocks are just rising all the time on this Pocket, and just the way that ABL's playing it, fantastic work. And they might just go for the dive here. Very, very low. There's a flying strike. Okay, well, ult comes out, the shadow form to try to get out of there. We'll see if that's going to be enough. It looks like it will be, but that's just Shriek just out of action again, having to fall off. So considerable damage. That mid tower's now been taken out, and now you're going to unlock CP, the Pocket, and the Yamato 1 win.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen here is Zanya's going to stay more towards the middle, and now it's going to be ABL going, oh, I don't have to middle? Time to roam. The right lane, perhaps the first target here, but Zanya diving in, taking the fight for Zakalko. Restorative Locket can be used. Use Shadow Transformation, hunts down Shriek in the corner. No cares given. Meanwhile, overseas on the Shriek. And, man, you look at ABL in this Pocket, again, it's just full-on jungle steal time. That's all it is right now, Dan.
Yeah, and well, I'm gonna hold my thought for a second. We've got a bit of action there. On this lane, in comes ABL on the Pocket, doing the burst damage. Is looking so devastatingly scary at the moment. Even though like he's on soul parity with everybody else, still makes him. I feel like he's 12k souls right now, just double everybody else. But he's not. It's just the confidence, it's the plays, and in from the back with the smack to the head there onto Zenon. And that is going to be another kill coming for VP.
Another
And Guardian as well. So they're doing a good job in like trying to maintain some kind of control.
Yeah, I mean, VP's able to at least get a Guardian trade there, but 2 Guardians down, it's going to even increase 1-1's access to the VP jungle even more. Take a look here at middle, though. A little bit of pressure from Zergy on the 7, now saying, okay, we are going to go try and get another Guardian down here. A little bit of reallocation into the middle. Great talent, Owl, though, out and over. Going on a long, long trek here. What's it going to find? Over. It's almost out, and it just blows up into the air. It's a firework.
Get this guy piloting a Boeing. Everything will be fine.
I mean, that's just doubling down at that point, Dan. Like, you've doubled your points of failure. Flammable, finding Zergy. 1 win. Reinforcing middle after VP, did pull Zergy over. Trying to get middle Guardian down sooner rather than later just to deal with this edge. It's just dealing with them. Oh, Mo out of the closet! Mo out of the closet! It's some walkers right there, but it's not enough to kill Zanya. Oh, boy.
Behind door number 1. Well, the pressure continues there on the mid lane. Shuttered form activated. And it's going to be a passive play. But the pressure is crazy here. I love also, by the way, the presence from overseas on the Grey Talon. You can see kind of why VP banned it previously. The Grey Talon, like the Owls were coming into that mid lane over and over and over again on the early laning phase, applying more pressure. So really excellent stuff here. The fight over this mid buff.
Yeah, swing and a miss. Pocket not getting the buff. Meanwhile, the overseas was still able to kill McKLS. Relatively quiet game from McKLS so far. Viscous under pressure, goes into a cube, but there's a whole lot of pain potentially waiting, but nope, able to get away. Xenon instead dying in turn. Trade out for both sides, and for how this started here, Dan, the fact that it's within about 7K, not the worst for VP.
It's not the worst. I mean, this is what we talked about the previous game too. They're really good at sort of making it a controlled bleed and not losing too heavily or without allowing it to compound too much, but it feels pretty scary right now. Look at the damage coming in. The VP turning up in numbers here to gang up on the Yamato. Looks like an escape will be made and we back into the action. Oh my god, these queen strikes. How on earth is he phasing through space and time to hit that one?
For a mid-air right click on the top, the cameraman's demise in that corridor. Difficult to get a good shot, but overall, they adjusted to try to kill the Yamato. Yamato's able to live. Comes at the cost of the pocket, but interesting fight where the urn is now left to its own devices for a moment. Zanya, though, eventually going to pick it up, which was the goal to begin with.
Well, the urn is going to be collected, and it's going to be deposited. There will be a challenge, it seems. No also available. The cloud form is not online at the moment. So you have to be careful about this.
They go for the swap. Maybe they get the focus fire here onto the Abrams instead. Going back a little bit. You got Mo back into the fight. Swap coming in, stolen by the Sinclair. Just a quick little swap. Meanwhile, here comes the pocket moving on in. No affliction, but still can drop plenty of burst damage in turn. 1 win. Looking for pickoffs here. They lose Empty Dreams in turn. Both teams down 1 here so far. Urn going to get picked up by 1 win over. Looking for the turn. And instead, the combo comes in. Forces the Urn drop. And both teams fighting tooth and nail over the Urn. Viscous back over in. Flammable able to take down Listic, though. VP down 2. And I think the more wounded of the 2 teams here. Urn still in play. Flammable dropping the goo ball. What's going to happen here? Mikhail able to take down Flammable. It is so back and forth right now in between both sides. Urn still in play. Stormcloud, though, has come back up, and Zergy goes right back down. Taken out of the sky via Power Slash.
Perfectly timed Power Slash there. That cloud form, it was on cooldown for so long. Such poor timing, but look at the damage here. The Yamato, oppressive force in the front line, brawling and just now isolating the remainder of VP, finding them in these small corridors. Forced out though, but however, there are teammates to clean up for 1 win. So they're going to come out on top there and they're going to force some of these players back to base. In the meantime, VP do have the ability to take down that mid tower potentially. Sharik is putting the pressure on. Is he going to be able to get it in time? Okay, response comes in from Sinclair. There's the Hex and a lot of damage off the back of that, forcing out a small heal off of the... Wait, what's it called again? I want to say medallion. That's not medallion. Lock it.
Lock it. Rejuvenating lock it. But hang on. Yamato through space and time on the Obakim for like the 8th time this game. Obakim gonna fall for showing his face over into the left. A Guardian down in turn. All 3 Guardians now down in favor of 1win. And this, it's gotten bloody here. And oh, Zergy on a knife's edge there, Dan. Owl coming out right after. Look at Zergy. Zergy's just crying for help right now. Unbelievable. I think Zergy's gonna live. Zergy kind of the GOAT. Getting out of that one, Dan.
Yeah, and what we have pressing matters here on the mid lane as well. More forward pressure coming in from VP actually, but they might get chased down here, trying to make their escape. And looks like they're going to be able to do so. Great work from them to get out of there with that. But in the meantime, ABL up to the same shenanigans here, and it's listed. He now has, or rather, sorry, it is Sharik who has to now try to survive here. I don't know if I like the look of it. It's a Calico, but this is going to be difficult. Tornado comes in, more damage to Cube is going to be there to assist. That is so timely.
Yeah, and not only timely, you also got Zergy back in the fight. Stormcloud, ready to go, goes to the zip line. Really going over the top of DB, but things calm down. And this has been so back and forth, I feel like, for the last 5 minutes. Good time to bring in Jake, but Jake, this has been like some of the closest team fight I think we've seen in a long time. Yeah,
you got to give huge respect to VP right now. I mean, like, under the pressure they were on in the early game, 1win, we're spamming the well played. I think they thought they could just, like, blow this game out of the water, but VP have made it incredibly close. The quick rotation, showing up when they're getting ganked, not letting 1win just snowball over them the way they have against so many other teams. Still, Zanya having a huge game. I think really performing the Yamato opens the fight now with the ulti.
Perry in early. Mo win for combo opportunity, but instead Mo just dead. The first target in all these fights. Earn, meanwhile, dropping down on the right side. Owl in transition. See how we're gonna hit here as Shriek picks up the Earn instead. Hits the Walker in the back of the leg.
Overseas Airlines, man. Well, look how deep 1win are in the jungle of VP. Stealing from them. They won't have it though. We've got Ballistic in there, trying to force Flammable all the way back. Oh my god, the damage is actually kind of crazy. And we're going to get a finish there, thanks to the dots. Good presence from VP on the Urn. So that's going to allow them to pick it up. But the next step is depositing it. And they don't have control, VP on that left side.
Yeah, I mean, the lane situation on the left, not really ideal for VP as they're heading over. Or by the way, I feel like Obakim now has just fully embraced the support mode, where it's like, might be dying first every fight, but still looking for ways to get things done. But things are really developing here between left and middle at the moment. All centered around the Urn. It's going to be a full team fight taking place. So right now, taking a look at Zanya, looking for a way out. Zergy, Stormcloud just bursted on down with an Owl to boot over the top. So VP, down Zergy early. 1win still at decent health. ABL, though, might be in danger, getting really, really low. Spring Fire in from the Amato. Earn still in control of VP in the back here, though, Dan. So they give up one pick, but the Earn, still a question to be answered.
Yeah, it is. I don't know how much 1win will care about it. I think they can kind of do two things at once. They can kind of deal with the Urn by just pressuring the jungle and pressuring the Walker on the left side. And they can continue to get value out of the kills on the creeps, the kills on the neutral camps, while still preventing the Urn from getting picked up. So I don't think they're losing too much here with the sort of Urn pick up and drop that we're seeing from VP right now. And in the meantime, VP are trying to get some pressure on the right side lane, but we get that TP from Mirage across. So that's a 2v2 on the right side, and favorable numbers here. They're 3v2 for 1win on the left side.
Yeah, 1win is overcommitted to the left and trying to get a little bit of jungle while on the left side too. Is what we've been seeing so far. Calico, though, take a little bit of fisticuffs here with the Sinclair. Calico able to get away before the full pain comes in with 4 members of 1win on the left side. So you have 2 basically on Earn duty, and now VP trying to get value off on the right side. Might be doing just that. They chase down Empty Dreams, get rid of the option of him using Traveler, get into the fight. Now, quick swap coming on in. Cube right after. We'll see what rotates over on the left. You got Geist coming on over. Same with Abrams. A little bit of fisticuffs onto the teleporter. Overseas finding Shriek while this goes on, and Zanya just threads in the Urn.
All right, well, again, it's so interesting. I feel like if you couldn't see the soul counter, you would not expect it to be as close as it is. It's only an 11k difference, even though it feels like VP are really on the receiving end of just a brutal beating, like just again and again in a lot of the fights. The map control is not really going their way either, or the jungle invades, but still, it's only a 12k difference.
A lot of the beating you would be excused for thinking is that most of the beating has gone on the Obicam. There's been a punching bag, but into the vaults right now. Invade opportunity right now for 1win, and they just kill Listic where he stands. So they invade from 1win into the double vault zone. Right now, looking pretty effective. Mikhail going for the swap in turn right now. Same thing, come of the swap. Zergy drops a Stormcloud, but instead it's Flammable. I think Flammable just copied Stormcloud in the moment. That wasn't Zergy's Stormcloud at all, so yeah, one of the more valuable Sinclair copies, and now opens the way for mid-boss, and I think this is a great call. You don't have to worry about Stormcloud on the other end, which is one of the spoilers to make this difficult, and do they go for the contest here, Dan, is my question.
Yeah, I feel like the Stormcloud is indeed that trump card here. I don't know that they have any chance to go for this, especially against the Yamato. They can kind of guarantee this pickup.
And the Owl, for good measure. You burn 2 ults just because you don't want anything weird happening. I think that's a good investment by 1win, so they secure it. Now do they get pickoff here on top of it? All of them back out, looking for Mikhail S. In turn, they get the Walker, is D-Mob, so they do a Walker trade. They end up losing Mikhail in the process.
Yeah, they're chasing down these kills, and they're doing so excellently. This is a big problem. This is a big problem. The last time we were at this stage in the previous map between these two teams, where 1win were able to secure the reju, 1win actually gave up a pick. VP had a good way to take initiative and keep defending and kind of resist against it. But this time, it's much more one-sided. Maybe this is a good spot for Jake to come in, add his thoughts, because this is a kind of a pivotal moment.
Yeah, I think 1win have shown today in this series that they've fixed a lot of their historical issues, which I think were in the late game, like their ability to, clean up advantages. They've always been a great team at winning these dogfights, at like making good trades in the early game. But historically, they had made mistakes in this position. They had given teams chances to come back in the game, and it feels like they've really cleaned up right now. They're really showing what VP do against a lot of teams, where they're just like strangling the map right now. And I think the onus is on VP to do the impossible, to come out of the map and win a team fight into reju. If they don't, though, 1win are just going to get further ahead.
I'm looking for the Urn turn in now. VP looking on the contest. Mikhail able to take down Xenon early. Stormcloud in from Zergy at the top. This is a high-value Stormcloud coming on in, denying space. Gonna give VP the Urn. They get the picks. They get the Urn. Oh, my word. 1win might have just thrown away their advantage and then sub from just going 2 aggro on the Urn turn in. Unbelievable, Dan.
What were you saying, Jake?
Legend caster curse for me. Legend. You're welcome, VP fans in the chat. I mean, honestly, really well played to them. I think the fact that they were very ready for that Urn turn in, I mean, this is what makes VP so good. When they're behind, even with the soul disadvantage, they're still really good at the positional game, at playing the fights. And honestly, they pretty much even the game up. I'd still say with the couple rejuves that 1win have available, they're in a decent spot here. But I think this game is very winnable now for VP. That was a miracle team fight.
Yeah, I mean, VP, they fully evened up. You look at the end results here, and you think about both these teams in the end game. I mean, I think it's relatively even, Dan, as far as end game power here. You can make arguments for both. Maybe, arguably, even a slight advantage of VP, just given the fact that you get the Geist scaling in the end, even though you have to deal with the Yamato. So long as the Mo is on Yamato duty, you can limit how much Zanya is able to do. So, to me, this is really wide open, about as much as it gets for this point in the game.
Yeah, I think so too. And we saw that in the previous game when things looked grim, that this is a deficit that VP are pretty comfortable playing from. And they do have, I think, better scaling ultimately in their roster. So should be interesting to see how 1win try to recover from this position. They've got 4 players on this left side lane. So they can start to pressure this Walker. And they're trying to lay a trap there, but that's like Listic's not biting.
Yeah, I mean, they're hoping someone comes over to the left. I mean, okay, you got Mikhail coming over the lane. You got 2 in lane, but the opportunity has kind of passed. And now they're going, okay, we will eat jungle for the moment. You kind of have this ebb and flow between grabbing jungle versus looking for ganks, right? And they had a moment where they're like, okay, we're going to look for a gank. And now, doesn't happen, back to jungle. As, a little bit of contest on that jungle coming in from D-Mob saying, you'll get this rooftop for free.
Yeah, I think it was a bit too telegraphed, that previous gank attempt, because VP had vision in mid and all on the right side of the map, so they knew where they were, I think. Okay, well, speaking of which, VP now have a huge amount of players here over to the right side. But when coming in from the left side, they might get a good contact on this this ball. In fact, they're splitting up the VP team, so 2 players isolated, 3 players potentially isolated here that one could try to focus down. But no, VP just completely disengaging.
Really smart disengage call coming on in. Both teams, I think, treating the other with a whole lot of respect. I mean, VP, they got back into this from a very hard-fought earn fight. And now I do wonder, Dan, if it's going to be relatively calm up until we get to the next turn, which will be in about a minute or so. We'll see. I mean, one win, a little bit of aggression, some jungle on the VP side. VP doing much the same on the other end, if you look at where Listic is at. Both teams really just playing to not make an obvious mistake, at least until the next turn.
Well, again, if we're looking at the numbers game here, we've got a good amount of players for VP, but you can see, given that Pocket's on the high ground, laying down the barrage, they're a little bit wary of this engage. This gets in there, can get out easily. And again, posturing from both sides, and neither wants to sort of full commit here. And I mean, now the fact that we're like 139 to 139k makes sense. Mirage in trouble.
Yeah, Mirage is getting caught. Listic there on the spot. Deals with the Mirage, and now what comes of this? It's not a timing to get mid-boss, but is that timing to maybe push a Walker right now if you're VP. Seismic Slam coming on down, looking for Zergy. Zergy's been such a big threat, taken on down, and the Clone Storm Cloud on top. And yeah, really good counter pick from 1win. In fact, I'd say of the two, you like that trade a little bit more from the 1win end.
Again, like, you know, really trying to posture around this and both teams very wary of how the engagement starts. That's the most important part of the engagement. Going in though, for 1win, we got Zenon just charging in. There's the E-shift. Al makes its way through as well to try to create more
It disrupted the Urn. Right now it's all about Urn control. That's what the Owl was focused on. However, they're able to pick up the Urn again, and VP gets away. So 1win ideally wanted Urn control. They're not able to get it. And you just see the full rotations that's going on here. It could just be a full 6v6 next turn. Of course, Buff on the left side still in contest. Not quite sure who got that between the Pocket and the Mo. Both were up over there, but VP right now looking for the quick turn, and you got Viscous taking the teleport. The full team rotation over and in. The Storm Cloud is ready. Might be Storm v Storm as Flammable's gonna look to clone right away. Instead, they just go for the direct turn in. The cube on top, the cube secures the Urn, and the rescue beam out! The quick little razzle dazzle coming in from VP. You love to see it. And now they go for the team fight engage right after. Baby catching 1win off guard. Flammable super low. Listic got a great in. Yamato trying to turn around. Shadow transformation looking for the opportunity, but Listic just decimated the backline with Sharik. What a play from VP. The turn in into the engage. Damn, that is wild.
Yeah, and the fight's not done just yet. VP has scored every last member standing, and 1win are really committed into this fight at the moment. It's going to be very hard for them to get out of this one in one piece with the remaining players. It's 22. Empty Dreams is critically low, as is Overseas here. Overseas is going to be safe in the base, but can't say the same for Empty Dreams. And the Walker conversion here for VP, and suddenly they find themselves almost 20k ahead. Okay, Jake, what on earth do 1win do from this point of view?
I mean, now, like from a true strategic perspective, you know, 1win are in a rough spot. It's not unwinnable. I think the question now is how the mental is. I mean, this is 2 big back-to-back team fights. It's a nice pickoff from Overseas, though. Obikin maybe being a little bit too greedy, trying to get that Walker while the rest of the team takes mid-boss. I still think it's going to be a bit too late for 1win to make the contest. I think this is more or less a free rejuve for Virtus.pro and a real chance for them to take this game, force us to a decisive game 3. I think it would have been a letdown with the $2,000 prize pool to see this to not go game 3. So Virtus.pro going to be feeling pretty good about their position. And with the comeback they've made so far, I don't feel like they're going to give this one up.
Yeah,
man,
makes sense.
Dan, I'm still trying to recover from that last team fight. You know, people throw around the idea of, you know, absolute cinema a lot, but I mean, that was one of the most well-executed team fight engages we've seen from any team, let alone like also VP.
Yeah,
just really well played.
You can see it like in all of how much time was spent in like positioning, like choosing the timing, and the sort of the posturing around the position for both teams. And it does really seem, I agree that VP are the best team in the business in engineering these team fights to their advantage and being able to take initiative at the right time. And that's one of those skills that's really, really helping them recover despite the fact that they were behind they can kind of make up some of that soul diff because of that macro advantage that they have as a team. Another engage potentially.
One win getting tested, you know, the $2,000 certainly on their minds also, and see just where this next fight goes. Right now, all focused on the right lane. VP with the edge. Zergy, of course, perhaps the most valuable person to pick off for 1-1 if they're able to handle it, but Zergy, Dan, keeping a good distance at the moment.
Yeah, just again, a VP, they're being so careful. They kind of withdraw from the fight a little bit here, and that's you know, not necessarily them being like too passive, but they want to sort of also commit their opponents into a worse engage. If their opponents then have an opportunity to overextend, that's what's being offered by VP. VP though, realizing that their opponents are not biting, going to be pushing into them further, looking to go for the initiation there. Nice one off the combo kills. Tariq opens it up there, takes down the opposing frontliner. Zenon out of it. 3 players now down for 1 win. VP with the rejuve, absolutely cleaning house here, and oh my god, they could roll this into game.
At the very least, they're going to get first stage patron. I mean, the entire momentum has been done, and I wonder what Jake brought up, the idea of the mental damage to 1 win. I mean, you lose 2 big fights like that, it just had to be absolutely spirit-breaking. Yeah, you throw in an owl, but you know, at this point, it's just, you know, an owl of meek resistance rather than getting anything done. First stage patron about to fall, and VP, the question is, do you stick around?
Well, it's VP, and they definitely know how to not give up an edge, so we'll let them inform us as how they play it. But yeah, falling off is the expected move. A lot of ways to extend your lead on the map at the moment. That left side of the jungle completely open for business, and it will be ransacked by VP.
And away we go.
Everything going VP's way, getting the urn, getting the last team fight, building advantage, and first stage patron down. 1 win, who at one point was ahead in this game, who had everything going for them after just a devastatingly dominant middle lane, no less. I mean, you think back, Dan, the middle lane was just 1 win putting a masterclass with the pocket in middle. And it's just all gone to the wayside. VP, the best in the business at finding ways back from games, even when things have been going wrong. And I'm not sure you can necessarily say the same of 1 win, especially down this deep, this late into the game. But you know, when you gotta raise spirits, go for Obikim, who has been punching bag all game long, one way or another. Seismic slam, when you want to be sure, go for the mole drop. Owl on top of it. Oh man, that was like what, like 3 ults to kill Obikim?
Well, he's dead at least, and 1 win can rest easy knowing that much. Actually, Overseas on an 8 kill streak, I saw. So he's not managed to die in a lot of these difficult engagements recently. Obviously, much more of a backline focus in terms of positioning in the team fights, but still, good work from Overseas there. Okay, so 27k souls behind. At this point in the game, it's not insane, but the problem is that VP tends to have better team fighting when it comes to these, like everyone, when everyone's showing up, they just do a better job. And that's the problem, I think, here for 1 win.
Well, I think that's part of the problem, but also at this point, I also just think in terms of overall comp, when you have a Geist that's gotten this fed, like the overall like strength of the comps between both teams definitely is way more on VP's side, even if the economy was even at this point. It would be different if maybe the Yamato, you know, Zanya was like super far ahead or something like that, but I just think dealing with the Geist and the 7 and the Calco at this point, it's really difficult. I mean, VP's getting advantages in these team fights just by virtue also of the comp that they're playing at this point.
Well, what's interesting here is that VP are interested in his pickup, and look at the response from 1 win. They've said they've got 5 players, a 6th on the way.
Oh no, not again. The mole is in danger, Dan.
It's OB Kim, of course. Little E-shift.
Mole abuse is all I'm seeing right now. Is Obikim able to get away? I think Obikim is able to get away. They said the owl just to be sure, but in this case, it's not Mo going down another time, and said they use a lot of resources on Mo, and VP says, actually, you did all that, Obikim's still alive, we go, we fight, we get the combo in, we take down ABL, and the full engage now in for VP could be the game winner here. On top of it, Dan, you know, the ultimate punching bag is Mo, and sometimes it works in favor of the team with the Mo. This is Zanya running for life right now. Zergy way on top of it, dropping the stun. Zanya doing a decent job of fighting back, gets a little bit of health towards the end, but 20 HP and down. That is a team wipe coming in from VP, and this could be the end.
Yeah, VP. It looks like they've done it. Now it's the victory lap, and one win get unceremoniously finished off. Wow, what a comeback from VP. I mean, this is why I think Jake said it so well previously. It's like this is kind of why they win all the time. Is because even when they're losing, like they're just actually goat. And that's exactly what we saw here. VP tying the series up here. DFN 20 presented by Intel, and they're gonna even us up and once again look to threaten the title.
And the fact that VP was able to do this after what was objectively a terrible start. I mean, one win put them into the blender in middle lane. It went really, really bad, where VP got an early kill middle lane, and then everything went against them. It was just everyone was eating at the Obakim buffet. There were just anything that could have went wrong for a while did go wrong for VP. And you know, Jake, we talked about before this happened, we get to talk about it again. VP's a team that even when everything's looking bad, they find ways to be competitive or outright win. And clearly they did that this time.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to that one team fight where Sharik just like gets a massive combo, all of his spells hitting on like 3 or 4 one-win players. And that team fight, I think, is kind of the backbreaking one where one-win have an advantage. They should be coming to defend that urn with confidence. But VP, because they got the urn away on the other side, they got to the rotation a little bit quicker. They take the fight on their terms. And there's very few teams in Deadlock right now who can be down 20k souls and can think, you know what, we have the positional edge. We have the confidence that we're going to take this fight to you. And that's VP right now. Like, this is the reason this has been a championship squad, is because they can be in that spot and still have faith in themselves, still believe that this game is winnable. I mean, think about in your pubs, like how many games would people just be like tilted out of control the way this mid lane went?
I mean, it'd be over. It would have been over in the beginning, Dan. Also, I just got to point out here, I'm just, get a sneak peek at the end screen before it's even up on production end, but every death, may be going for a greater cause. Obakim died 13 times that game, like by far the most of any team. And yet, if you're using a bunch of resources on Mo, you're not using it on the rest of the team. So, I mean, in a way, it really did work out, Dan.
Yeah, certainly did. But I think one thing that OneWin will be thinking about, though, is, okay, how is it that we couldn't extend the lead when they got decisively ahead, given the nature of the heroes that they had that lead with as well? And I think that a lot of it is the credit to VP, because VP are not giving edges, or let's say easy mistakes to punish. So it might be a VP problem and maybe less of a OneWin problem that OneWin have to try to solve, because it's insane. Look at the value that they were getting, but then look at now what we see here on the scoreboard.
One thing I see from VP is I think when it comes to like the late game team fighting where all 12 players are in the fight, that's where VP are just decisively the best in the world. For me, OneWin on the lanes look like a better team. Like, we've seen it now twice that, like, yeah, they're getting a little bit more out of the lanes. Like, even in this game that they end up losing, they're incredibly strong individually on the small numbers engagements. They're dominant. But VP just have these amazing moments where they're so good at backing up in team fights, at regrouping, and then when they come with aggression, they move forward together. And like, that's a subtle part of MOBAs. When you watch like a top-down MOBA like Dota or something, you really see the top teams, they all back and move forward in like the same tempo and the same rhythm. But replicating that in Deadlock, I think, is so much more difficult due to the limited perspective nature of the game as a shooter. And the fact that VP are this clean with it, this hard to team fight in the late game, even with advantage, really bodes well for their chances going into game 3.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that was the clear difference in this series when it got to those late game team fights. We were talking about it a lot, and I love the subtleties where they kind of like pull back a little bit, pause to really bait the other team to like overcommit. And if that team makes a mistake, they get a sick team fight. But even if there were spots where VP had to like, okay, well, we can just take the initiative anyway, they would still find those timings also. So they're not one-dimensional. They're able to kind of find opportunities in the push and the pull. So I think that's a great way to talk about VP.
Well, look, this is Deadlock Fight Night, number 20, presented by Intel. And we had to go the distance here in EU. $2,000 on the line, thanks to an anonymous donation. We are going to the ultimate map here in EU, 1-to-1. The money match will conclude right after this break.
This is even easier than I expected.
Walker is under attack.
I'm becoming more and more like my father.
I see the moment.
They only have one shrine.
I see the moment.
This day will be remembered. Stay down.
I won't die today.
Job well done. I hope you all have the will to do what needs to be done.
Starts with a simple cut.
It was inevitable.
It is Deadlock Fight Night number 20, presented by Intel, the money match. Both teams have struck blood 1-1. I'm ZP here with DDK and Dan. We got ourselves a match, one win going toe-to-toe with VP, and VP showing incredible resilience at the same time, bring us to a final map to close it all out.
Yeah, did we just get a 25 gifted? So I know you don't usually shout those out, but that's pretty epic. Thank you for that. But yeah, CP, this
yes, we did.
is pretty epic. All the money's flying around at the moment as we get into the conclusion of this EU portion of the broadcast for this historic moment at DFN 20. Now, one win, we saw them get ahead. There's no reason to think, ZP, that they can't once again get ahead in the early laning phase. We heard Jake, describe it that they looks like the better team in those kind of brawly fights, in the early laning fights. They look like the better team, so they will have another opportunity to get an edge. But can they close it out against VP? Well, that's the hardest thing that you can do in Deadlock, is close out against VP. So.
Well, of course, we're going to be finding out the answer to that question, not with just me and you, but also with our third. It's going to be Jason rejoining the broadcast. And also, Jason, before we get to your thoughts, big shout outs to Philly 995 for the 25 gifted. That's enough where, I feel like it's worth a nice shout on the broadcast.
I do also have to clarify something to some people here in chat. The shaved head at 1,000 subs, that was for one night. That was, if we hit 1,000 subs on that day, I would have shaved my head. You have to go through my wife if you want me to do it any time now. Like that, I don't think she's gonna let that happen. I still think keeping her with me, and I kind of want to stay married to her. So
I think I'll save it. We're already far away. We've got another 900 to go or something. 869 to go.
Some Oilers gonna come in here and just drop like 500 subs, and then I'm gonna be like pooping myself here on air. But who's also pooping themselves? One win, because they look so dominant at the start of that match. ABL on the pocket. Well, there goes our 100% pocket win rate that we were talking about. Just decimated the lane, and yet VP holding on strong, as you heard Jake say, like one of the best in the world, if not the best in the world. They might be down, but they're not out, and they come back and bring it to a third.
Yeah, and I mean, look, overall, this has been what we've come to expect from these teams. Also, VP in particular, and just kind of, having the will of champions, so to speak, where even when you do beat them, Dan, it's never an easy task. I can think of maybe only one match ever where, VP just kind of rolled over, and that was back in their 7 days when 7 wasn't being played super well. It was like overly farm-based. But, other than that, VP, win or lose, one of the toughest teams to play against, period.
Oh yeah, I mean, they do a few things really well that make it the case where, like, as Jake put eloquently, in the big team fights, you can't really best them, so that's a problem. So you kind of have to win elsewhere in the game. And we saw, if you make a mistake against VP, they'll punish you. You'll get the max punish from them every time. So you can't also afford to really make a mistake. And if you make just one, it can compound. And that's kind of what we saw from one win. One or two bad fights, it starts to compound. And because VP are so good at controlled bleed, as I've been putting it, at losing the most, like the minimal when they're behind, suddenly they're just back in the game after punishing one or two mistakes. So that's what you have to deal with. It's so challenging.
Philly, chill. All right,
You got my
chill.
hopes
That's
Hope you're
another
happy.
25 from Philly. Big shout out to him. Of course, all the money goes back into the show. It does not go in our pockets, or so I'm told. ZP. It does not go in our pockets.
That's true. It goes to the show. It's one way of getting stuff done, where it's like we need we need a graphic commission or anything else. That's usually a lot where the Twitch money goes. It's just like stuff needs to happen. Well, we'll get it done. Where we've thankfully been supported by some cool modders. That's how we get Bow and Pro boxing gloves, graphics, that sort of stuff. But
we have a
demand's not changing.
Here.
ZP's like, I need another 50-90, so keep subbing here. I think about actually like the biggest comebacks we've had in DFM, and one match stands out. I think it was a Melee Creeps Llama Lords match back in like week 8 or 9 or something like that, where there was like a 50k soul difference, and I believe Llama Lords came back from that because of some failed. Actually, I think Melee Creeps came back from that because of some failed mid bosses that we had happen like multiple times. So it's not very often we see comebacks, and I think that's one thing that I really respect about VP here is when you get behind, you don't really get those opportunities to like learn from coming back. And I feel like the fact that they took it so serious and stayed focused, realizing that we have to find some way to do so, is really going to help them like in the long term when it comes to Deadlock, when you do have to play from behind against some of these teams.
Hello, darlings.
Well, take a look here. Calico coming out first. So it's kind of interesting where one win decided. We still value the Mirage, no matter what, on a first pick, with everything else being equivalent. But if you're VP here, Dan, you don't really change anything, I don't feel like. You can go Calico Paradox in this moment. Why wouldn't you repeat the draft that worked well for you last game? And you just kind of chalk up the middle game to execution differences, from my point of view, given the fact that you still won.
Yeah, I mean, they could definitely look at that and be like, okay, we got kind of blasted in the mid lane. And yeah, it's very unlikely that we'll get that badly blasted again. And even though that happened, we still won. So yeah, I totally follow the logic there that you presented. And And you can see it from the initial ban. VP's still getting the bebop out of the picture, so they are indeed doing the same kind of approach here, getting the paradox off of after the holiday ban. So it's the same cadence here. We get the pocket. So this is an identical draft so far from both teams. So where will the first deviation be? You'd expect it to be from one win, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, the deviation from one win would be expected there. Jason, a little bit distracted as Philly just continues splashing the Twitch chat repeatedly. Where thank you so much, Philly 995. I think we're tracking down a piano song name now. But look, one win coming in with the pocket and the early Kelvin. So this is a shift that Dan was just mentioning, is the idea of like, does one win change anything? And Jason, the Kelvin's been getting banned on the middle bands every single time by VP. That won't be the case this time, and it has changed the dynamic of the game a bit here.
It's so funny because I'm so happy this happened before I was going to say what I wanted to say. It was like, is Virtus.pro realistically going to ban Kelvin again? Why not just ban Pocket and just take that away? Like, are we realistically going to see Kelvin anymore at a one win? But I guess we're going to see our answer, and Virtus.pro might have been extremely punished in this situation, but that does leave open a couple of other potential picks to maybe come through. Virtus.pro again stealing up the 7, which of course Zergy, a insanely good 7. But I feel like Kelvin fits perfectly into the way one win want to play. You go into the jungle, you look for those picks, and by doing so, you use the frozen shelter, you lock them in, you get that guaranteed kill, and then you transition off the back of that. So it kind of really works with how they want to play. And VP change things up even further. Instead of taking away the Kelvin because it's been picked, they take away the Yamato. So Zanya going to be out of luck.
One extra detail about the Kelvin that's interesting is that one of the strengths of VP is those late game team fights, and the frozen shelter is a way to kind of actually like change the dynamics on the fly of those late team fights, and that could actually help to mitigate some of that advantage that VP have in those big team fights. But with one win, they've been going heavily into playmakers. Are they going to give up the Sinclair now because they've got the Kelvin and then lose what the Hex brings and then just forego any disruption or disable? That's what I'm wondering now.
What I wonder is, do they go Abrams here or Mo? Given that they have to get something extra for the front line, and they won't be able to go to the Geist again with the Geist being banned. And the front line is going to be more contested with Yamato not being here. So, yeah, I mean, Great Talon's still available, but do you go Great Talon over the available frontline options? I don't think you do, and they don't. They go for the Mo here. I think maybe the Abrams would have been better with what one win has been trying to focus on, because I think one win here, Jason, probably comes out with the Abrams, and to your point, they might grab the Great Talon here too, given that it's late in the draft and he's still available.
Yeah, I think you mentioned Sinclair, and I think that's also like a very viable pick to counter frozen shelter with your own frozen shelter. But for one win, we've seen them play without a front line, so I'm not necessarily sure they're going to be locking in some sort of front line. And this is one of the few times we've seen Vindicta get through this deep into the draft for VP, and we see it taken away here for one win. So a big adaptation out of them in this match. I think this is maybe that second gear that I was wanting to see out of them that I mentioned earlier on today about like one win need to show some sort of other play style to be able to win games if they want to be one of the best teams in the world, and this might be it.
What if they GT?
I can take whatever they throw at me.
The Flyers will be interesting because you got Mo and Krill, Calico on the other ends. Not really good at shooting up.
Well, take a look here. They get the Abrams kind of as expected. VP now, this is where they would have gone with the Geist if the Geist was available. So I'm curious if they go more on the DPS end or more into the tank end here. Not a ton of great options available in terms of frontliners. I mean, they could go Shiv. Shiv has been in the pool, but instead they decide Viscous first. Could be Viscous Shiv. I'm just thinking about what Listic might be playing here, because we'll see. We'll see if they go here. Yeah, I could. Yeah.
But I was thinking about Shiv as well, to be honest. I'm just trying to think how realistic could it be to win or to do well with a Shiv against this composition, because there's still a decent amount of lock, and then if you get locked in by a Calvo with the heal bane, like you're not going to be able to sustain inside of that.
Ooh.
Okay.
I mean, Listic can also play the Great Talon in this case too, right? It makes sense, but it is more of a shift, Dan, to go a little bit more DPS focused and a little bit less heavy on the front line relative to what VP has been playing.
I also like it because I think there's a world where one win could have picked that, and I think that would be a little bit interesting. But yeah, I'm curious for one win if they still go Sinclair, which was like a really good so that was a good pick for this final slot. And again, having the Hex kind of gives you an answer to some of the lockdown potential that you get at least from Mo and Krill. So it's good to have that extra utility. Also bolsters your early lane, because of all of the kind of support-ish heroes, Sinclair's probably one of the best early laners out there.
I was just taking a look at the last time we saw Kelvin. It actually was last week with Flammable playing Kelvin in the first matchup against Parivision, that best of 5. And then we did see him. Actually, we saw him play it twice in that series. And a decent track record, obviously, when it comes to Kelvin. And there's a reason it was being banned away. And when I say banned away, the one-win bombshell, I think it got banned like 4 out of 5 matches, if I'm not mistaken, by Virtus.pro. It was Bebop Kelvin every single time. And every time we've seen Virtus.pro play them since, it was generally the Bebop Kelvin ban on top of that. So for one win, the fact this is let through and you pick it up, I think this is time for you to win $2,000, man.
You know, I'm looking at this here. My allocation on, or, you know, my view of both of these teams, I actually don't enjoy the Kelvin that much from one win here. And for me, the reason is that I think if they had gotten the Amato, they would be set. I just think that unless Abrams is able to be just really, really farmed, like they'll probably put Xenon on the Abrams again. But if the Abrams falls behind at all, I don't think this composition works really into endgame, because I think VP overall just has way more generalized hero power, Dan. Just from what we've seen on paper, I like the VP lineup more, and I feel like one win has more very specific conditions for victory, largely based on just crushing some of the early lanes with the pocket. This is kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, it does. I do agree. I think the early lanes do feel a little bit weaker. I'm also trying to think what the pairings might be for one win. Like, who do you pair with the Abrams? Like, for me, I was thinking
Abrams Kelvin, right?
like
the Bass
either
brothers.
Vindicta or Kelvin. Yeah, it was kind of wild because you want to pair Vindicta with something that's going to support it really well. So yeah, I'm super curious to see how the lanes will turn out here. I am a bit more worried for one win. It does feel like what their strength is, winning the early lanes, feels like that's gone a bit weaker and it's gone a bit stronger for VP. So has their edge, one win's edge in the early game, gone?
Well, Jason, we're going to get a view of the lanes here, and I'm curious for your thoughts as we hop out into it. And yeah, they're going to do the Vindicta Abrams lane on one hand, and they're going to do Mirage into pocket in middle. And a quick little pause is, Obakim's probably saying some ground rules, saying, like, please do not, like, go out of your way to hit Mo every single team fight. Yeah,
I was looking at Zergy. He was going over to the right-hand lane, and he's like, wait a minute, where am I going? And he had to run back to the left lane to get over there. So it's going to be 7 Paradox. We're going to have the Kelvin and the Sinclair together, which I find kind of interesting. Decent amount of poke, yeah, but kill potential, I'm not so sure.
I think it's because they had to, like, they wanted the strongest middle lane they could get and to get the carries there, and then they had to pair the Vindicta with something like an Abrams, and then they're like, okay, well, what's left? I kind of feel like that's what happened. That's just me.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see this pan out. Again, I think middle lane, perhaps the most interesting setup here, and already see Obakim getting into it on the Mo and Krill, where anytime you can get scoring on an enemy hero early on, you're good for it, which is why you'll see Mo's just, hide in the Cosmic Veils and just, wait for opportunities. So a lot of pressure being applied in the middle. But Jason, before we let you go, anything look out to you here as Flammable actually getting the first blood?
Yeah, don't listen to me clearly, because I was saying why I don't really see a lot of kill potential in this right-hand side lane. Also interesting to note that Empty Dream is actually going to be the one over on the pocket, and ABL is going to be the one playing Sinclair. So we're starting to see some depth in ABL's pool where he doesn't necessarily need to play that, like, super strong carry like a Pocket or Yamato or Calico.
The Vexing Bolt is chunky damage.
It's hard to deny the power of Sinclair's early laning ability. I think it's part of why Sinclair at one point was, very highly valued. Obviously, things have evolved, and whether it be NA or EU, not quite the first pick, first ban terror he once was. But one would certainly try to pick him up wherever possible. But looking between the lanes right now, one win, a little bit ahead here thus far off the early parts. And when you start seeing a 2K gap this early, Dan, part of it also is that there's probably a little bit of a deny advantage that's built up. I'm not sure which lane has been giving it up, but in terms of early pressure, this is kind of significant.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely very important. We've just seen how, I think especially, it's not just the early game is important, but I just think in the context also of this match where you're against VP who are so strong at all of the rest of the game. I mean, it's not like the early game's bad, but that's kind of like VP trade off some of the early game strength to be more resilient going into the mid game, have some of that scaling, and have like a comp that works really well in these team fights as well, which is more of a later game thing. So Your big edge is, I think, what OneWin did previously, where they create a comp that's very heavily designed around massive playmaking, just domination in the early laning phase. And even if you have good scaling, your team fighting has to be good enough. And if it's not, VP will still win. That's kind of like the story of the last game.
I think a lot of the pressure has probably come from Vital. Just look at everyone's economy right now, where not only did they get the early kill, but I think Mirage in general could just be such a terror when it comes to getting denies, having constant range pressure, keeping a Mo back. And then you have kind of 1-2 punch where you're getting, nickel and dimed down by the Mirage. And then you have the burst potential from the pocket that's over in lane. And you might be seeing a little bit of that right now, where just the damage from Xenon really consistent on the Opekin.
And that's the power of the Mirage. Really good at chunking down a Mo, especially big hitbox. Get the chin smart going. A lot of damage. Ooh, unable to cut off line of sight for long enough there. Takes a bit of a chunky damage himself overseas. I don't know that I've seen overseas at DFM play Vindicta. I don't know that. Wait, have OneWin actually run Vindicta before? I don't know. At DFN.
I think generally they do prefer more on the talent side. I feel like them picking Vindicta was more of they were worried VP would pick it, but I don't even know if VP was going to do that, given that Paradox was likely going to be what McKLS was playing, right? And the fact that Talon is more enlistic's hero pool than anything else. So it's kind of an interesting choice that they've gone. But Jason has the answer to your question there, Dan.
Yeah. Well, Jason typed in the stats, giving the answers. And that's the Affliction, that Affliction pressure once again. And Empty Dreams, I have high hopes for Empty Dreams, because last week we saw Empty Dreams be really the predominant pocket player for OneWin, and he was absolutely crushing.
It's been really good so far. Also, just no care in the world. Xenon walking for it. Maybe should have cared a little bit. Return the Shadow coming on in, and okay, still able to rotate around. And yeah, I mean, I think the power of Affliction to just send people out of a lane to get free Guardian pressure in this early stage is quite powerful, particularly when, the one linking thing we've seen is that ganks early on are quite rare. I mean, people stick to their lanes now in early game Deadlock for the most part.
Yeah, and I got to just add a detail there too. Zenon on the Mirage, when he like went into the opponent's shop, didn't have Tornado was off cooldown. It's just like hanging out there. It's just like no escape option. Just it's interesting. Little note. Now, just trying to check out the tower damage here. Oh, nice pick off again. Zenon is. I mean, you can see really why Mirage is a first pick candidate.
Between the last map and this map, I just feel like there's a hidden mechanic where, the more you sacrifice your Mo, the more the rest of your team gains power. It's what I'm riding on, because it was a rough start for Obekim in the last game, and now is a rough start again. Frozen Shelter, forced out, flammable, just low on HP, use it for a bit of a heal. Instead, a little bit of an owl cancel coming on in. Listic was like, do I throw the owl out? And decides no. Goes off to the side now, takes a little bit of cover, could throw it out now, looking for the Sinclair perhaps. Flammable is still shot down, and here we go. Owl Cam over and in. Listic, is he gonna connect? He does. ABL down.
Cleaning out some of these tower creeps. So actually one with a slight advantage on the souls, slight edge there, 2K. And overall, I think similar to last game, OneWin are doing a better job on actual tower damage as well. And okay, big fight here in the mid as well. There goes the dive. Obekim is going to get taken out, of course, by Empty Dreams. So you can slip away, you can pocket. And that mid tower is in trouble. In fact, the Calico might be in trouble too. Empty Dreams coming in again, but it's the ult there to block the damage. Maybe get the follow-up, the satcheling out. Ooh. And finishing blow, but in comes Zenon from the back. And that's going to be the kill and potentially more tower damage there for Zenon. He's just been farming this one up.
Yeah, I mean, Zenon's going to get mid-tower, but I do enjoy the parry attempt from the pocket there. That was actually smart and could have worked. Meanwhile, though, Zergy, Stormcloud, gonna have to cancel under pressure here from the Abrams, and overseas, the assassinate from behind. OneWin again, showing to be kind of masters of the early laning phase here, Dan, where they're about to get middle tower. They're getting plenty of pressure here on to the left. Yeah, I mean, the KLS is back and should be forcing this back a little bit, but the overall trends of the game are significant, and the lead even more so thus far.
Can we see if it's like a crow build or like an assassinate? Because it's hard to see. We can't see if he's leveling up. Which at the moment, 2-2.
Yeah, both are ranked to level 2.
Oh, nice. Jason in with the goods.
Also, how did chat just get to the point where you saw the owl get brought out and then not get brought out, and the immediate instinct of Twitch has say the edging owl? Come on, guys. Come on. Is all I gotta say there. But look between both teams. Abrams now gonna get forced back. I was just trying to do a little bit of peaceful gambling there, Dan, and VP not really approving.
Yeah, and this is actually dangerous to VP right now. We have a collection of players here. For one, when you can see Overseas over the top again with the assassinates, and that tower pressure is undeniable here for Zergy on the 7. Just has to watch them destroy the Guardian. He can't do anything.
Might also be incentivized to run now in Vindicta assassinate range. But just trying to hit the right balance between keeping lane pressure and not dying. And VP just continuing to add on to their lead here so far. Mo, though, combo here in the tower. Pocket would be the great escape. Once more, 7 HP and down. And that is a gift, Dan! A gift that's going to be immediately picked up by Sharik.
Damn, this is a problem here because someone's like flying over the top here. The Vindicta trying to get those angles. Overseas does so much damage. Danya trying to get to the Paradox. Paradox trying to make his way out of there. It's not going to happen though. Surrounded again, and it's once more just another strong early game. Like a really strong early game here. From
also, Overseas has become a problem. Like, you're talking about the ideas like, oh, one win just, doesn't really play a lot of Vindicta as of late. Well, guess what? They're playing Vindicta. Overseas is on it. And the pressure has been immense here so far. Nearly a 10K lead heading into 10 minutes. Ballistic going for the owl. Doesn't delay this time. Over, in. Doesn't fish off the kill just yet. Is the final blow going to come in? It does. Drops a bag right after. Ballistic going for it. Rabbit now says, I want the bag, but might be giving up the bag in turn. Green kills Dan, and that's a great example of why.
Yeah, indeed. Well, look at Zenon. I feel like every time we watch Zenon, he's just chilling. Absolutely chilling in this mid lane, farming up, getting everything that he wants. That's a scary prospect. But with that said, Zenon is 9k souls, as is ABL on the Sinclair. Wait, ABL's playing Sinclair, I just realized. As is Overseas on the Vindicta. So, solid start. Sharik, though, 10k on the Calico. So, the Calico shenanigans certainly going to be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, you look at overall income allocation, it's not terribly bad for VP just because of where the Talon and Calico are and the fact that, I think Zergy is closer to 8k rather than 7k. But, the overall aggregate's still a little bit tough as we run into this earned fight. We'll see how the contest comes out here. A lot could be set by this earned fight. Either one win is going to have a very clear advantage or VP is going to even the game. Those are the two paths we're at right now, Dan.
Oh. Out of the docking bay, over the ocean, and into the mountain. 3 players.
Before it gets me killed.
The disruption.
One win's used a lot of their ult power here, and VP, aside from Obakim, is pretty healthy. Obakim drops the combo, hot low HP. Flameball was able to catch Mikhail S while that was going on. Obakim down in turn, 2 down for VP here. One win not really damaged in turn. And now, overall, one win getting the advantage in the fight. And VP forced back. So, once again, we're really testing the VP resilience game after game right now, Dan.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see actually some of the benefits that Kelvin is having. Gets the Divine Barrier really early. We see that helpful to keep Sanya alive and just giving a bit more love, I think, to the people engaging on the front line. Keep them up longer. And the Kelvin didn't really seem to weaken the early game as maybe we were thinking there could be a chance that it would. Okay, Zenon's just going in right now for the pressure, trying to make life hellish here for ABL, for Sharik, sorry.
Return the Shadow used. Mo is here. It's a 6k Mo. It's more bark than bites, but, combo when it's up can be a bit of a threat. Middle lane, though, continuing to get more reinforcement. Zergy is in, 4 men in, 4 VP. One win rotating the same in turn. 4 versus 4 in mid lane. Zergy, Stormcloud, good to go. Sharik able to take down Xenon early. Xenon staying a little bit too long. And VP still has options to go here. The assassinate, though, just ends Sharik with the aid of Xenon. He's right back in the fight.
Yeah, this is looking really scary. I think, as you said, on Overseas. Overseas is.
I say right back in the fight. It was what's it called? It wasn't a Traveler Beckett. It was just like you still had the Xenon dot on him, the Jin's mark. So yeah.
Oh my
It's like,
goodness.
that didn't make sense. It didn't make sense for him, but now it makes sense now.
Well, I'm glad that it makes sense now. That's good. We're gonna have to try to make sense of this though from VP's perspective, because they are actually 14k souls down now, and we've talked them up so much about these team fights and everything else, but they are not stopping the bleeding like they typically are able to at this stage of the game. Whoa, Google gets stopped dead. I thought you couldn't stop a Google actually.
Yeah, you competed, and ooh, just the fade away onto Empty Dreams from D-Mov. Point for VP to stay in it.
The Google in motion stays in motion. We've got the in addition to the Newtonian physics, we've got a 3v2 here in favor of one win, and look at this. We've got a frozen shelter coming in handy. Poor Oberkim sailing so.
I mean, Obakim's just used to it at this point. Obakim has by far the most familiarity with the spawn point in this game. Swap on the Zanya. Limits what the Seismic Slam could do. Getting hit in turn. Still at 13k, not the easiest kill. Mikhail looking pretty poor. Zergy drops a Storm Cloud, just immediately gets punished in turn. So, you know, the Storm Cloud's off on cooldown. You lose Zergy, and, you know, one win. I mean, this is a sizable advantage, and, you know, maybe a good time to bring in Jason. You know, Jason, where are we looking at right now?
I'm looking at Obi Kim sitting in line trying to buy food with food stamps, man. 7k. Him and Mikhail S have been just in such a tough spot this entire match. But I think the saving grace is I look at the side of one win, and with ABL not on a carry, you're really just dependent on, like, I feel like Empty Dreams and maybe Xenon to be the carry for your team. But then Virtus.pro, you have Zergy, you have Listic, you have Sharik. You have some really good late game carries for your team. So Virtus.pro, if you can just hold on, if you can just survive, stop the rot somehow, just not fall even further behind, then I feel like Virtus.pro can still easily come back into this.
I mean, this still could be Shriek getting hunted down here. It's on a knife's edge. You got Overseas in over the top, doesn't get faked out, kills Shriek, gets the bag back. And I mean, Overseas to me has been the story in this game so far. Just incredible Vindicta play, even if it's not reflected being the most farmed on the team. Frozen Shelter though, down on the urn, one win, not looking to give it up. Looking for Listic. Listic goes for the parry. Over to the side. Everyone rotating over and in on to the right. Frozen Shelter has already been used. Urn, though, going to be picked up here by the Kelvin as Empty Dreams just dives the backline, gets rid of Obakim once more. And at this point, one win is just able to kind of exert their will on the game, and with 2 early picks, Dan, they just may bring this Urn straight into VP territory.
Yeah, and why not? I mean, when you're Vindicta's able to just say, yeah, 1v1 versus the Calico, yeah, I'll go for that. That's definitely a statement. That's a problem if you're ever finding yourself at that point. And here they go. One win all the way into the deposit zone. And VP will have some players here. Well, they have enough. They got 3 against 5. I don't think this is worth it for VP to contest. But look at this one win. They don't know how many players are on the other end. They actually fall off.
Honestly, good split-second decision making by Flamble. I think if Flamble tried to force the Urn, it would not have gone well. And I think one win realizes, wait, we're 15k ahead. We don't need this Urn anywhere near as much as VP needs it. So I think just the moment there, whoever made the shot call on one win to be like, no, really excellent shot call.
VP are sticking around though towards that left side of the map. They are rotating GT across as well. So 4 players to block the potential route to the Urn. And additionally, Empty Dreams is now coming over for one win to potentially reinforce the effort. And at the same time, you got that map pressure on the right side. You got that Mirage just doing Mirage things, and then just making sure that they keep pressure on the other side of the map. Can TP across at any moment. Actually, his TP is down. Never mind.
And something Jason brings up that we should have brought up earlier is still no flex slot for VP at the moment. So, I think part is just when your heroes are more on playmaking, like your Paradox has been having a tough time, and your Mo, is doing combos, but has been the sacrifice. It's tough, but in this case, the combo connects. The bag is secured, and Nobakim may be down. You still take that trade at this point if you're VP. Have to trade the 10k Mo for the 15k Abrams as Listic comes in over the top, snipes down the pocket, gets the bag, and now a little bit of flyer versus flyer action here in the rooftops. Power shot in, here comes the Owl. Looking for Vindicta, Overseas looking real low. Getting healed up in turn by Flammable though, going, you will not die, but We'll see how good that promise is. Divine Barrier pop, 300 HP. Westic turns around. No! The counter shot overseas. Not dying to that power shot. Assassinated turn. Leaves with the bag. Getting paid, Dan.
You don't have to headshot in this game, but for some reason, Overseas is just gonna choose to like line that one up. Oh man, and this is the support. Like Jason was talking previously about like how teams are opting not to have those supports. You get Kelvin in the game, you get the Divine Barrier, you get the healing Nova, you get the regular heal. All of that went onto the Vindicta to keep Overseas alive, and obviously that would not have happened in the previous match with no Kelvin. So we're seeing the value of the Kelvin there. Oh, apparently there's extra damage with the headshot.
There is. It's been in for a bit. It's like 25% or thereabouts. Just because at some points I was like, you know what, you should get a little bit extra damage for plunk in the head there, and Overseas right now, not missing. But
not bad.
109k to 90k, nearly a 20k lead for one win. And again, you look at the economy allocation, there's ways back into it, but oh boy, one win. They don't miss an opportunity to force mid-boss when they think they're ahead. How is this one going to pan out? VP definitely looking very keen to contest. And in fact, it's one win. They pull off. They decide we're going to pull off. We're going to look for picks here in the interim. Not the most ideal spot for Vindicta to fight, but okay, they finish off the mid-boss. Rejuvenator coming on down. Affliction dropped pretty early here by Empty Dreams on the other side. Empty Dreams under pressure. Frozen Shelter going to be dropped here, stopping the Rejuvenator for a moment. Both teams all in. We have the Storm Cloud, the duplicated Storm Cloud from ABL, and the real Storm Cloud from Zergy, but the duplicated Storm Cloud absolutely cleaves and dominates. VP crushed by the Sinclair copy. Massive, Dan.
Dude, plagiarism is disgusting, okay? I will not be having any of that. We should that deserves a ban. Let's get him out of the program. Oh my goodness. You're not supposed to succeed in life by plagiarizing others, VP.
Well, sometimes real life works in ways that people don't want to publicize when it comes to that, but the plagiarism effective for ABL. Stormcloud just a bit stormier than what Zergy did in turn. Also, he got Stormcloud up earlier on top of it, so oh boy, one win in a massive advantage now. They can sense the defense now, Dan, and the sweet, sweet prize of the $2,000 at stake.
Wow. 40k ahead. 40k ahead. Now, we've seen the lead go away before, but this game has felt different. I think we've called it out in the various inflection points where VP would normally be able to limit how many souls they are behind, despite kind of losing map control or some of the early Guardians. They were not able to limit the losses this time around. One would have been able to keep the pressure up, and they're finding way more success there. Maybe it's a good time. Well, hold on, actually. We're going to have another team fight, looks like, over this earn drop-off once again. I was about to bring Jason in, ZB, but probably bad timing.
Not the greatest time, as they are just looking for it. And when you have this big of a stat difference, why not Abrams just going to take care of the cat problem here? Heavy pressure on the Shriek, nowhere to go. When your cat goes dying that easy, you know the game has been going your way. Two already down for VP, one win. Just roll into the earn turn, and Xenon threads on through. They get 3 kills on top of it, and VP is on the brink of getting eliminated in the money match as one win looks unstoppable. And now, Dan, we can bring in Jason for a little bit of commentary on top.
Well, this has been an interesting development, I would say. I mean, I didn't have a lot of expectations for ABL when it came to Sinclair, just in terms of the heroes he likes to play of being able to carry it. But I mean, his Stormcloud in that mid-boss pit, killing 4 people. Now they've cracked open the base of Virtus.pro. They're showing no signs of stopping him. The lead, it's over 50k, man. Like this, you should not be able to lose a lead like this. I almost want to call it here. I don't want to say Virtus.pro's out, but 50, almost to 60k once they retreat and take the jungle, that's an insurmountable amount.
It just what they would need to do to get picks here, it's just ridiculous. Also, one win, kind of a reputation for trying to finish to the advantage of the can. Another kill in the Overkim for good measure. 2 down for VP, 1 win. They can taste the bonus prize pool here and now. Sharik gonna fall, and 1 win, just pummeling the Patron here at the end. Storm Clouds come out for both teams, but ABL's has been a little bit stronger overall. The Patron lower and lower. Hang on though, VP with 2. Hold up. Are they actually gonna hold? Is this gonna be a thing? Dan, it's not over yet.
They're pushing them back. They think it's all over. but it's not over
I thought
just
they had a
yet.
little bit more gas in the tank, but I mean, one win dying in the middle of a throne push is perhaps the most one-win thing ever. It is very on brand.
Well, I mean, if they can do it 2 more times in a row, then that would be the trifecta. That would be the that would be pure magic. But it's still a huge advantage here for one win. So I doubt we'll see any shenanigans such as that. I'm sure they still remember the last time when that happened.
Honestly, I just thought they had enough damage to finish it off there. Like, I thought ABL would tank through on the Stormcloud. It didn't happen. But also, as Jason points out, VP on the board with the flex slot, still down about 40k. A little bit of teleporter action though. Low camp in the teleporter, a little bit of combo, but VP for now. They have to play hit and run here, Dan. They still cannot fight evenly, but the patron will heal up, and it's not over yet.
This is really interesting because this extends the game. So 57k. Oh my goodness, 37k soul difference. So it's actually not insane, the difference. And considering, if we think about VP as a team at this stage of the game, I feel like if one winner they're effectively like 15k souls less ahead against VP's capacity in the team fight, because VP are so good at the team fights and the setups there. So I don't think the lead is actually quite as bad as it looks. It's still bad, don't get me wrong, but I'm just trying to say that VP with a good fight or two can mount a comeback. We saw that in the last games. So
they're looking for the Sinclair. If they get Sinclair early pick would be amazing. The Rabbit Hex though, out in response, I think may have just saved ABL's life. ABL though, enemy number 1 just because of the clone Stormcloud. Sharik in the frozen shelter, dashing up out of the danger zone. 2 HP, Ballistic, just getting a little bit of taste of the affliction. Not really enjoying life. Trying to escape and knows Anya on the chase down. Doesn't let me get away. 2 down. I got news for you, Dan. One's going to go directly back to the patron here. I don't think they're going to wait.
no, but Stormcloud is online, so if there's a world where Zergy can set that up effectively, that'd be great. But if he loses too many teammates, that's not going to be enough. Need to keep some teammates online here to mount this defense. But yeah, they're looking to go for this patron at this point. And in fact, it's full HP.
This time around, Dan, I believe one win has done it. 5 down for VP, the patron. But okay, they don't actually have the backdoor protection is still active. They haven't pushed up the lane yet. Hold the phone. Surely, and this is like one of those things. Like you're telling me there's a chance. Is the backdoor protection gone now? They kill. Empty Dreams dies inside the throne, but the patron. It's too much damage. One win has done it. They take home the $2,000 bonus prize pool. They defeat Virtus.pro and they defend their spot as champions at Deadlock Fight Night Europe, presented by Intel. What a round for our 20th Deadlock Fight Night in EU for one win to hold serve. And that was a game there, Dan.
Well, maybe we now understand why the Kelvin ban was coming in every single time, because this was the most decisive victory for one win, and it's the game where they managed to get the Kelvin. And we did see a lot of the applications of that Kelvin. And actually, another thing that's interesting in terms of the developments of this is that the way that we saw the drafts going across the series kind of created this world where Mikhail wasn't getting onto the Vindicta. And so that also opened up overseas to be able to pick the Vindicta. So there's some interesting dynamics across the drafts for us to end up in this place where one win have a decisive edge going into the game.
And of course, Jason, you were watching all that from the beginning, the twists and turns, but in the end, one win, they got the advantage, they seized it, and it was it. And I think back to that mid-boss battle where you steal the Stormcloud and you be stormier than the opponents. ABL, to me, that was the series winning play.
Yeah, I think it's not been a secret that I'm very critical and harsh on teams. Like, I wasn't afraid to say certain teams kind of suck. You know which ones I'm thinking about, a certain EU team. And I've been very harsh on one win, but you know what? I will give them the credit when it's due. Seen them switch things up, obviously able to pick up the Kelvin, but more importantly, seen ABL play over towards Sinclair, which obviously he made some great individual plays, but they kind of showed some depth to the roster of what they have. We normally look at Empty Dreams and ABL as the two players who carry one win to victory. But, as you mentioned, ZP, overseas definitely put in some serious work here. He as well showed some flexibility. In match 2 on his Great Talon, he put up the highest player damage in the lobby. Match 3, able to switch over to Vindicta. Yes, again, another flyer, but was able to put down so much work with his owls, becoming a terror for Virtus.pro. And then even Xenon, I think deserves a lot of credit. His Mirage play early on in match 3, he just punished Obikim over and over and over and over again. That 1win is really starting to prove to be easily one of the top contenders. I mean, they have kind of been the second highest contender in EU, but definitely able to stick it to Virtus.pro. If they can do this consistently and continue to adapt on their style and continue to like deepen the pool across all their players, I think Virtus.pro are gonna have a hard time, you know, getting that thrown back and taking, was it 7 weeks in a row back to back in DFN.
Yeah, high praise indeed. I think I totally agree. I was ready to say that our VP is the best team, but 1win are my favorite team in EU, just because you know, VP fundamentally have been so consistent, so good. But 1win, I've really enjoyed them because of how aggressive they are, how their players, how so many of their players have all these playmakers to go to, and the diversity is also of the hero pool. Like you said, I've seen ABL have great performances now on such a range of heroes I didn't expect. That's been really cool, because it started out where I was like getting to know ABL as like, oh, this guy's dangerous on Yamato, but if you ban Yamato, it's fine. But now you can actually play so many other heroes at a high level, and seeing Overseas' versatility as well. We saw it this game 10-0, he didn't die once.
Also, speaking in deaths, I mean, look, even though it worked out in map 2 as sort of the, you know, the punching bag, you probably have to look at what happened in terms of the early game, especially with like Michaelis having a tough early game and Obikim in particular just being the target throughout the early to middle game. Like your Mo dying 14 times with like at least 2/3 of that being in the first 15 minutes of the game. It was tough. I mean, Mo is really good, but something happened lane-wise here where, look, there was a lot of pressure, especially with the Mirage being put up there. But, you know, you're looking at VP, things to fix. I think you look at what happened with your Mo play here, and you also just kind of look at the early game in general, because even in the map that they won, the early game was not kind to them as far as the laning phase went, and they were always having to play from behind. I don't know how consistently you can be good in Deadlock if you have to continually make up for a bad early laning phase, right? So for me, for VP, yeah, there's a lot to praise, but man, Jason, do they have to go back to the drawing board for figuring out their early laning?
Yeah, but the thing is that excites me about Virtus.pro. But whenever we see them lose, they come back like the following week or whenever they're reinvited back and just look to smash their opponents. The thing is, Virtus.pro, if you look at all the EU teams, do they ever get tested anymore? And 1win's kind of been the only team to really do so. And when 1win beat them a few weeks back, then Virtus.pro went on to beat them in 1win Bombshell and then just slaughtered them the next week of DFN. So for me, I'm excited to see Virtus.pro finally be pushed here a little bit more and show what depth they have as a team and what they're going to come up with next.
Well, also, this was a tough one given the play that we saw over the course of the series, but we got to do our player of the match presented by Intel. And Dan, it's going to be ABL. We could have made an argument for Overseas, could have made an argument across the board, but ABL, just remarkable consistency all day long. It was difficult to choose someone else here.
Yeah, and we see him again, as we do in these series, on 3 different heroes in each map. We get the Calico here, then we go into the Pocket, then we go onto the Sinclair, so quite the diverse choice there. But yeah, just the dominance here from ABL was so incredible, just playing the Calico in such an aggressive way. And the way that, you know, he's able to use Ava to like farm boxes super efficiently at the same time to stay really active in the opponent's jungle to maintain the ganking pressure, but consistently be just getting ahead. And then obviously understanding how to push it to the limit on Calico was truly remarkable. In fact, I think ZP, you were the one that said if you want to learn how to play Calico, this is this first map. That's the match ID you want to go to, because the Calico play was impeccable.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better example of how is Calico good right now in Deadlock, in this current version of the game. Well, you look at map 1, look at what ABL did. That's all the incentive you need. And, you know, Jason, I think you're the one that really talked about this, but ABL is also very versatile over the course of this series, where, you know, we saw even more of the ABL's hero pool than we thought possible.
Yeah, I didn't think Sinclair would be picked by him, if I'm perfectly honest. And I did have questions at the beginning of, like, can he carry, so to say, on a Sinclair?
Right,
and we see in this fight alone, a Stormcloud stealing away and gets 4 kills off the back of that. Like, he definitely had the potential to do so. He was definitely a pain in the ASA VP when it came to laning phase, with him and Kelvin paired together, able to poke quite consistently. he's proven to have a lot of impact on anything he plays. I still want to see maybe a couple more things. Obviously, you've seen now what we've seen: Calico, we've seen Pocket, we've seen Yamato, and I think we've seen Sinclair only out of him. I'd have to go check my database for that one, and I'm kind of too lazy to do so right now. But I still want to see a little bit more potentially out of him. But he seems to be similar to like the Leffa of EU in my eyes. And then you have Empty Dreams be more like towards the Rocker or the DMB in the past, where you just farm up and then have the impact later on. And it seems like we kind of have these roles being set within teams of these playmakers and these late game farmers as well.
Well, we do have an interview here with One Win. We got Xenon, who played well all day long. Xenon, first and foremost, congratulations on your victory, especially on our 20th week celebration with the bonus prize pool. You know, first and foremost, I gotta say, One Win, you guys looked really good all day today, especially in the early laning phase. You know, what was the thought process behind how you guys assembled your comps with the eye to the early game?
Okay, guys. I mean, game didn't change that much since the 3-lane patch. So you want strong laners in general. So our draft was focused on getting 3 strong laners in first stage, and last 3 picks is just to make the synergy between the heroes.
Okay, makes sense. I want to talk about maybe game 2, because you guys had a really strong start thinking about ABL when it came to Pocket. In your opinion, what kind of went wrong for you in match 2 to allow Virtus.pro to get back into it and take it to a map 3?
I mean, obviously the game was in our hands. We had a really good lead, but I think we didn't anticipate the viscous punch, which can delay the urn, which happened on the 4th urn, I think. So viscous punch didn't let us to deposit the urn. So we took a really bad fight. So it's just pure our mistake. Because even before the game, we knew that Virtus.pro like to use Viscous as the urn denier to delay and let the team to come and fight. So yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you, man.
Makes sense. Yeah. What have you guys been focusing on to improve as a team? Because I think we've seen consistently you guys are really good at the early lane. It makes sense that you say that that's been a focus of yours. But in terms of, when I look at VP, they seem really strong at like all phases of the game, and it's really hard to catch a mistake from them. So what have you guys been focusing on to improve yourselves as a team to be able to get better than VP?
I think the main focus was to not just invade the enemy jungle, but also secure yours. Because whenever we were invading enemy jungle, they replied to us. They took our slot machines while we were taking theirs. So during last week, we were focusing on securing our Gamba. So yeah.
Well, you never want to give up the Gamba. But I have one final question for myself here. Is that as people saw in especially the last 2 games, there was a lot of focus on Obikim on the Mo and Krill. Was that actually an intentional choice of just trying to make the life for Mo as difficult as possible, or is Obikim just crimes of opportunity on your end? What was the logic behind that? Because it was tough for Obikim in maps 2 and 3.
Yeah, it clearly was hard for him because last time when he had good game on Mo, it was by support of Mirage, who is like insanely strong laner, so he can turn on the Mo, because like if Mirage has front lane, he can win lane solo kinda. But this time, since they were banning Bebop, and we had first pick all 3 maps, so we had Mirage on our side, and none other heroes can secure the lane like that as Mirage. So it's not Obicum's fault, sort of. It's just because of hard matchups in lane.
Well, makes sense to me. We're going to wrap things up here, but Xenon, any final words you want to say to the fans or viewers watching here as you guys won the 20th Deadlock Fight Night with the bonus prize pool? The floor is yours for any final comments.
Thank you guys for creating these tournaments. Thanks to my team, coach, manager, org itself. Thanks to everyone who supports us or Deadlock. Enjoy the NA party, guys. See you.
All right. Well, that was Xenon and Jason, Dan. It's kind of cool to get the insight into what was going on behind there. Also, just we kind of talked about it a little bit, the importance of Mirage, where even when Mirage isn't making plays directly, the impact of Mirage in early laning or just later on, and how it lets you just control tempo on the map, hard to understate.
Oh yeah, it's if I was like really wanting almost to ask a follow-up question, which is about like, because he was saying it, how powerful Mirage was and how much it was clear how much of an edge it was for the team. So I wanted to understand more about how he interpreted the Bebop ban, because that was so consistently locked in by VP.
Yeah, I think it's obviously another question to follow up maybe next week when they potentially win yet again for DFN number 21. But cool to see. I mean, obviously punishing Obicam time and time again when it came to the Mirage was very difficult to see, and Obicam trying to play from behind. In my opinion, like, I think Mo has the greatest success is when you start to win lane, or you take that first tower down and then you can roam to allow those combos to be used. Because late game, when you try to use a combo, I feel like more often than not, you're just going to die for trying to go for that unless you do somehow separate one player from the enemy team.
All right. Well, the EU portion of the show is done and over with, but we still got half the show left to go. We still got $2,000 left to give away. Deadlock Fight Night North America number 20 coming at you right after this short break.
to do what needs to be done.
Welcome back, everybody, to Deadlock Fight Night number 20, the big 2-0. We're here. We're presented by Intel, and this is not the last Deadlock Fight Night. Can you confirm, Jason?
I can confirm.
I think we April
That
Fool's a little
not
too
the
hard,
last
baiting people into a little too much trolling. We're here. We're locked in. We're committed. We're going to be delivering Deadlock
you're
every
telling
week.
me the Deadlock dating sim isn't real?
Well, that I think is in the development. You know, that's pre-release. We
Okay.
can't speak of that. It's NDA. The
Good.
dating sim is, of course, it's coming soon. That's all we can say.
Viscous was looking mighty thick, so. Anyways, we're here for the NA portion of the broadcast, Jake. Not talking about the dating sim for Deadlock. And we have a newcomer here that we haven't heard of. However, ZP has informed me that they have been vouched for by Hydra Nation.
Okay, you got the respect of the champ. You know that means something. And here in the $2,000 money match, you think Hydra Nation just playing the long con and just vouching for a terrible
exactly what I
team
said.
to get an easy win? Nah, I don't think they do that. They're true competitors. They made enough money off of us. They're here for a good match. It's Goat Block Gangsters taking out Larp Lords in this opening challenger match. Interesting to see new teams, you know, coming onto the circuit, especially ones get vouched from the top. That's impressive. It's something to be said.
Yeah, I feel like we need more of that in EU because it feels like the same three teams every single week. Parivision, one win in Virtus.pro. But with NA, we're treated to a little bit something different, right? We had Melee Creeps, we had B&B, we had Hydra Nation, then we had Larp Lords come out of nowhere to be able to beat the likes of B&B and Melee Creeps before. Now GBG. Could this be the new team to challenge Hydra Nation? That's the question for me.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see. In order to do that, let's bring in our analyst, Dan. how you feeling about this matchup? Do you have eyes on these players? Any thoughts coming into North America, where I mean things have been kind of crazy. If you think about the scope of the last month, how many like rises and falls there have been. Hydra Nation has basically retooled their whole roster like 3 times in the last month. Where do you see
Only?
Yeah, I think I'm underestimating it. I'm going conservative here. Dan, how do you see North American Deadlock right now?
It still seems like there's a chasm between Hydra Nation and everybody else, which has only been reasserted in the previous weeks. Obviously, Larp Lords kind of stepped in, did us a solid. We had a last second change because Melee Creeps couldn't make it. And Melee Creeps have been otherwise, maybe with B&B, the 2 like big teams to challenge, but there's just like a difference in class that Hydra Nation bring to the table. In fact, when Hydra Nation won last time, they were like, we think if we played against VP, we go toe to toe. And that's a big statement. That's like a big statement to make. And whoa, Jason's out. He's gone.
Jason's gone into hibernation. He's hiding. You know, it may not be the last Deadlock Fight Night, but Jason's gone. You know, we've lost him. We don't know where he's at, but we're fine. We're here. I'm curious though, when it comes to this Hydra Nation squad. I mean, so far, like historically, the only time they've had this moment of weakness, even through the roster changes, was when Leffa stepped away from the team. And now Leffa's back. They're back to their dominant ways. They look amazing. I mean, Hydration is stepping into new roles, playing, still getting a lot of these big carry performances, but doing it on an even wider variety of heroes than we've seen them on in the past.
Yeah, and I think again we got insight into some of the changes they made and how they started to focus on the laning phase. That was one of the weaknesses that they had highlighted, was an issue for them. And in the interview we heard them like, oh, we've been working on this. This is something that's been a huge focus. And you know, surprise, surprise, when you have like some of the best mechanical players and they make that their focus, they're winning at the most important stage of the game. We saw from the EU matches as well, and also with Xenon talking to us in the post-match interview there as well. They are indexing heavily for that early game. That's what they prioritize. How did he say? We picked by getting 3 really strong early laners and then 3 people that synergize with them. And that seemed to be a good formula. And Hydra Nation have been doing similar things.
I think a lot is being copied from VP. When you think about teams getting into the mid game, the late game, I think more and more teams have reached that level of consistency, being able to like play a very stable game and choke out their opponents with a small advantage, you know, making it bigger and bigger, just whittling away over time. But that early laning stage, it's like, well, of course you want to be ahead in the early laning stage. I think that's just much more difficult to actually execute, much more, you know, raw skill dependent. So I think we may see teams really focus on like their individual players, who feels most comfortable on the hero in the lane. Maybe more important even than the overall team fight draft, the late game potential. Those things don't feel as significant right now.
Yeah, and I think if we're going to talk about Hydra Nation's case in particular, obviously going to see them in the money match, is that I've yet to see a duo take down Hydration and Leffa as a combo. And they're just winning games based off of just pure lane matchups and how they're able to outskill their opponents and then just snowball that into victories. But for these two teams here, as we're about to go into, it's about taking on this first match first. Obviously, Larp Lords has seen in the past able to win up against quite a few difficult opponents, to be perfectly honest with you. And credit to them to be able to bounce back as well, considering the roster shakeups they've had, with obviously thinking back to Llama Lords, and then Lord NM was sniped onto Hydra Nation. Then they replaced him. I can't remember who it was off the top of my head. And then we saw a Young Calc and Rokane get sniped off of Llama Lords. Then they disbanded. So then Lord NM put together a team with Naked, DMB, Sizlucky, Do, and Scout. And DMB was previously on like Hydra Nation. It's been really tough, but honestly, this team deserves a lot of credit for being able to like sustain through all these pickings that they've been having to deal with from other teams.
Yeah, and although this is a new formulation of these players, these are a lot of familiar names that we've seen in the past, that we've seen on teams that have been competitive in North America. I'm curious to see. I think that makes them more of a known quantity than their opponents, who are for, as a team at least, making their debut here in Deadlock Fight Night.
And to be fair as well to Larp Lords, they managed to actually beat B&B indeed in that previous week. And they did so by playing legitimately better. And B&B was a roster that has become one of the more promising suspects to challenge that top 3 spot alongside Melee Creeps, and obviously with Hydra Nation in the pole position there. So Larp Lords could certainly infringe on that top 3, I think.
That's the dream, right? That's actually the dream for me, to be honest, to see so many teams be able to go up against each other when it comes to the high end of these events. But as we move into GBG, take a look at the composition. Thing is, we don't really know a ton of info about these players, other than like maybe one here that they actually play across the board here. BNS, he's been like a Wraith player. Xerxes has been a Sinclair player. Blurrins has been an Abrams player. Hypno's also played a lot of Lash. League has played a lot of Grey Talon, and Neil has played a lot of Infernus. So we kind of have an idea here of like what we can expect them to play. But to be honest with you, I don't know if we're actually going to see those locked in here, because Wraith has been one of those heroes in particular that we don't really see much of anymore.
Oh, I think this is going to be a really exciting day for North America, because to be honest, like much like EU, the pool of the teams at the top has been relatively small. We mostly want to focus on getting the most competitive possible matches of Deadlock here in front of the viewers. And so we can't just invite people willy-nilly. We want a team that is ready to compete. But coming with a vouch from Hydra Nation, you know, I think says a lot for a lot of these players. And, you know, however they do today, I think it's going to be exciting to just have the scene continue to grow, to see more of the players that have been, you know, watching DFN, that have been improving their own game, scrimming, leveling up. And, you know, for a team like Hydra Nation, it's hard to stay that far out in front. It's a lot easier for a squad of, you know, motivated players to learn from the best teams and catch up with them a little bit more quickly than they can pull ahead.
Yeah, and I think we are seeing a lot of development happening. I think NA was a region where we were, I don't know, I felt concerned in the first 10 DFNs because it really seemed like there was no one close to Hydra Nation, and it kind of just felt like it was a just automatic gimme to them every week, and we weren't seeing that gap close at all. But we're starting to see that be the case. And to be fair, maybe Hydra Nation are partly responsible for that because they keep cannibalizing all the rosters, or at least that's kind of how it felt. But it does feel like I would be surprised. I don't know if it's naive for me to say this now, but I'd be surprised if Hydra Nation make another change anytime soon.
That's very naive, Dan. I feel like I'll believe it in a couple more weeks. In a couple more weeks, they have stability. I mean, to be fair though, historically, how many did they win? What was their streak? Was it like
12?
Like 15, 12? Okay, yeah, some ridiculous number of first place wins, just being undefeated, crushing everyone. And to be honest, most of those were not competitive, right? Like they just steamrolled over people. And so in the last couple months, I think there's been a lot more variance than it was, obviously, than a 12 tournament consecutive win streak is absurd. You know, like it may never be repeated again in DFN.
Well, for them, right, thinking about it, the first loss they had technically was to a team that had a cheater on it, and then obviously they got their title back. They were allowed to retain that position, and then once we saw Quig leave, I feel like that's when we started to see the team take a nosedive, because he was kind of the in-game leader for the team, which is why they eventually wanted to go for Young Calc. They tried Lord NM, but the fit didn't work out for them. And now with Young Calc on the team, who's kind of focused on being the in-game leader for the roster, it seems like they have hit that power spike yet again. Obviously, Leffa getting his nice 10 over in EU, coming back over to NA to see what he can do. I think the interesting thing about them in particular is the fact that Rocker came back, because he was gone for a very long time. And then he comes back into the roster. Obviously, same with Quig at one point. And I'm kind of curious, like, what spurred it? And to me, it was like, did they get signed by an org or something? Maybe that's why they came back. But as you can see, they haven't been signed just yet.
Well, we'll have to see a bit more later in the money match when we actually get to watch Hydra Nation play. For now, we're down to determine who's going to be the challenger, who's going to be going up to have a shot at the crown. It's going to be GBG and Larp Lords taking on first, of course, the Mo and Krill. The Mo 1v1, I should say, for that draft order, so you can get that early edge here in the series. And, you know, for a team like GBG, this is a place you would love to compete. This is very NA. Both teams, both Mo's just hard meleeing each other.
Whoa.
They're doing exactly the same thing.
Every single time. Whoa, this is... Oh, no way. What? They planned this. This is planned. What?
Oh.
All the Mo and Krills today are rigged.
The script is well written.
It's
sure that
rigged.
wasn't like a bot that they put copy me on in like the sandbox mode to just have it like attack the same way and parry the exact same
Seriously.
time?
What are the odds?
I don't think they can do that if they tried.
Three things that you can do, right? 3 things. So what are the odds that they do the same 3 things? So what was it, like 6 times in a row or something?
I've had some crazy rock, paper, scissors games, to be honest. But yeah, no, when it comes to this, I never expected that to happen. But we are going to be getting to the ban. So GBG, they're going to go in for their first ban. I'm curious about what are they going to be picking first when they get to that point. I want to see like what's the angle they want to play with here, and what's like the heroes they highly value within this roster.
Mirage ban, nothing crazy just yet. I mean, honestly, for GBG, regardless of I think we won't know too much until we see sort of the full strat and sort of where they lean, where, you know, there's teams like OneWin in EU were super heavy on the lanes. It seems like teams like VP play a little bit more heavy on the team fighting. And also I'm curious if there's any kind of like unique pocket picks to come out, whether it will pocket himself or, you know, things like Lash and Viscous, where it feels like you want a pilot who's especially comfortable to make those picks feel really worthwhile, compared to, you know, your Mirages. They're just like more or less every team is going to try to play at some point.
Yeah, and the first pick will be interesting. I think, I do like seeing the Calicos come out early on. I like seeing the playmakers, obviously the high value playmakers coming out early on, because I think like we saw with one win, you can really build your comp around it. And GT, I think definitely is a good pick. I don't know if it's first slot good, unless you expect Larp Lords to take it really early away from you.
Yeah, it's a little surprising. In the end, I do think GT is a pretty insane character. I mean, like, so hard to kill. Just the ability to be a threat from, I would say, basically the longest range in the game, like realistically, in terms of how you actually fight, whether it's with the global ult or with, the power shots. I do think that it can add this really challenging backliner to deal with. Larp Lord's going to respond with a Sinclair, and I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe another pick option hero, whether it's Holiday or Paradox coming next.
I just don't want to see Naked on McGinnis again. I saw him play it up against Hydra Nation in match 2 last week, and it's just she's not in a state to be played, unfortunately, at the moment. Maybe some future changes can make her more viable. I know Naked was definitely a big player of her, and I think even over on a stream, if you haven't checked it out, you can go check him out. Actually, go give him a sub if you have Prime or something. But even he was talking about like they need some changes to the turrets to make her more viable. Maybe some changes to the ultimate, because she just. It also added an extra stamina to her kit too, because the 2 stamina really punishes her quite a bit in lane.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I think it was pure troll, for sure. I think they just like, let's just have some fun with this one. So I doubt we'll see it, but there's that Calico that I was talking about, looking at some of these like stronger early gamers. Seeing a Holiday here would be kind of nice. I feel like Holiday's really high value at the moment. It's a bit surprising not to see it this early. Paradox obviously still online as well, but of course, if you're going to pick between the two, teams tend to prefer the Holiday.
Yeah, there's also the thought of something like a Mo and Krill to go in the 3rd slot. It's a little uncertain, but yeah, I think like you're right. The Holiday, a more standard choice. Both teams similar here. I think GT is definitely not the most dominant laner. I think it's fine, decent, but definitely a little bit more of like securing your late game style, where the rest of the other 4 picks so far, pretty much all very, very strong laners. And we saw what Pocket was able to do in some of those games in the EU series. Calico and Holiday, 2 of the overall most dominant laners, along with Sinclair.
It was smart to turn to Paradox for help.
I thought maybe Sevu would be something you want to lock in right now, considering you don't really think they're going to take Paradox away from you when they already have a Holiday. But maybe Seven's something you could actually ban out. I mean, we did see like some initial picks that we know GBG do like to play. That was actually gotten from the team themselves. So we know they can like play Abrams, they can play Infernus. Currently lacking a front line right now, or maybe they're going to go for that highly mobile composition that we saw one win do.
Yeah, good call on the 7 ban.
Yeah, I think oh, go ahead, Jake.
I was going to say, I thought Larp Lords was more likely to take the 7 for themselves here. But for GBG, it would give them that like huge objective zoning potential. I mean, right now, I think both teams have a lot of options as far as where they go with the draft. The biggest thing is that, probably both teams are going to want a couple more stuns, or, raw frontliners, whether it's the Mo, the Abram. Okay, well, Mo banned now. So one that, you don't have to worry about for either squad. The lockdown, especially on something like Calico or Holiday coming in for a pick and try to pull them out. Well, comboed by Mo and Calico, similar story, that in and out playstyle doesn't really work well against the Mo combo threat.
I feel like Larp Lords could really use some range damage, or even potentially like another playmaker brawler. Like I could see what the Yamato could come into play, but they actually go for Viscous here. So I don't know what GBG are going to favor if they would like have stolen that away earlier, but I feel like Viscous would have been more ideally a later pick for Larp Lords, because they may actually run dry on some of the more damage-oriented options that they could want to go for, because GBG are in a spot where they could still pick up another playmaker or a damage dealer. That is possible.
Geist and Yamato kind of jump out at me for those options. Like I think there's a lot more damage in the pool, but Prio to the Kelvin, which, to be fair, I really liked the Kelvin in the last game of the EU series, where one win, in some of the other games had struggled on like big earn fights and big objective moments. And then it felt like when they had the Kelvin, it was so much more stable for them in those moments where they had previously had a bit of a difficulty. Now with the Kelvin, it was no question they were really dominant in the team fights. And with Holiday, Calico, I mean, Great Town might be a little awkward to synergize with the Kelvin, but you have a pretty monstrous front line to be fighting inside the frozen shelter and brawling at that close range. Yamato only adds to that.
I mean, you catch them with lasso, we put them in a frozen shelter, they're gonna die. Like, they're almost guaranteed to die, unless, I guess, maybe it was Pocket who sent out his cloak before he went into it. But this is gonna be a strong comp to just pick someone off. I mean, having Calico, Holiday, Kelvin, and Yamato trapped inside of a frozen shelter with one person, they're almost immediately gonna die. Then you also have to think a lot about when it comes to like the lane power and where people are gonna potentially be set up too. I don't know what happened with Yamato. I was really happy seeing her in middle because of that whole battle cruiser Yamato we talked about, just the raw power and the raw presence you have with just that alt fire that you have. With Larp Lords in their last pick, I mean, they do have like kind of everything. They have a front line, they have some good damage out of pocket. I would like to see, I think you've mentioned before, Jake, another damage dealer on their side though.
I thought it'd be like Wraith and Furnace.
Yeah, the Wraith is interesting because I think Wraith has lost a bit of popularity over the last couple weeks. Actually, he's fallen off pretty drastically from being one of the most popular, most picked characters to now very rarely being touched, especially in the 3-lane meta. You know, I think I'm curious to see, especially how the laning goes with Wraith. I think she was much more natural as a solo laner, one of the best solo laners. And of course, with the absence of solo lanes now, I'm curious to see how teams build her, how they play. And GBG go with the Infernus. And so far, I'm really happy to see that this isn't like a wild draft from GBG where they're just like going super hard for comfort picks. This is a pretty strong meta draft. Like everything looks really good. Looks like they have a good foundation. And that's what you need, I think, to be able to compete at the top. If you're relying on people being like really locked into like single heroes and you end up with an odd draft, you put yourself at such a disadvantage.
Yeah, and I think overall GBG have a better early laning phase. I don't think Larp Lords' early laning is bad in any case, but I feel like you just have more areas that come online a bit quicker for GBG to apply pressure, whereas Wraith comes online a bit slower. I think that's one of the reasons, like you're saying, Jake, why she's got less value in the 3-lane setup. Comes online a little bit slower. Geist, always solid. Viscous, always solid. Paradox, Pocket, Sinclair, like definitely solid laners, but I feel like the synergy for diving, for actually like securing the kills and applying the pressure into tower damage feels a little bit better for me for GBG. So I don't know, we'll see. But it does seem like they are paying very much attention to the meta and like really dialing on winning these early lanes. And that's that's the first step. So I like that from GBG as the challenges, I feel like, as the first appearance for them at DFN.
I actually like their comp, I'd say way better than Larp Lords, if I'm honest. Like they have a beefy enough frontline with Kelvin, Calico, Yamato, and Infernus with the extra healing support out of him. You create some space for Grey Town to just sit back and get the power shots over and over again. And they have such good snowball potential, I feel, as well. Like once they get going, especially if they take an early tower, any of these heroes roaming is going to cause a massive pain. I mean, anyone that you expect, right? Yamato, Kelvin, Holiday, Calico roaming is going to be very difficult to deal with if they show up in your lane.
I'm just worried for Larp Lords how they deal with this Grey Talon. I mean, you could get something like a swap on Grey Talon, but she's often at such a ridiculous range that it's not going to be like an easy combo, even with the shot setup. And I mean, Wraith could like TP into the backline, but in general, they don't have like a consistent, stable lockdown. It really is just the Wraith ult, which could be enough. But even for Wraith, like that may just be a suicidal move trying to go that deep on a Grey Talon. And if the rest of the GBG frontline is strong and as aggressive as I think they will be, where I think Kelvin is going to do crazy work as well, healing up like everyone who's fighting around him and making them super, super difficult to kill. I'm a little worried for Larp Lords. I think they're the ones who may have more pressure on them to do well out of the laning phase, but I also kind of like GBG's laning. This could be a great opening match for GBG in their debut.
Yeah, I think a final thought that I have is that I like GBG's comp because they've got a lot of really strong early laners that don't necessarily require a lot of setup to do stuff. I like Larp Lords' comp, but they have a lot of setup that there's more coordination there to like really leverage the strength of that. So I feel like for GBG, it's easier for them to kind of brawl and kind of just go in and out of fights and kind of make stuff happen. Whereas for Larp Lords, there's a little bit more finickiness that's required to really leverage the strengths of the util. So that's the only major difference I see. But I'm definitely edging GBG in the early game for sure, just off of the comp.
Okay. So we're not going to have the Yamato over mid lane. Instead, it's going to be the Grey Talon and the Holiday paired together up against the Paradox and the Geist. So this is going to be an interesting lane to see how things kind of play out here. And obviously, we can talk about comps all day. We can talk about like snowball potential as well. But there's one thing we can't forget about is just the raw skill difference that potentially can be. And it doesn't matter how good your comp is if one team snowballs on you early enough. And we can already see Lord and M going to be the first to go down. Is going to trade actually with Venus and him to fall.
And maybe a second kill in this lane as well. Dive from Calico gets the cleanup on DMB. This is a good start for the Calico. He's going to get a bit more souls, a bit more denies in this lane. Still, these super early kills, I think, tend not to be the most impactful, right? The spawns are so quick, you just don't miss that many souls. I think it's a tiny edge that a strong player can leverage into something more, but definitely not something to be too worried about for Larp Lords. Game's still very even.
And so many factors that go into it too, depending on like how much damage you do to minions. The one thing we do see a lot of now when it comes to these 3-lane setups is that we see like I can't remember the word off the top of my head for some reason, like casted league for like so many years. The wave control that we see teams do to try to deny as many CS as they possibly can and really get those denies through. As you already see the early aggression coming out of Larp Lords here on this right-hand side, able to push up to this tower, look for that early damage. And again, that poke coming through out of Naked here on the Sinclair. So definitely something you have to respect early on.
Yeah, the lane freezing is definitely a potent move as we're seeing Calico holding the wave at tower. I think this is one of the most powerful attributes of Calico in the super early game. Is just I honestly think she has the best last hitting weapon in the entire game. NZ though on the Inverness just got worked there. Couldn't get to cover. Kelvin as well being super pressured under tower. Larp Lords kind of dominating on the other side of the map.
Interesting to see as well, maybe get your thoughts on this for Blurrence. He went the extra regen instead of melee lifesteal. I was kind of curious when you're a melee comp like this, especially when you're paired together with another melee kind of hero, you want to be in their face. But instead of trying to worry about the poke, I guess, that can come your way from Lord and M.
Yeah, maybe just valuing the stability of regen. Don't want to be reliant on like getting the melee on cooldown every time. It lets you be a little bit more flexible with how you
fire
play
as
the
well,
lane.
maybe for like DMB later on.
Yeah, it's true. It's definitely a possible buy. And I think whether you go that way or not, I think extra regen is pretty strong too. The extra mag size helps a little bit with that those lane last hits. Larp Lords though starting to CS quite a bit better here. It's not really coming, like this lead here is not really coming from kills. It's mostly just coming from better last hitting. Only 1K, but could be scary, especially if this lane starts to go against them as well. I mean, this is where Calico's having such a strong start, but doesn't have her ultimate yet, so can't really snowball.
And Calico might be having a strong start, but Venus right now is having a tough time here. The parry comes through. Lord and M down to just a little bit of HP here. Power Slash not going to come through and connect in time, but it doesn't matter. Venus going to get the kill either way. The parry bonanza going on here in the Veil. And Venus, just like talked about, is having like no HP, comes in with 2 kills.
That was so sick from Calico. Came in after his teammate was parried and got the counter defensive parry to protect him. Like without that, I think Yamato easily could have gone down. And now what was starting to be like the decent strong lane for GBG is kind of exploded. There's a big ultimate tempo lead. I'm really worried about the ability for Viscous and Wraith to stay in this lane. I think this is a pretty weak lane overall. And when the ultimates come online, I think there's a real threat of a dive coming.
And you can see Lord and M down to 2.2. He does have Cube up to be used as Calico dives forward as well. Lawrence looking for that extra damage. Speaking of damage, NZ gonna fall again. Unfortunately, this is on the right-hand side of the map. And they're just still keeping the poke on here. This Sinclair and this pocket combo played by Naked and Do is really put on the pressure and keeping Larp Lords, I kind of want to say, in the lead at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I mean, the side lanes are just completely opposite stories right now. So each team having, one side lane totally dominant, the other getting crushed. So I'm curious to see, especially for these GBG players who are falling behind, how do they make the recovery? Like, how does this Infernus get back into the game and become a relevant force?
I guess you kind of have to hope out that your Calico and Yamato can be the ones to buy the time for Neil to really power through this one. You can already see the respect being given by DMB. And keep in mind, DMB, he's played against the best in NA. He's been on the best team for, was it like 12 weeks in a row, if not longer, within Hydra Nation. Definitely knows how to play Wraith, but if you also remember, his style was more about like objective pushing, allowing Leffa to be the one to go for fights and kind of regroup with the team. And I don't really think you can necessarily go for that anymore when it comes to the 3-lane setup. You kind of have to be there for a lot of these skirmishes. Speaking of, Venus able to go in and get some chip damage through, able to take away the healing right, I believe that was out of DMB. But he's gonna be fairly healthy either way.
Big pick in the mid lane, starting to tilt things a little bit in favor of GBG there. But in the right lane, oh, that's massive kill though. Infernus, hold on, trades onto the pocket. That's critical. I mean, he was losing that lane, big net worth disadvantage, so a kill like that, super impactful. Now Yamato, Calico, thinking they might get aggressive here. Yamato does have ult, could look in for the dive. Ultis though, coming online for Larp Lords.
I feel bad for our observers here, Jake, because there's been so many fights happening very early on in this game. kind of contradictory to what we saw in NA, unless you think about that mid lane. But then everything was kind of solely focused on that one position. The swap going to come through, going to catch out Great Talon and League trying to run away. It's going to eventually be drained out on as Sizz gives him the sup. And now Hypno with the lasso under the Guardian. The great parry coming through won't really matter. Scout's going to fall again right after returning to the lane.
Just a 1-for-1 trade there in the end. Great Talon. Do you think she's owling somewhere right now? Or no? Maybe just coming back to the fight. And Z got one kill on this Furnace, but yeah, maybe a little bit too confident. Just that one straight kill. Pocket still at a significant advantage in this lane, especially with the Affliction online. And that'll be the first Guardian being opened up. So this Pocket, who's having a fantastic game, could really look to get more active right now. Could come to potentially bail out this opposing side lane through the TP.
There you go, Lord and M able to respond yet again on the left-hand side of the map. You know, you look at the right-hand side and you would imagine with a Kelvin and an Inferno, I mean, with a Kelvin as your partner, it should be relatively easy just to survive through all this damage, to just out-sustain it. But the raw, like, burst damage out of Do is being really difficult to deal with for GBG. Now they have to kind of wonder, what do we do here? Losing out that first guy on the right-hand side. They have to worry about the potential rotations on the rest of Larp Lords. Most likely going to be Naked rotating over towards middle to look for some sort of aggression. It seems things have slowed down just a tiny bit, but considering all this happened, Jake, it's only a 1K, 2K soul difference between the two teams.
Yeah, still a very even game. Just a bloodbath, though. Both teams looking to assert their dominance. Calico, I think, could very much look for a dive here. Volti, but it's a little bit scary, especially with the threat from a TP. Sinclair going to come into this lane, so it's a 3v2 here. Larp Lords look to reassert their dominance, stifle one of the strongest games on the field. The Yamato doesn't have ulti yet. Very much killable, but a dive here could turn into an overextension. GBG enduring incredibly well. Sinclair, ulti copy comes out, but it's not really doing anything here.
Yeah, I mean, it did have the option for another Hex because the reset with Shadow Transformation said they're just going to look for the Guardian damage. Well, in the meantime, GBG's trying to push in towards middle while this is happening. And Blurrence is actually going to be the one to go down getting caught out here. So it's left to all just to beat us to survive. And 1v3, there shouldn't be really any chance for him to keep this Guardian available.
Yeah, I think Blurrence was planning to return to Shadows and dodge that Wraith ult, but DMB just caught him off guard. He wasn't ready to react. And now counter pressure from GBG looks to potentially be opening up this mid lane Guardian, but it's a trade. Both teams once again fighting in the small numbers engagement. Mid lane Guardian goes down, but a big fight here on the side lane. Larp Lords looks to be falling back as GBG have brought the Kelvin into play. This is where he's strongest here in these group team fights, getting a huge heal on everybody.
The goo ball just going to bounce around in that shelter, turn it into a pain dome. But either way, they're going to back away off of this one. Another Shadow Transformation comes through to allow Naked to, I guess, escape here. So we did have the response. However, Larp Lords able to get themselves the first flex slot by taking the outer lanes, leaving the mid last to be taken. And to be honest, if Larp Lords go for the grouping in towards middle, that's the chance for GBG to look for themselves, take some Guardians here towards the extremities, and get their first flex slot unlocked as well.
Yeah, Pocket having a pretty solid game right now. He's cleared that Guardian. He's going to be able to really take this to the jungle now and start to expand that farm. I think Do definitely eyes on him to have a big game with the early start he's had here. Meanwhile, across the map, it's looking like still more of a recovery despite the great opening from the Yamato and the Calico. They're in a decent spot, but nothing really to write home about, especially after losing that Guardian.
And I think, not to discredit them, I think that's what's going to happen when you get to the higher echelons of like competitive Deadlock, is that, yeah, you might be able to win the lane with some early kills, but you make that one mistake and any player at that level is going to know how to punish you for it. And then it can be just a slippery slope from there on. It's credit to Larp Lords to bounce back, especially with a lane that you talked about is not really being that strong with Ordinate and DMB.
These are your final moments.
Seems like neither team wants to give this up, though. Spawn comes in, and so far the map is controlled for Larp Lords as well. Says Lucky finds a kill on League in the mid lane. Seems like there's actually a fight popping off in the mid lane.
Yeah, initial death onto League. The Great Talon's going to fall. Reinforcement's going to be there for GBG. As a fight's going to be going on this left-hand side again. That's going to be the telekinesis getting the catch out. And Blurrence is going to fall for another time. Return to Shadow is going to be used by Naked here. And with that Guardian down, maybe it's a chance for them to actually run this urn.
Yeah, and Blurrence, after a great opener to the game, once again has been popped before getting his ulti off. Not able to dodge those stuns that he really needs to be dodging, frankly, to make those plays work, right? If you dodge that Wraith ult, it looks like a very different fight, potentially. But Larp Lords get the opportunity. They punish really well. Chain CC as well from Sinclair. And there's just no chance for Blurrence to get the skills off, to get any damage done.
Yeah, looking at what we currently have as a stats for both teams, one thing that's going to stand out is going to be a pocket. And of course, we're going to have to bring in our resident pocket lookalike here with Dan, as he's sitting at a 12k soul lead, just getting some solo farm on this right-hand side.
Yeah, and I'm really worried as well, because one of the problems is that Wraith is slow to come online, but actually DMB's been getting so much space and control on the lane. So GBG, they need to be having a better performance, I think, in this early laning phase to actually prevent Larp Lords from being in a really good spot. Because again, we highlighted how GBG need that early lane win to get the pressure on their opponent. They got so much good gank into the jungle. They're not going to get the opportunity to do that if they can't find a way to get ahead. And Dew is crushing right now.
No, Naked going to be getting caught out here. A great little lasso on the Hypno. The reinforce is going to be coming through as the Kevin Dome comes in to keep him alive. Blurrence is able to respawn with the kill over onto Scout. The Urn's still going to be on the ground to be picked up here, but GBG able to turn this fight around. The rotations, the teleportations out of Larp Lords being a little bit too slow. Naked's going to fall, and that's going to be Hypno surviving to live another day, most likely at 200 HP, but the Urn's still locked away in that corridor on the right-hand side.
That's a beautiful dome from Zerbzy turns around the fight, and it's in exactly the spot you would want it to be. Pocket died at the start of this fight, came back in, trying to turn around the fortunes of his team, but I think he's going to be going down another time here. And that's an easy take on the Guardian right around the objective. This is a dream scenario for GBG as they not only, deny any previous advantage Larp Lords had, but I'd say they're in a pretty significant lead here. Seems like there will be one left for dead. It's Blurrence swapped in. Nice pick off by Scout.
I mean, they got a 6k lead now. They got like 4 or 5 kills. They got a second Guardian for a flex slot, and they got the Urn turn, and all at once, a massive income for GBG here. Now the question is, how can they turn this into more of an advantage like we saw just in our last match over in EU with 1 win off to that strong start? And, we talked about Neil. You brought him up, like, what is he going to do to get back into this? And funny enough, he's at 13k. He's actually the most fed player on his team, even though he was punished the most heavily on that right-hand side of the map.
Yeah, Kelvin as well, coming online, not really needing the souls, just still being a huge element in these team fights. And I think GBG sense their advantage. This is something we see from top teams. Like, they get one team fight and they're going to try to push it right into the next. They're not waiting for ultimates. They're not waiting for really anything here. They're just going to keep the pressure on Larp Lords, put them in the back seat, and just kind of take them away. Seems like Larp Lords going to get a tower defense. We'll have to see if GBG want to take the dive and start to pressure this Guardian.
Really digging these slowing hexes, though, picked up. I think you saw one out of Hypno, and you saw one out of Zerbzy before to really limit the escape potential out of Larp Lords here, especially when it comes to Pocket. When it comes to Wraith, it's going to be the Combustive Combustion to come through, as well as the Owl over top. Duel going to be used to create some space and get some stuns through, so you can kind of catch out multiple players. And somehow Neil is still able to stay alive here. 300 HP. You just see the healing with the dome as well. The Cupid to come through for Lord NM. But honestly, it's just probably going to be his fate as the rest of GBG come in to rotate through to get the kill onto him.
Zerbzy so well played there. And the Affliction comes out from Pocket. Seems like it's hit maybe just the Kelvin. Great talent, though, in the sights. This is a critical pickup line. They are able to secure it. And GBG have a couple low players. I don't know if they want to double down into this team. Fight Calico, though, interested in getting stuck in, diving straight into the back line. Huge AoE damage on everyone. And Larp Lords, they have overcommitted, bringing players back here. Blurrence getting CC'd in the last couple team fights now shows the raw damage this Calico can output, especially with that.
Oh, that is definitely a dead DMB there, unfortunately for them, Jake. And GBG back-to-back good fights here, up 8k now in souls. Not really able to capitalize off any objectives off of all that big skirmish that just happened right there, but either way, still able to come out with an 8k soul lead and a lot of confidence within their team. Neil up to 15k souls, Venus up to 13k. You look at Larp Lord's side, it's just really due to be the one to stand out. I know you talked about like DMB able to get some space and catch up, but he's just been consistently punished now, it feels like, in his last few minutes.
Yeah, and that mid Guardian is still very healthy for GBG, and that's going to be a real bastion, a place to shop in the middle of the map, increasing everyone's efficiency. It makes it difficult to walk up, and GBG have done a great job with the lane pressure as well. Now gets them the opportunity to clear some jungle camps. All of their ultis are coming off cooldown in the next few seconds. I think very soon GBG might look to take another fight, might look to pressure some of these farming Larp Lords heroes. For now, they're going to take the Urn. That should precipitate an engagement, and that's exactly what you want as GBG. You say, hey, come to us. You better stop us doing the Urn, or we're just going to get further and further ahead.
I mean, so my thing is, do you want to stop them, or do you want to just push down a Walker and get another flex slot for yourself? Or maybe take like mid tower, get some objective control, and we can see the teleport's going to be coming through to Larp Lords. So we'll look for the contest as they're able to get an early kill onto Neil or NZ. Hope we got his name right there. I'm not sure if people don't actually use the names they supply us with when it comes to in-game. But either way, Aaron's going to make its way towards his left-hand side. And DMB, I think he should be fine. He does have the ability to escape here. And yet, Larp Lords, from the position they're currently holding, they're not really looking to contest this Urn turn-in.
Yeah, I think that's maybe a little bit too difficult, especially using lift and swap. But they're going to TP some players over. So as I say that, as well, the dive comes in at the same moment in the mid on the Great Talon, super low. Afflicted, gonna have to be forced back to base. This is dive way deep under the tower here, all the way past the tier 1. Kelvin hoping to take the opportunity, but that's going to mean a huge team fight here opening up on the side. DMB trying to hold his ground, trying to brawl. TP straight to the high ground, gets him some position. Under so much pressure and just burns down. The afterburn from Neil is enough. The Owl's coming in as well. Stuns onto the Geist, who does have ulti. Could look for a trade turnaround.
I mean, it's 2 kills, but they dropped the Urn here. And they did lose out on mid tower while Larp was able to go for the push. So I'm not sure if it's a favorable trade just yet unless they can escape with this Urn. And they will be able to do so. And also a great timing out of Neil able to come through, because DMB, who's about like 10 seconds away from that telekinesis being up. And that can definitely be a big game changer in one of these fights, especially if you can single out one of those really important players. So as we take stock of things, 13,000 gold lead now for GBG. It seems like Hydra Nation weren't lying when they vouched for him. And Larp Lords, who have gotten to the finals, what, twice? 2 weeks in a row, I believe it is? 2-3 weeks in a row? Are now on the back foot.
Yeah, they may be getting eliminated here. That's a good time to bring in Dan. Dan, you've been watching. What have you been making of this team fighting out of GBG?
I think you're seeing some of the stuff I was talking about the how Larp Lords have like more setup that's required, but GBG getting ahead early, obviously, to some extent has been very helpful in these team fights. And the fact that DMB was also, again, it's an issue with Wraith is that Wraith, the pacing, you got to make sure you actually get a good start. Otherwise, you don't come online quite as early, which is why we've seen Wraith drop off as a priority for most people in the 3-lane meta. And DMB was really far behind compared to Neil, who was kind of like his counterpart. And DMB was supposed to have that kind of like Mirage-esque role, just like farming on the side lanes, just trying to get all of that farm going and really get bulky, but that wasn't happening either. So when DMB does turn up the fights, it doesn't really do very much. And so you've got a lot of problems here for Larp Lords, because one of the reasons why the setup could be strong is to really enable the damage output of a DMB. And there's just too much space on the map now, I think, for GBG to kind of run rampant, and especially with, I mean, dude, everything's kind of working. I think Kelvin, though, has been like one of the stars for me, because a lot of the fights have been, some of the team fights have been turned by Kelvin's like expert use of the util, especially some of the frozen shelters.
Now we see swap in the mid lane onto the Calico. Silence, but she's got a lot of help. Has the HP to get a return to Shadows. And now, do you really want to chase this? For guys, it's starting to feel a little scary. The threat, the counter rotation comes in. Yamato as well, ulting in the side lane, under pressure from a copy, but it seems like both happy to trade ults. I mean, Naked should feel pretty good about that with the shorter cooldown on his ult. Happy to trade with the Yamato, force that out of her, set up for a potential future option.
Well, one thing I am worried about here is that it's great to see a strong start out of GBG, but we need to see a strong finish. We need to see a strong mid game out of them if they want to be a true contender when it comes to NA. And they have a decent lead of 14K. And they're looking very reminiscent to what we see in EU out of One Win. A very like pick heavy composition, a lot of damage. You don't really have a massive front line in terms of like an Abram, Mo, and Crow necessarily. But we would see One Win in these situations look for fights in the jungle. And with the way they're like allocating their souls, it's pretty like even across the team, I feel like. Which slightly worries me, because you do want to start to push a couple of certain players ahead, just based off the hero they're playing, the role they play within your team. And one way to do that with limited farm on the map is to look for a lot of these fights and look for a lot of these engagements and catches in the jungle, which they might be doing under Lord NM right now on the left-hand side.
He's rolling though, so it makes me think he's probably just getting out of there. It's a long cooldown though on the Viscous. Seems like the buffs are going to be traded 1-for-1. And Furnace caught with the slowing hex. Oh, just barely slipped out around the corner, and I think should just be fine to escape. This is massive that Infernus dodges that gank, because elsewhere on the map, GBG are going to grab the Urn pickup, potentially for free. But turning it in contested territory, that would be an impressive feat right now. I'm not sure they really want to commit to this. Satisfied for now with a bit of a jungle steal on the Larp Lord side of the map. I think this is wise. I think maybe asking a little bit too much to go so deep so early.
Yeah, I look at this and I'm just like, you want to take away some walkers. Like, you want to look for a split push on the left-hand side where you try to draw the attention of Larp Lords towards the right, put your most confident farmer over there, as Neil's going to get caught out on the right It's going to equalize things. And it looks like they're actually going to go for the turn-in. They're going to rush it through, considering they know how far Larp Lords were pushed out here. They're going to full send it in for the turn-in. And I think they're going to get here in time. Scout's got to be careful not to get caught out here.
It's going to be risky, I think. Looks like Larp Lords wants to take the fight. They know they're at a disadvantage. Kelvin Dome secures the drop-off, and GBG, they're just out of there. Do you re-push through this choke? It's kind of scary for Larp Lords. GBG holding their ground a little bit, but Larp Lords want the fight. They're moving forward. DMB doesn't have lift, doesn't have the catch potential. It seems like GBG are trying to fall back, doing so tactically, threatening the possibility of a refight. Both Blurrits ulting, Benes out, and the Walker pressure coming in from Great Talon. Yeah, they have no intention of fighting this. If they can just get out unscathed, this is a massive positive trade here for GBG.
Yeah, huge. I mean, they did a lot of damage to that left-hand side Walker, now sporting an 18k soul lead. I respect it. You talked about like going for a push into the enemy side of the map to go for an turn in, but hey, invest in the frozen shelter worked out perfectly for them, not to mention the disengage. And Larp Lords weren't able to get really anything off of that except that one kill they had on Neil very early on, which actually kicked off the push for GBG to go in for the turn-in. So that's, I believe it's like 2 or 3 earned turn-ins in a row now for GBG, able to build up a massive lead from this. But that lead needs to turn into some flex slots here. They need to look for one of these walkers eventually.
Yeah, I mean, it's a high-level call to see your Infernus die on the lane and to think, you know what, we just have the timing, the speed to make it to the drop-off before it can be contested. It's scary. It's risky. But they call it, they get it done, and it ends up turning into a really great trade for them. Benes just trying to farm those Gamba stations fast as possible. Dre Talon under pressure. This is not the hero you want to tank the damage. That is going to be a nice pick-off, something that Larp Lords should really like. I wonder if they want to force an objective off the back of this, because that Great Talon really is your turret, your catapult in the backline. And without the threat of those power shots, I'm not sure if GBG are going to be all that eager to fight.
Uh-oh. Both teams teleporting at the same time. Is Zerbsy going to run into a couple of people on the left-hand side? Well, it's going to be Venus to be the one to run into this. He's going actually aggressively with the help of Neil here with the combustion to come through, and not to mention the frozen shelter to get the catch. That should be Sizlucky falling from this one because there's just too much heat on the enemy side. And can they turn this into more kills after investing this many ultimates so far?
Such a monster value ultimate there from Zerbsy. Oh, and that's so massive. They did not expect it to be online this early. That's insane from Kelvin. He knows his role in this game is to secure these team fights, and with Refresher, he's able to do that back-to-back. Larp Lords still have high HP on the remaining 4 players. They're going to fight this out. Duke comes in with a big ulti. Diviners as well. Yeah, they don't have the damage even with the lockdown onto him. And so Larp Lords call the bluff. They say, hey, you may have gotten the first opening kills, but you used too much. We're going to double down, and Do gets the job done on the pocket with the help of Lord and M naked indoors.
Oh, is Lee going to commit to it? They cannot afford to just let the mid walker go down. Instead, they're all going to be heading over towards mid boss. This is a perfect time actually for League. Obviously, we have the vision that he doesn't have to go for a push onto the walker. And yeah, I did not expect to see like a 24-minute refresher out of Zerbsy. I don't think they did either, but it didn't net as much as maybe they were hoping for, or definitely didn't net as much as they were hoping for. But right now, GBG are pushing the right lane walker, and they're going to get it. They're going to at least unlock another flex slot from this.
Yeah, and it seems like Larp Lords are going to be aggressive. They're going to look to get some kills across the map. Yamato is very deep here. Ulti still a few seconds away. Maybe electing to die for this walker, but doesn't have ulti, and is going to get bursted down. I don't think she's going to get this walker. That's a nice defense from Larp Lords, and they get the extra kill to really start this snowball in motion on top of the rejuve. Still a bit of a soul lead for GBG, so, pound for pound, they should be stronger. But if Larp Lords can engineer a fight where they're trading kills and pressuring objectives, getting the most out of this rejuve, they could very much even up this game, Jason.
And this is where I kind of wish I knew more about GBG, because I didn't necessarily expect to have such a strong start, even with Hydra Nation, vouching for them. But I'm curious, how long have they been together as a team to come back from situations like this? And I say come back, even though they do have an 11k lead. But it's about like the Rejuvenators against you. Larp Lords are starting to get these catches. And you need a very strong like in-game leader to really make the right calls in these situations to prevent some sort of rot of happening within your team.
Yeah, all the lanes against you. But do Larp Lords want to force a commitment? It's also a difficult decision for them. Being down 12k, I think there's a lot of merit to just farming up here, getting the earn turn in. GBG posturing, though. Most of their players leaning towards that left side of the map. Not sure if they're going to want to go for this. This is a big inflection point in the game. Do you try to maintain your soul lead, or do you just give up this earn, wait the rejuve out, try to defend objectives?
Yeah, I think you have to wait it, right? If you commit too much over there, that could just be Larp Lords delaying when they have the rejuved up minions. It's going to just push down your walkers without you even expecting it or I guess you're expecting it without noticing it too quickly. But still, I mean, 5K in the lead. And Larp Lords, I mean, the ball's in their court now. Is how do they want to approach these pushes to look for their next flex slot? They still have every walker to take down. They're still relatively spread out as well, leaving Du over towards the right-hand side with Naked. And we can see Blurrence there to be the one to defend against this. But that teleport, if they want to go for the quick rotation, they can easily catch out GBG with really no chance of response out of Blurrence.
Yeah, I think GBG are wise to just defend the walkers. They're playing the long game. They're not desperate to hang on to their lead. They have the confidence they can earn it back. But the rejuve is just too much of a threat, especially with the team fight that Larp Lords run. I mean, it could be scary. You could easily get traded, get picked off, and those rejuve respawns start to come in. They have a lot of HP on their walkers to defend. Swap, though, comes in onto Yamato. Debuff remover and the ulti. Kelvin Dome as well, and GBG are happy to double down. This close to the walker, they're going to confidently take the engagement. Ulti's being deployed. So far, no massive damage. Du goes in with the Affliction into the back line. Lord NM looks to be slowing this down. Goo Ball running out. Maybe just a back off angle here from Larp Lords. And in the end, it's not the worst trade in the world for GBG. You defended. There's no objectives lost. Rejuve's running out here.
Did Xerxes use his refresher there? I don't remember seeing a first shelter go down, but
I think he did
ulti
shelter,
just, like,
so I think he did
Okay.
he did refresh, but he hasn't used the second shelter yet. So he's still
Gotcha.
got it online, but he won't have the refresher. I think
Oh, there we go. Sorry, you saw Naked call it out. He said refresh or Kelvin refresher 3020. So they actually have a very good eye on that, and I think they gave a lot of respect to him, realizing if we dive this walker and they have a double frozen shelter, there's a good chance we're going to lose this fight.
Yeah, the team fight is a huge threat, and now potential catch. That's exactly what you need for GBG. That's how you built this lead in the first place. DMB, a little too quick on the escape. And hold on, Kelvin, a little bit too deep. Lifted, silence. The follow-up's coming in on him. He has the frozen shelter. If you dive overextending into this, it could be a little too much. Pocket caught inside.
He lost
Doesn't
out
have the
Blurrence.
cloak out.
I mean, Blurrence was on the other side of that frozen shelter. I guess it didn't really matter. He was able to get the kill off the back of that, but the one kill, what will they transition off of this? They need to keep everyone left alive. Blurrence being forced to use the ethereal shift just to survive. Enter the shadows available to continue to go for this push, as it might be Lucky to be the one to go down next, as he does have the soul exchange still available. And no, he's gonna fall. Lucky does get the soul exchange, but he falls right after. And it's a 2-for-1 trade for GBG.
See if GBG want to keep engaging. There's bags on the ground here. A little bit of split push coming out, but Yamato was there to defend. Still fight going on in the mid lane. Players very low on both sides. It's all into the deathmatch. DMB gets one. Viscus as well, maybe getting a cleanup. Nuke's coming up very low. So many targets. He wants to get them. Can't quite connect just yet. It's the melee. It's the Mo 1v1 repeating here in the mid lane. Infernus is behind enemy lines. He might look to get into this. This is a very risky spot to be, though.
Nah, he's dead with the telekinesis. Or is he? Actually, I expect him to just immediately be bursted down from this one.
He's confident. He knows he's strong, actually, right now. Pretty impressive. He's willing to take that.
And it also helps that Beatus was kind of keeping Lord NM away too, so he didn't have the Viscus closing on him on top of that. But yeah, 31k souls. I mean, DMB, give him credit, man. 30,000 souls, considering he was so far behind for, it feels like a majority of the game. He's been able to massively catch up here.
And we talked about the weakness of Wraith being that, you fall behind, or you're not online early enough. Seems like a Amber Walker maybe gonna go down, just barely held on to for the defense. That's nice for GBG. They're gonna have to keep that lane pushed out though, because I mean, honestly, that's even backdoorable here for Larp Lords if they want to get it. But I think GBG off the respawn could have liked to put a lot of pressure on this left side lane just to defend their own Walker. Infernus is also going to be a big threat. It's going to be a kind of a heavy late game clash, I think, between the Infernus and the Wraith for that raw right click damage.
Gonna see the buff spawn in here in the next 5 seconds. Could be Du on the right-hand side prepared. Now, was it say it was Venus prepared for the left-hand side, but with Viscus getting there as quick as he possibly could, and Lord NM's going to delay it to make sure DMB, I would imagine, can pick it up. But as we can see, he's nowhere in the vicinity to go for it.
Oh man, he's full nuker Viscus. He has the Echo Shard nuking build, so he's going to do so much damage actually in the late game. Not the normal Viscus build we see. And here's the VC. Oh my, the threat on the Calvin almost one-hitting him. And DMB gets the follow-up, traded just immediately back though by Hypno. And arguably that's a bigger loss here for Larp Lords. Without DMB, can they still deliver the damage to win this fight? Neil coming into the engagement as well now. Viscus online. The grab comes in from the pocket ulti, connects on a couple, but immediately ulted off here by Yamato, who's willing to just gamble, diving into the backline. taking a risk here. Has another ulti with his own refresher. So once again, GBG playing off the back of these refreshers immaculately, doubling down, re-engaging into the team fight.
They're really showing no signs of stopping here. They're just continuing to push through as well. On top of this, Dude's going to arrive. And he has a lot of damage behind him as he's able to take down Venus. But Neil and Blurrence able to respond in quick fashion as they take down 5 players from Larp Lords. Just left to do it. And with the mid-boss respawning, this is a perfect time for GBG to go for that. But they have the left Walker to go down. That's going to be the second of the game for them. And this should be an easy transition directly into mid-boss.
Yeah, I can't imagine anything else. You see the players immediately running down into the pit. 4 players alive, but crucially, a lot of their high DPS players. So they're going to be able to get this mid-boss down relatively quickly. DMB do, 2v5. I just don't think you can go for this. Like, they're going to split. DMB maybe going to try to assault that Walker, but I'm not sure he's even going to get that. GBG, they have committed everyone to ensure the mid-boss goes down. I mean, with less players alive, you don't really have the option to, delay a player, have him split off. But it should be a free rejuve, and they're trying to defend Walker as well. So we'll see if they can get there in time. DMB tanked the stun there. He's going to try and TP out. DMB's going to get both Walkers on the side lane. He's going to grab this one when he comes out as well.
Pretty decent trade for them, I'd say. Able to get 2 Walkers, and the goal difference really isn't too much of anything, though, as we can see GBG is going to go for the turn-in on the right-hand side of the map. So a good response by Larp Lords, considering they knew there was no way for them to defend that rejuve. And actually, they're going to full sit on the right-hand side. They want to contest this earn turn-in. I believe Zerbsy, yeah, he's going to have Frozen Shelter and Refresher available for this fight. So if you get a catch on a couple of players, it's going to spell the end of Larp Lords, at least in that fight.
Yamato only with 1 ulti, shouldn't have her refresher online. And with the Viscous from Larp Lords, could be difficult for GBG to get the turn in. I think they're going to need to win a team fight to successfully cap it. I don't think you're going to be able to just cheese cap it. Oh. Trying to grab, though, onto Sinclair. Seems like, they're not able to pull him off the high ground. That is an unlucky bug there. But it is going to create just enough space. Viscous was a little too slow with the punch. The earn turn-in comes in. A lot of souls denied, but still, you're going to be pretty happy with that. The earns at this point of the game are worth quite the pretty penny. And look at the jungle on Larp Lord's side of the map. Relatively empty. There's a lot to be farmed, though, for GBG if they want to go for that.
Well, now with Rejuve in hand. The ball's to the court of GBG to make the push. And there's really no objectives left to take outside of the base of Larp Lords. But with the Paradox on their side, you obviously have to respect this one. You have to wait for the last one to come up out of Hypno as well, as they're just continuing to farm away in this jungle, looking to lengthen their lead. Sitting on just 7k right now. And that's an wait. So that's an Echo Shard naked Sinclair. I think
maybe he wants to Echo Shard the Hex to double chain the Hex for like a ridiculous amount of stun control. I will say at this moment of slowdown could be a nice time to bring in Dan. See how you're thinking about this game. I mean, I've been really impressed by GBG. What have you been thinking as you've been watching this?
Yeah, I've been impressed by GBG as well, but you know what? It seems like team fight is starting, so have fun, guys.
Pull in onto Holiday, immediately E-shifting, teleporting out as well. Ulti comes in from Yamato, who's in deep on the front line, wants to brawl it out, wants to take the engagement. Frozen Shelter comes in, but the cube keeps player alive inside. Lord of the going to pop the ball as well. Low HP though on the Viscous, not sure he's going to be able to tank through everyone. Gonna make the run away here, trying to just get out of trouble. And GBG, all players healthy. Larp Lords running for the hills. Escape would be a victory for them at this point. Viscous caught deep on the side lane. Can he make it to the zip in time? Seems like maybe the Kazno being flanked by Kelvin in the mid. Another cube coming in. He's so hard to deal with on this Viscous, but it seems inevitable now. Hex came in though on Bamus at the same time. There's that Echo Shard Hex coming in on the Infernus as well. 1 for 1 for now. Just a rejuve death though for GBG. They're happy to take trades. They're happy to turn this into a long fight.
Oh, that's going to be the paradoxical swap to come through, but it puts Scout maybe in a bad position as Neil's able to get himself another kill on the DMB. This time he's got a lot of damage behind him. He's got no flame dash to close the distance though. And it looks like these Guardians are not long for this world. They should be finished off here in just a few seconds. The Hex comes in to buy a little bit of time. And while this is happening, Hypno's pushing the left-hand side of the map as well, looking for some more Guardians on top.
Rejuve is
GBG
down
are being forced back.
Yeah, they got to be very careful. I think Pocket wants to make a trade here, wants to find somebody on the exit. GBG have to be very tactical how they retreat. They are going to lose League. And that may be a ghost line of the Pocket burning. Very low to Infernus, E-shift. Maybe enough to get you out for now. Unlucky timing there on the zip stun. GBG willing to double down, willing to continue trading, even without the rejuve, just feeling the confidence. Very small soul lead. They're just basically playing this off of the positional advantage, but it is a little too much now. Opportunity to back off, grab buffs, farm the jungle.
Yeah, a lot to be taken here for GBG to then turn into some very crucial items going forward. That's gonna be the refresher available yet again for Venus, and as well as a shout transformation. And with the urn being picked up here, I would imagine GBG might be looking for a fight, but you kind of need League. He's
two Yamato ults. Let's take a look at the Calvin curse online for Paradox though for Scout, so could be a way to punish somebody like the Yamato. You know, can't get any of those ults off through the curse if you get bursted. Really curious to see Zerbzy though. Does he have the double? Actually, we can't even see it if we go to his cam because he's holding the urn. Does he have the double ulti? I don't know. He has got one, but we can't see his refresher cooldown. I think he might have the second one by now. It's been a while, right?
I don't think he used the... Actually, I don't know. I mean, we're going to find out probably when we get closer to the turn-in, especially with 3 players being split on the right-hand
Larp
side.
Lords aren't ready to contest this. They're like just now going to the teleport, and they're showing on the lane here. I think this is a free turn-in for GBG. Okay, they're going to teleport now. This looks really late. Oh, he dropped the urn. He dropped the urn to drop the shelter. Still going to get it off for free. No refresher, though, so that means there's no frozen shelter available. Kelvin just has to full run for the hills here. The rest of the squad turning up. It's a 1-for-1 for now. Bemas wasn't able to get those ultis off and stay alive long enough into the fight. Luren's super low as well, so Larp Lords got blood in the water. They're going to chase a couple kills, find more.
I need to be careful.
2-for-1, though, with the urn turn-in is not the end of the world at this point in the game.
I think they might be able to get Lord off of this too. See him being slowed up here with the Arctic Beam, even going for the chase on this. Is Lucky, who has the Soul Exchange, going to use it directly onto Neil. They look to run away from this one, and as you pointed out before, that curse being instrumental out of Scout to get the kill on Venus extremely early in that fight. And Xerxes, yeah, he's gonna fall from this. So a great turnaround for Larp Lords. You lose the own turn-in, but you get quite a few kills on top of this. And the mid boss has respawned back in with 3 players dead on a 70-second respawn timer for Xerxes. This could be the exact same moment that Larp Lords is looking for.
Neil wants to double down though. Pocket low HP. They know that if they let Larp Lords leave, it should be a mid boss going against them. So they're gonna take the gamble, gonna take the fight. Infernus diving in, not too many ultis to deal with him. This Infernus has reached a point where he's kind of life-stealing through everything here. He looks like he's just not taking damage here in the team fight. And so a lot of confidence for GBG to continue to fight with low numbers. Sizz Lucky, though, in trouble, being chased, being burned. And Infernus doesn't want to give this one up easily. Should be 2 more kills for him here.
Naked, while this is happening, did take down the mid lane walkers. Another flex slot open up for Larp Lords. With Lord down, I think they have stalled just long enough here to prevent any sort of rejuve from coming through. I say that as we can still see 3 players out of GBG pushing on this middle lane. The owl going to come through. I think Infernus is going to relay that information. So they can come in and get the explosion, at least get the stun, but he gets caught out and he's going to fall from this. And the thing is, that curse is just so instrumental to shutting down players left and right. It wasn't used, at least in that situation, with Scout back towards his base, but you have to be careful, even if you're Neil, that curse can completely ruin your day. And he felt immortal before, but he's feeling the pain now.
Yeah, curse is just one of those late game items. You really can't deal with it yourself. You pretty much need somebody else to save you. I think you can E-shift it if you see the projectile coming, but it's so difficult to react in time, especially in these chaotic late game engagements. 1-for-1 though for now, even with the shorter spawn time for Lord and M. GBG playing with the confidence they've showed all game long, not looking like it's their first time. And now the aggressive Frozen Shelter traps DMB in, who's just dodging, trying to escape, manages to keep his HP pretty high despite being in the full duration Frozen Shelter. Another one. Surely that's too much for DMB. He's life stealing as much as he can. The Yamato still has the ulti, still wants to keep this engagement going. GBG, though, they're out of Frozen Shelters, out of backup options. Larp Lords willing to take the engagement as well, willing to fight it. Copied ultimate from Sinclair, allowing him to tank through all these stuns. Lord and M rolling through everyone on the goo ball. Yamato in trouble, has to tether out, trying to escape. No more escapes, no more survival for this Yamato. Starting to feel tremendous pressure. Geist now over the top, and it's too much. It seems that Larp Lords beginning to take the trade, although League is still just pumping damage from range here, still keeping the fight in contest. I mean, this is just a knockdown drag out, Jason. It's impossible to read who's going to come out on the win in these team fights.
It's just a bloodbath, man, between these teams. I think the one thing I kind of have to criticize GBG on is you shouldn't have to use a refresher Frozen Shelter, 2 Frozen Shelters just to get 1 kill on the DMB. I think he deserves a lot of credit to just survive as long as he possibly did there to really drag out those ultimates. Because if you catch out multiple people inside that Frozen Shelter, you could say goodnight. So a really good job by him just to stall as long as he possibly could to allow the rest of his team to come in and eventually keep the trade equal at 2 apiece. With the Urn spawn back in, looks like Scout might have tried to pick it up here and run it away. And this is one of the longest matches we've had so far. I think it's a perfect time to bring Dan back in because it's been a 41-minute bloodbath here between these two teams.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy the turns I think that this game has taken. But at this point, it's kind of interesting because I feel like Larp Lords, you can trade advantages either way. Obviously, I think Curse is going to make a huge difference still. And Larp Lords had this situation where Dew was like way ahead of everybody else in the Souls, whereas GBG are very even across the entire team for a while. But now things are starting to even up. You got the mid boss take that's going to force a fight. So I can't really get into my full thoughts here because guys, we've got another team fight brewing.
Well, Kelvin has an unstoppable. I don't know if I've seen that one before. So we'll see if that ends up changing things in this next team fight. Lane's relatively equal. A lot of time here for the teams to fight, for the deathmatch to take place. Looks like Larp Lords playing it a little bit slow, backing off the initial engage. They have used the roll, though, from Lord NM. It's a key tool. And coming through the frozen shelter, did not know Yamato could do that. Now into the engagement with the Calvin. DMB forced to TP away, forced to escape from the fight. Yamato wants to chase, but yeah, DMB's nowhere to be seen. He's all the way out of there. Yamato forced into the ulti as well. Both teams dropping low, but still no players on the deck just yet. Pressure for Yamato if she wants to double down with the chase. She will do that. And so many players on 1 HP for Larp Lords. There's a real opportunity for Yamato to really snowball clean this fight up with those continuously extended shadow forms. But the cube keeps Viscus alive long enough. That means you can't get the extension for Yamato. And despite being on such low HP, the brawl continues for Larp Lords. They're staying alive. Pocket low on skills, forced out for the moment. Now Paradox, the last one left to be the frontliner. Pocket as well, getting the heal, getting right back in on top of everybody. GBG can't get the catches for all the targets they've set low. They haven't been able to secure the kills. 3 on 4 here in the engagement.
Man, I don't know what the hell is happening here. These ethereal shifts just buying so much time for everyone on both of these teams. One fact is going to remain true, though, is Dew able to just put out a ton of damage here in the middle of this fight. Affliction's going to go out catching out 3 players, and those 3 are going to fall very, very quickly as he goes for the chase here. The cloak going to be used to try to go for the catch onto Neil, who's just being bursted down here in close proximity. Oh, okay, actually, Neil, he might turn it around. The steal's going to be able to come through, but that's Paradox in the last second. Scout able to stun him up and to lock him down. And finally, when all's said and done, it's a 5-for-2 trade in favor of Larp Lords.
I'm pretty sure Dew is dropping a 100k damage game. This is just backbreaking from the pocket. The amount of damage he's putting out in the team fights time and time again. I mean, he's getting multiple afflictions off. That's how long these team fights are going. Ridiculous stuff out of Dew on the pocket, securing that fight for Larp Lords, and that Larp Lords rather, and that looked incredibly tenuous. You know, if Yamato finds like 1 or 2 kills there, that could look like a very different engagement with the extended shadow farm. Instead, Larp Lords win the engagement. It's going to be a free mid boss for them. And once again, want to see, can GBG hold off from the pressure the Larp Lords puts on? I mean, and with all the threats online, with the curse now, you know, one misstep for GBG will cost them this game.
My question is, when are we going to see Refresher Pocket? Because why not? We've already had so many random resets, so many refreshers.
Well, what's the cooldown on Pocket All? It's like 60 seconds, right? Surely.
Yeah, but you know, why not? You know, for the hell of it. I wonder if it actually double stacks Affliction. I've never like tested.
I don't think you can
just refreshes
double
the
stack
length
because it's a debuff, so I don't think you could get 2 of the same debuff on you at once.
I would hope not. Well, so that's gonna be very, very painful. That's gonna be another urn being turned in for Larp Lords. This urn's worth what, like 10k at this point?
Yeah, it's pretty massive. But I mean, GBG last time they chose not to contest it. I feel like getting out on the map is just too scary. And for GBG, I think they really need these team fights to be decisive with the ultis when they pop, right? It's got to be Yamato with the 2 ultis and Calvin with the 2 ultis. Like, if you're not in a huge lead by the time those ultis are gone, I feel like Larp Lords will probably win the engagement. That's why we're seeing Larp Lords kite for so long, right? With this pocket being able to stay alive and just, you know, cycle after cycle of the spell. Oh, a Spirit Rune for pocket is the dream right now. Could be scary, could be an opening for Larp Lords if they want to take the fight to GBG. There's also, you know, you might just keep farming up. At this point in the game, though, I'm starting to wonder, I mean, how much do you really get stronger? Urn? I mean, yeah, if you get a second urn in before the rejuve ends, they're going to get a lot of, I mean, honestly, if GBG don't fight this, they're going to be drastically behind in like 2 minutes. I mean, the amount of farm you can do at this point in the game with all the mobility like every hero has, the farm speed is ridiculous. I mean, Larp Lords could clear the whole map. They're going to be up like 20, 30k.
A 62k pocket. just like utterly ridiculous. And you can see GBG, they're just going to sit back at their bases. That's going to be another urn going through. Like, what do you even buy anymore at this point for anyone? I mean, we can still see Larp Lords, they're still going to be lacking a flex slot, obviously not taking any of the shrines down. You can see Pocket sit on 8k.
Escalating and silencer on Pocket. Okay, if he gets like full escalating stacks, this ulti is gonna rip. Actually, I don't know if I've ever even seen this before from Pocket. He's gonna be doing absurd damage, and that silencer is a real threat in these long engagements, right? Like, it just delays you getting your skills off. GBG showing a lot of resilience though, just refusing to make any mistakes here. Yamato out on the map, but very difficult initiation target unless you can get her with that curse.
Doesn't the affliction like proc the silence, like the ticks over time?
Oh, you're right. You're right. That's
dirty. And I mean, if it was already hard enough to kill someone on Larp Lord's side, the fact that you have that mixed in with the Q, mixed in with just how many ethereal shifts they have, not to mention how slippery quite a few of these players can be, it's pretty damn hard to kill anyone. It's really only Sizlucky and Scout that you could realistically kill with relative ease. And I say that grimacing because it's still gonna be very hard to get through the 50k players here, especially with the backup they have. But I think Larp Lords, considering it's the best of one, they're taking their time here. They realize we have a lot of jungle to farm. We could get even further ahead if 40k wasn't enough. And with the rejuve down, they're just kind of maybe waiting for that respawn to come through.
I'm wondering how much the farm really matters at this point in the game. Like, it tends to be like when you just hit a certain point where people just get focus fired in, you know, a second or two. Maybe it gets you like extra curses online. Those could be pretty game changing. Seems like GBG have found an opportunity that they're looking to exploit. Larp Lords were splitting the farm, trying to get further ahead. And so far, they're not punished. DMB slips out of trouble. Time and time again, he's just been Houdini on this Wraith, uncatchable, despite the fact that we have Sinclair in the lobby. DMB has been the magician.
I'll leave nothing but ash.
See what you did there.
You like that?
It's pretty decent. I'll give you that.
Look at these items on Infernus. Infernus does big boy damage with the gun.
He's got
and
Soundser
super
as well.
tanky, double armor as well. Heal booster.
I mean, he's got big damage, but I feel like he's died really quickly in a lot of these fights lately, especially when he gets aggressive with the flame dash. He gets silenced, or sorry, he gets cursed, and then he's just like, well, I'm in trouble.
Realistically, anybody gets bursted in a second here. If you have the full focus fire of the other team, you just can't tank through it. Team's starting to meet now. Sinclair a bit far from this engagement, so Larp Lords gonna fall back, gonna buy time. GBG would be unwise, I think, to overchase this. And Larp Lords are really just waiting for a mistake, waiting for an overstep from this GBG team who this is their debut match, right, in Fight Night. There's very few teams, I think, that would have been able to endure a late game like this against Larp Lords. So GBG really impressing us in their inaugural showing. That being said, Larp Lords have the opportunity to just tighten the noose. They're willing to keep playing this slow. If they don't make any mistakes, if they don't get caught off, the lead will start to become huge, and mid-boss's back spawns very quickly at this point in the game.
Also dies very quickly at this point in the game.
Yeah.
So Larp Lords easily have an opportunity to bait them in. If they can see them at their base, that's an easy go time. But speaking of go time, you can see them just trying to go for the bait here. The Sloan Hex is everything being used. Also the swap directly on the Yamato. The curse hadn't come through in time though to stop the Shadow Transformation, but the burst is still going to be there either way. Larp Lords take down two players right off the bat, and GBG have to immediately turn tail and run back towards their base, but won't even be allowed to. So Larp Lords continue to go for the push here. You can see League trying to do as much damage as he possibly can. Only at 50k souls. He's kind of split off from the rest of his team. The Frozen Shelter is going to buy some time as they're going to push through yet again straight in towards Kelvin. Stoppable won't stop death, but maybe the Frozen Shelter can, as the second one's going to be used, and he's continuing to play Ring Around the Rosie with Larp Lords. But that is still either way 4 deaths, and you know what? That has to be the base cracked open. Even a majestic carpet ride to come through to lock this one down.
Yeah, it's going to be first phase patron for sure. Curious to see, though, how the priority comes in for Larp Lords. Although, hold on. Hypno grabbing one, pulling Viscous into the base, but is Viscous able to slip out with help of the Warp Stone? Looks like they are going to drop first phase patron. Curious to see if Larp Lords elect to double down and keep this fight going. Remember, GBG are very reliant on their ultis and refreshers, and I think those 2 stall kills, League and Zerbzy on long spawns, may have doomed this game. Larp Lords up 6 versus 4. Desperate defense here for GBG. This would truly be an incredible showing if they can get it done. Curse onto the Yamato, just doesn't quite have the ulti online, was forced into that engagement. I mean, the patron dies so quickly at this point, and so Larp Lords are going to be your challengers, going to move on to that money match to take on Hydra Nation. But hats off to GBG, man. In the inaugural showing for them in Deadlock Fight Night, a lot of new players we haven't seen before. Really exciting stuff, I think, for the game, for the future of the scene, that an up-and-coming team can be this competitive.
Yeah, honestly, I thought, NA was looking so one-sided because it was just Hydra Nation, but in the matter of just a few months, we have so many strong teams, so much potential for anyone to really take matches off of each other. And it leaves actually EU in the dust where there's just like 3 teams that you could potentially look forward to seeing play. A phenomenal first showing out of GBG, but obviously a phenomenal finish here for Larp Lords, able to get up to, was it like 400,000 souls almost, going almost 15 minutes long. Ridiculous stuff here as we swap sides as well, proving to be just as magnificent as Sinclair was in the last match. But who's also magnificent is our analyst, Dan. We haven't seen you in 50-something minutes. Hello.
That was crazy, man.
Is that the longest game we've had in DFN? I mean, it's got to be close, right? That's one of the latest games I've seen.
I can tell you.
Check the stats. Check the math.
It's up there.
When I saw Kelvin by Unstoppable, I knew we were in uncharted territory.
So the longest game I have was DFN Pacific. It was the qualifier at 49 minutes 50 seconds. So I think it might have passed. I didn't actually see how long the match lasted.
Yeah, it was close.
22.
Right?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, that's the longest match.
New record. Yes. And that was a solid. Oh my. Okay, we gotta pull these stats up. The scorecard is some dirty. There's big numbers on here, guys. There's very big numbers. It is going to be our Intel player of the match. What a performance. Dan, tell us some more about this guy.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Hydra Nation, it's obviously an insta ban. I know that last time when Du came into the fray on this Larp Lords roster, he was a player that had been recently picked up by the team, and yeah, this is kind of why. I don't know if Du can do this not on pocket, but just looking at the movement, the movement out of Du, you can see the levels of comfort were ridiculous from Du, just consistently performing insane amounts of damage. And look at the affliction setups, and that's like part of the battle with pocket is you have so many options for movement to position yourself in fights to do the burst damage and to hit the afflictions at the key moments, and you can see the level of comfort for Du on all of it was phenomenal. So excellent pocket play, and nothing brings a smile to my face more in Deadlock than some sick pocket action.
Yeah, some of these moments, I mean, this affliction right here, this was just back-breaking in a fight that GBG were really scrapping out, were really making difficult. Pocket, crazy damage this game, so survivable, kind of always that last line of defense there for Larp Lords, enabling them to win team fights that it felt like should have gone against them.
I'll say this though, if Scout didn't come in right there, I'm pretty sure Du would have died up against Neil. Like for sure, he saw his health already getting extremely low, and the ethereal shift just bought some time. And it's some subtle teabagging, of course, in the last clip. But this is the numbers you want to talk about, Jake. You can see Du 79,000 player damage. That's kind of insane.
That's fiendish. 72,000 souls, absurdly farmed on the pocket. I also want to shout out Lord NM with the Spirit nuking Echo Shard build. I don't think I've ever seen that in competitive play. That's the build I build on Viscous in pubs because it's fun and you can one-shot people. But he dropped 60k damage this game. So pretty impressive, showing that Viscous can really scale into the late game with that build. The Spirit nuking potential super, super high. Also want to credit DMB for some ridiculous escapes this game. Being the one where we remember this on Hydra Nation, he was always that guy who's splitting lanes, who's pushing walkers. And yes, with the 3-lane map, it's not as critical. You're not actually going to get walkers very often doing that play. DMB was so fantastic at putting that lane pressure on and then critically escaping, surviving when the gank does come in for him. Great awareness.
One thing I'll add too is that GBG did a lot of really great stuff in the early game, and they actually were coming out ahead like pretty well in that early game too. And I think the only shining star really was Du. Du was the only one that was kind of able to actually still be super competitive on the farm and really making sure that those fights were very hard fought and won by GBG in those early stages, because DMB was really badly farmed. He got I don't know how badly targeted he was, but DMD was very far behind. And on the Wraith, that's really painful to deal with. And it was only really made up for by the fact that Du was performing so well in the pocket to really help them weather the hardest point in the match for them. So yeah, super credit to Du, and I hope he doesn't get banned out.
Well, all right, guys. On the other side of this break, we've got the money match, the much anticipated Hydra Nation going to be taking on Larp Lords, who earned their spot in this match for the $2,000, the double prize today. We've got an exciting card for you in NA. This is Deadlock Fight Night, brought to you by Intel. Don't go anywhere. We've got the money match for NA right after this break.
expected more from them.
Welcome back, folks. You're watching Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel, and we are on to the North American money match this week. Thanks to an anonymous donor, we're going to be doubling the prize pool. There's $2,000 up for grabs. Hydra Nation taking on Larp Lords. Jason, coming into this, I would have said Hydra Nation are the huge favorites, and I'd still say that now. I think this team is monstrous. I think they're top of NA. What do Larp Lords have to do to make this competitive?
Oh, well, what do you have time for? How much time do you have till the match? No, looking back at last week's matches, Hydration, Leffa need to have some sort of response to them. You need to have a duo who's competent to go up against this duo and not let them just farm you. Then you also need to not let them get away with all these earned turn-ins. Like looking back again against Larp Lords, they just got like almost every single earned turn-in possible, and that gave them such a big lead that they already had a lead starting off with just the duo domination in that middle lane. I guess it was left lane that time they played in. So that's for me, that's like the two go-tos is stop their duo and don't let it get free earn turn-ins.
All right, we got Leffa and Hydration to deal with. We got, those mid-game objectives. We can bring in our analyst, who's going to be ZP for this opening game of the money match. ZP, what's your perspective on this Larp Lords team? We just saw them play for almost an hour here in a real knockdown dragout. They managed to eke their way back into the game, managed to team fight incredibly well. In particular, what kind of heroes did you see out of them that you think Hydra Nation needs to address, or do they even need to be worried?
Well, I think number one is you deal with the pocket, right? Because I think Larp Lords right now, they're a team that suffers from what I like to call NA deadlock syndrome, which is that they have players that look really good on specific heroes, but the depth is not there across the entire team the way it is, in other teams in other regions, or, a more complete NA team like Hydra Nation. Like Hydra Nation, they have the depth to where it's really hard to ban them out. Whereas you look at Larp Lords, I mean, look, straight up, you can do things like ban the pocket in the beginning and then probably deny naked the Sinclair. And already you've done like massive inroads into really weakening the options that Larp Lords is going to have. So for me, I think the challenge here for Larp Lords is, are they going to be able to function when Hydra Nation likely goes out of their way to target their comfort picks?
And historically, that's been the strength for Hydra Nation. They have always been the more flexible team, the most flexible team in North America. They've always put their opponents on the back foot from the draft, from the very start of the game. Larp Lords, not showing the most hero diversity here in their player preference images, but of course, that doesn't mean much at all. I am curious to see what they've been working on, right? This is a team, they know they're going to go up against Hydra Nation, right? Coming to this tournament, expecting to compete, expecting to face off in the finals. They've had shots before, but they have to have come to this with preparation. They've been looking at their opponents. They've been, coming here with a strategy. Question is there anything that they were able to hold out from that last match?
Well, besides probably being like really wrecked, having to go 50 something minutes, our longest match we've had in DFN, I think for them, it's, you just played this team last week. Like you have the data, you have the videos to look back on and the footage to really comb through and figure out what you can do differently. It's about them showing up with those changes and obviously looking for a better result, because last week it was quite abysmal. They were like low 20 minute games back to back for against Hydra Nation, which they lost 2-0. I think, again, balls in their court, as I said before, when it came to like EU, but you have to figure out what you can do better against this team that's just dominating every other team in North America right now.
Also, I mean, maybe this is me noticing it. It was probably like this earlier in the day, but did our backgrounds always move on the roster screen like that? I feel like that's gotten added within the last few shows. Like, it's got to be new, right?
I'm just looking at the bird. I have no thoughts, no strong feelings one way or the other. But I like that there's a bird on the image. What I'm interested in, though, for this Larp Lords roster is like beyond the strategy, beyond the depth and the hero pools, just can they survive the lanes, right? Can they get the game to a point where you actually could take a team fight on equal footing? Because to be honest, I think if you Hydra Nation just rolls over you on the lanes and you're down 5-10K in the first 10-15 minutes, I think a team like Hydra Nation is just too good to let you back into the game, too good to let you, come back or have any chance to score an objective from there on out. You're not able to get flex slots early. So that's most of all what I want to see out of Larp Lords. I want to see that they can come out of these lanes at parity, and just get some solid team fights, force Hydra Nation to be fighting as a full 6 and see how you can do in that environment. Because to be honest, those fights were incredibly drawn out in that last match. There was a lot of pressure on the team fight. But this Hydra Nation team, they're so experienced. A lot of competitive players who've been, playing the game, Deadlock itself, and others, of course, other big titles for a long time.
Also, I think this may be on me. I don't think I relayed the message to production, but I think we have, unless something changed, I do believe we have a surprise this week. One that, Jake, you'll appreciate going back to the OW days, but I believe Rocker is unavailable this week, so they brought in the big guns. That's right. I think Buds is in on the substitution this week for Hydra Nation. I'm like 90% sure that's still true. That's what I heard in the lead up to it. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll have to see who
debut
loads into the game, because Buds is a player. I think he plays under car battery, right? In Deadlock, if you see him on the ladder or streaming. And Buds is a player who's been at the top of other games in the hero shooter genre. Has not come onto it. Has not played in DFN yet. Am I wrong about that?
No, he has not. Well, the thing about Buds right now, wants to play with the team that will be number one, is a team that is highly competitive, is kind of my understanding. So, Buds has just been like the most valuable free agent, just, sitting in the wings for whatever. And, with Rocker out, it's a good opportunity for them to come in where, Buds is probably even extra, happy. It's like, wait, this is the double week? Okay.
Well,
it's a good time to come in.
If he wants to only play for the best team, when Hydra Nation was making these roster swaps, why didn't they just pick him up?
I have no idea what all went around that. I mean, maybe they didn't initially offer. Maybe there's something going on. I have no idea. But the point is, we get to enjoy some Buds here tonight, in all likelihood. So I'm still excited for it.
Well, in order to get into the game first, we've got to run the draft. So let's check it out. Let's see what the teams are going to go for in this crucial opening match of this best of three. $2,000 on the line here. Crown of North America. I mean, arguably the most stakes we've ever had. Not arguably, the most stakes we've ever had in Deadlock Fight Night, especially for this Hydra Nation team, who's come in off the back of a few changes, has looked as good as they've ever been. Now wanting to repeat that under a little bit more pressure, I think they can still do it.
I think also I just love the entire. Jason, I love the entire part where Calxus losing his mind chat being like, why am I on Ivy? And it's just like, well, your main hero was Ivy for one moment, and maybe we're just going to lock you into that forever. Honestly, I'm okay with it, but sorry. Jason, go ahead.
No,
I'm always going to see Calc as Shiv after those huge games he put up on the Shiv. We had those monster carry rolls coming out. Those were super memorable for me. I think Abrams maybe more realistically is most played now for Hydra Nation. And it is, as you called it, DP, the opening pocket respect ban. Puts the ball in Larp Lords' court. It's not really a meta first ban, so arguably this gives Larp Lords a bit of a draft advantage. The question is, do you actually have the hero pool depth to take advantage of that? Does Do have the comfort and skill on other heroes besides the pocket to still deliver that MVP performance that we got from him in the Challenger match?
Yeah, that's the point, is can he play another hero to that same level that they need to carry through into these matches? And can it be something that they're comfortable in early game as well? You have to really deal. I'm gonna keep saying it until we stop having to see it, is that Hydration left a combo. And I would expect to see Mo and Krill would be another pick that Hydration in particular will be going for, because it seems to be something he loves to play. Also Calico for Leffa is something we've seen quite a few times. But Leffa, actually, to be fair, since the first iteration of Hydra Nation, we finally started to see him flex onto many different heroes, which we didn't see previously, because there's normally an Infernus player for Hydra Nation back then.
Well, on that note, Jason, I would love to see Mo and Krill get taken by Larp Lords in the next two picks, because you don't want to give Hydration, Mo and Krill to run in mid lane with Leffa, which have been so effective. And they do it! They do it! Thank God! Okay, they actually go in and they do that, which I think this is good, because Hydration has just been backing Leffa up with Mo and Krill for several weeks now. Please, just put an end to it.
It's been a winning strategy for them. However, much like that opening pocket ban gave you a bit of a draft edge, I think you've kind of expended the draft edge now for Larp Lords. You got to steal a comfort pick from your opponent, but still, Mo, I don't think has been an unbeatable character, right? We've seen responses, we've seen, teams be able to deal with it well. I'm just curious to see what else Hydration is going to be playing, because I think he's pretty much only been playing Mo in recent memory. I mean, it's been so dominant for them. Why change?
He played Infernus last week against
you're right,
if I'm not mistaken. But I know what you mean, though. With that's definitely one of the heroes you're gonna think of when you think of Hydration lately, especially when he was known under the team Mahjong and Krill. But if I'm not mistaken, Hydration has probably played the most heroes out of any other player in EU and NA. He's sitting on 11 right now, having played. I think he's definitely proven to be one of the most versatile players that we have in Deadlock right now.
Do they go Calico or 7 here? I think you can make arguments for either. I think for Hydra Nation, you probably want to go Calico just because you're already down the Mo for frontliner, but it would be interesting if they got the 7 for Buds in this case, to just secure it out early. And instead, okay, they go Holiday. I mean, it makes sense, like, if you're worried about getting banned on the second go here, where you want to at least secure a playmaker. But now I think, on the other hand, for your Larp Lords, you got to go 7 or Calico. Either would be phenomenal picks, I think, and hurt something that Hydra Nation would 100% pick if you don't get rid of.
I'd rather see the Calico. I think 7 doesn't have the best matchups into Great Talon or Mirage. You know, like being basically stationary. Also, Holiday can grab you out of the ulti. So I think Hydra Nation's draft is just kind of hard to pick 7 into, at least as like a prio phase. It is going to be the Calico, which I quite like for Larp Lords. I mean, laning wise, they have very, very oppressive laners so far. I mean, Paradox not necessarily the most dominant laner, but Mo, Krill, Calico are 2 of the best we have in the patch right now. See what Larp Lords don't want to deal with. Maybe like a Viscus. Is that so crazy to ban out here? Maybe too crazy. Oh, I'm a genius. Ooh. I mean, Viscus has been going up in the tier list. I think it's a really solid answer to both the hard initiation from Paradox, from the combo from Mo Krill. The stuns are really nice to have against all these frontliners, so I think it's wise to get rid of it.
ZP, let me ask you a question, because you kind of talked about it a little bit. When I think Buds, I think of Infernus. What other heroes can we expect him to play? Because you mentioned 7.
Yeah, I mean, typically, I think in this sort of setup, you would expect Buds to be playing like mostly hard carry heroes, effectively. So it would be in the realm of, you'd see Infernus, Wraith, 7 would be kind of more what I expect to see Buds on. I mean, Buds can also play finesse stuff in the realm of, like, you know, a Paradox or Holiday, if necessary. I mean, he's a generally talented player that, like, can go more versatile. I would just say that of all things, you definitely wouldn't see him on a frontliner. Like, I don't think he would be playing frontline under any circumstance here. But, you know, if they pick up a 7 or an Infernus in the next few picks, well, it won't be Infernus because Larp Lord just got it. If the 7 comes in, I would guess Buds would probably be on it. Or, you know, Wraith if it goes a little bit that late.
Hydra Nation, ball's in their court as far as what they're going to pick. There's also something like a Kelvin could think about here. It is going to be the 7, which I think fits really well for Hydra Nation, like for not only for Buds to have the comfort hero, but also Larp Lords don't have the easiest control. Like for Mo, he's probably going to need like a Phantom Strike for the late game to be able to get to 7 when he's up in the sky, and Infernus with the ulti as well. Not the most realistic stun cancels for the ultimate. Curious to see how they lane the 7 though. We've seen some teams put them in the side lane, others in the mid. I think it can definitely go both ways. They throw at me. The Abrams likely the young Calc pick. Great answer, I think, to the Mo Krill, to the Paradox. You swap somebody in, then, you know, Paradox can be a vulnerable catch. Even Infernus, right, just hates to be, you know, hard locked down by somebody like Abrams.
Who's Hydration gonna play at the moment?
I think the next hero that they pick, because I don't think any of these, but that's also a great spot to be for Hydration, because it's honestly like, even if you get some picks taken away, who cares? Hydration can play anything. Like he'll be fine.
Is he gonna ward him?
I have an idea. Might be Shiv. Okay. Like they could bring out the Shiv here if they're gonna do that. I mean, Kelvin is technically still available too, and it's NA. I mean, that's kind of going into the really deep Hydration deep lore, but there was a world where, you know, he would play Kelvin at least back on streams and that sort of stuff. But all
right, low key, am I crazy to say I could see the ward in this game for Hydra Nation? Like for an adventure. Okay, and Larp Lords grabbed the Kelvin as well, which I mean, look at this Larp Lords comp. This is really sick. Like mid-game brawling, like when you get into a close range team fight with like Infernus burning the ground, Geist, you know, dropping bombs, Kelvin doming you, stuns and control. This is super, super scary, where Hydra Nation have a lot more late game, like backline poke, but there's a lot of engagements around objectives where you can't easily leverage those things.
What's good the lane with Leffa here is I think what you have to ask yourself.
It's the legend pick. Wait, this is actually a god pick too. This is so sick. This is so sick because just as I said, that Larp Lord's so heavy on the close range brawling, and now you've got Dynamo, and Dynamo has a couple nice interact. Like you can save people out of the Kelvin ulti. It's like one of the, I think this is the only thing in the game that can do that. With the Quantum Entanglement, can pull people out of the Kelvin ult, and you could pop the black hole like through the walls of the Kelvin ult. So like this is actually a really sick pick from Hydra Nation. I wasn't sure they were going to close this out, and this is a masterful choice.
Also, again, who plays what? I think it actually might be Hydration on the Dynamo here.
He's played it before, and he plays like a carry.
It's in his pool. It is literally in his pool. I mean, again, you have to go a little bit back into the deep lore. It's not as, you know, recent as Listic knocking people into the air, so to speak, builds. But We've hit interesting times here, Jason.
I remember though that week Hydration played the knockup build. He brought it. He was like kept ulting a Warden. The old Warden could never get his ulti off. He just kept getting black holed at close range.
Do you want me to tell you which DFN that was actually, if you give me a second?
I'm gonna guess 14. No.
Close. You have a guess,
13.
CP?
I mean, honestly, it would have been 14 for me too. So I'm not gonna do the prices right. They'd be like, but 15,
It was 12 actually in a play against melee creeps.
Was that their last win of the win streak?
I think so, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, they're going back to the essentials here for Hydra Nation. And I like what they've got cooking here. it's a little finicky, right? Like I think Larp Lords have a much more straightforward draft. When we talked about coming out of the laning phase strong and with an advantage, I think Larp Lords, they have better laners, frankly. For Hydra Nation, they're so good and they're so, consistently dominant in NA. I feel like it's a little crazy to bet against them. And I think especially with that Dynamo finisher, if we get to like a stable late game, I really give them the edge in those big team fights.
So
yeah,
but it's going to be Dynamo and Mirage together. It's going to be, I would assume, left on Mirage. I don't know how I feel about that combo necessarily. I mean, you have the tornado into a knockup or vice versa. Like that is a lot of control.
Could be left on the GT. Is that ever the pick?
Yeah, no, I think it actually could be left on GT here too. I think. Yeah. Also, I'm curious who Bud's gonna play. Like, it could be Bud's on the Holiday too, because Bud's has had Holiday in his hero pool. Because I'm trying to think who's playing what, right? And I feel like
Flick on Holiday. Flick Holiday, Bud's on 7. Leffa on Great Talon.
Rocane on Mirage, maybe?
Yeah, Rocane on Mirage.
Has also played a lot of 7 too.
And Hydration on.
Wait. What am I thinking? Buds has also played an enormous amount of Mirage. Like,
true.
A ridiculous amount of Mirage.
Those two could easily go either way.
Yeah, I actually think it's going to be Buds on the Mirage, and it'll be 7, what's it called? Rocane on the 7, from what you have here. And then Holiday, Flick on Holiday, Left on Great Talon.
So Leffa hasn't played Great Talon yet in all of their weeks here within DFN. So that'll be interesting to see if it actually comes to fruition.
We'll have to see here as we're loading into the money match. It's Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. Hydra Nation taking on Larp Lords for $2,000. Thank you so much to the community, anonymous donor, letting us double up here. And it is going to be Buds on the Great Talon. Mr. Car Battery himself, Leffa on the Mirage.
Wait, what? They're going to pair Leffa and Buds together in mid.
Okay, I mean, this is a potentially powerful lane with a lot of nuking potential.
I have to say, by the way, we're gonna have to decide real quick if we refer to him as Buds or Car Battery for the most part, where even Buds himself doesn't have consistent branding because his Twitch channel is twitch.tv/Buds while playing on Car Battery the entire time through. It's a real problem. I'm gonna say cast executive decision as my final word before I take off for a second here. I'm gonna say we say Car Battery because it says Car Battery in game. That's where
fair enough. I'm a believer in going with the in-game names. You want us to call you something? Make it your Steam name. Car Battery, gonna take the helm on the Great Talon. Curious to see how this side lane goes though for Hydra Nation. The Dynamo in particular. I mean, laning has been so critical, and I don't think Dynamo is a particularly strong laner. At least I wouldn't think so.
No, I feel like, I mean, he does have good escapes and he does have like sustain with helium, but in terms of like poke, I guess you can kind of punish the Mo and Krill. And to get in close, you can do a nice little knock up there. But I would imagine it's going to be like one of their weaker lanes. The 7 Abrams on the right hand side is definitely going to be a lot stronger with the stun plus the charge. You can already see though. Well, it looks like, CP production made the executive decision. And
no, I'm overriding. I am overriding. We're changing as we speak because this in game is still Car Battery. It's gonna be so confusing on the kill feed. Sorry, continue.
I think this is when we come back and it's like instead of ZP, it's just gonna be Buds. They're probably just gonna change your name.
Dare not anger the producers. Great Talon taking this position on the middle high ground. I think this is going to be pretty important for the mid lane, especially against Kelvin. If you can like play this ultimate height, it's going to be pretty awkward for Kelvin. It's a bit of pressure. Do is going to be on the Geist this game. Let's see what he can deliver on the Geist. I think I like the hero as for somebody that was playing Pocket, looked great on it. I think it's another hero with a lot of playmaking and mechanical potential for Do to show off on.
Well, we've already seen a big adaptation, though. I will give Larp Lords credit. I said, what have they changed since last week when they got stomped by Hydra Nation? Already the draft phase looking much better. And I think the unfortunate part for them is like, even if they win, it's like, oh yeah, well, Hydra Nation had a sub. But I don't want to look at it that way, because for Larp Lords to come back into this week with definitely a plan in mind, just based off the drafts alone, it's about that execution.
Buds is a solid player. Like, this isn't like an emergency desperation sub where you're, don't think you can win. Like, they for sure are still a strong team with Buds in. And so I think car battery. Well, we'll see. Hydration, though, not having the most fantastic lane. In the end, though, they're CSing a little bit better on Hydra Nation, right? Like, this has been the edge. They're just mechanically a little bit ahead of the competition more often than not. Mo gets a huge lifesteal, but knocked up. Doesn't have much to get out. He's going to burrow and try to keep the pressure on the side lane.
It's so funny. I built up the entire day talking about Left and Hydration as a duo. And then we don't even see them play duo anymore, at least in this match. DMB goes down. I mean, he's playing up against his previous team here of Hydra Nation. Nake's going to fall to car battery over in middle, and already Hydra Nation off to an early start here with these 2 kills.
I just realized, talk about a knock-up lane. It's we got the Holiday and the Dynamo lane, a legendary knock-up lane. That's actually going to be super scary for Infernus, right? Who relies on being able to run with the Flame Dash. Getting chain knocked up kind of destroys your mobility. There's no like flyer escape for anyone really on Larp Lord. They're all, for the most part, ground-based characters. So we can start to see Hydration be a really powerful fighting hero, even outside of the ultimate, even outside of the team fight. Just the threat of the CCing players for the follow-up from somebody like Buds or Calc.
You're gonna have to come up with a new analogy, because I don't know if Catholic school was gonna work when it comes to the amount of knockups Hydra Nation has.
This is abstinence-only sex education program.
I don't know. I'm gonna let you figure that one out. I think it works pretty much though. Dude's able to get the kill on the left, but that's punishment over towards middle. Again, the sustain out of Geist. Kelvin, a pretty decent, I would say, partner with Geist. You can heal it up. That's going to be the lasso in under the Guardian. Nicely quantum taken as well to avoid the stun. And a singularity on top of the Guardian just for extra pain here for Lord and M. And I think this is giving another double kill.
Maybe. Infernus still has a bit of HP. Gonna double down with the Flame Dash, turns it around onto 1. And with the Infuser, is getting a lot of heal off the back of that. Hydration a little bit too low. Take the fight back to DMB, who's starting to pressure this Guardian pretty effectively now. Calc has ulti. Would love to get healed up, would love to take the re-engage, and Mo back in with full HP. This Guardian is starting to get low. Like, despite the kills that Hydration Flick have managed to find, the inevitable pressure of Mo is slowly whittling them down.
He's not really doing too much. He's not going to do too much poke against this team, though, because of the sustain they're going to have. Not going to escape the owl out of car battery. That's another kill going the way of car battery. Is it Buds or car battery? Because now his name changed back to Buds. I don't know what to do anymore.
I'll go with Buds. I'll let production win. If it's on the top of the screen, it's Buds.
I can see our production being double
override is what happened here. But the reality is that after this map, I am yelling at Buds to change his in-game name to Buds. That'll be the end of it.
All right, you let him know, and let me know how that dictat goes for you. As jungle camps are gonna spawn. Once again, Mo being assaulted, and the danger in this lane is, these knockups kind of come from a little bit outside of the range of that Scorn. Although, hold on, Kelvin chasing down with the Ice Beam onto Grey Talon. Not the most durable hero, being potentially countered by Leva. Just barely gets the Frozen Shelter off in time, getting the full heal off of that. It's gonna be nice. Ulti Force as well in the side lane. Big double stun connecting all under that Storm Cloud with the help of the 7-stun follow-up, and it's an absolute cleanup there on the side lane. Well, Calica was able to slip out just in time. A lot of pressure on this side Guardian, maybe going down here to Hydra Nation.
You don't want to see the first objective of the game going in Hydra Nation's favor either. It's going to free up, I would believe, a calculator now. Not going by Young Calc anymore. Just rotate in towards this mid lane to apply even more pressure. And I mean, it's only a 3k soul difference so far. So you see the engagement yet again out of Calc, looking for potential catch with the help of that stun. But you can see that Larp Lords immediately respect this, really trying to sit back and be careful about what can come their way as the charge is going to land. And just like that, this is Lucky's going to fall. And another kill going the way of Hydra Nation.
Yeah, and with this wave clearing, kill as well on the other side lane, so no support likely to be coming in here. Mid lane relatively even, but it just feels like across the map Hydra Nation are eking out Small advantage after small advantage. It's starting to compound. For the first time, Hydra Nation in this side lane are going to be able to actually start putting pressure on their opponent's tower. You get the combo off. Dodge, though, comes in on the follow-up. As we're on board with the Talon, who drops a nuke onto Do. Very, very low. Does have swap online. And it seems like both fights kind of resulted in a back-off. No attempt to continue to push towers, walkers. Larp Lords kind of low HP on a lot of members across the lanes here. Going to be difficult to bring support if people get dove.
Man, just the raw poke you're going to have in this mid lane with the Mirage and the Great Talon. As we heard before, right? The Great Talon paired with the Mirage paired with the Mo and Krill out of Xenon, talking about how strong it can be in this lane.
Oh, we saw that.
So can Great Talon.
Lord NM caught on the cam, missing the Gamba. Gank comes in, though, from the 7, who's rotating into that side lane. At the same time, though, mid lane is just getting crushed by Hydra Nation. Leffa and Buds starting to edge a real difference here in the side lane. 7 going back, just continuing to pressure his own lane. And mid Guardian opens up first for Hydra Nation.
Not to mention a flex slot. That's going to be 2 objectives taken now for Hydra Nation. DMB's just going to take a ride with the bounce pads. Looks like another kill's going to come through. A scout's going to fall. And this is, and I hate to say it, this is kind of what I was talking about before, is that Hydra Nation doesn't matter when you get to the mid game because their early game is so strong. Like mechanically, individually, they're so damn good that they can create such a big lead against you that it's very hard to come back from. So Al's going to come in over the top. It's not going to connect, it looks like, though, but they're going to back away after already taking that Guardian, and they're going to look for a push into the left lane.
Big trouble in the side lane. Singularity's online. Hydration feigning weakness right now. But the rest of the team coming in right behind. That combo is ill-fated there for Larp Lords. The rest of the squad coming in. Calc trying to get in, trying to catch potentially on this Infernus. Caught on the zip line for a moment. Infernus may have slipped away, but Flick still on the case, still chasing that down. Doesn't want to let him get out for free. Oh, and it wisely predicts the high, doesn't chase him up the zip. Outplayed there by Flick.
And another Guardian down. And potentially some more kills. Hydration's just going to climb away from this one, look to retreat back over towards his teammates. You see Scout just trying to run away for his dear life. Luckily for him, there's no stun. Gonna lock him down. And Hydra Nation
was used there. So at least Hydra Nation not getting too much value out of that. But I mean, the lead is opening up. 8K now.
Yeah, that's a lot of souls. Only 10 minutes in. To be fair, it's a lot less than it was last time they met. I think it was 10K at 7 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, Spirit buff on Great Talon is kind of a go sign for a fight right now. Ern's going to be coming over from Hydration. At the same time, the TP comes in from Calc. So we are going to very likely see a brawl here for this Ern turn in. And I think Hydra Nation are quite strong. If they bring numbers this engagement, they're in a great spot. TPing as well on the Holiday, not leaving anybody out to dry. It's only Leffa on the Mirage, but of course he's always able to be there, always able to participate in the fight if he needs. And it's just a free turn in there for Hydra Nation, continuing to expand the lead.
Remember what you asked me at the start of the series? Like, what are some of the things that Larp Lords need to do differently? I said, control Hydration and Leffa in a lane. Obviously now it's Buds. And don't let them get free Earn turn-ins. And that's the first one of the game already now done. And I would imagine that Hydra Nation is definitely going to put emphasis on the second one as well to continue to build up that lead up to 10K now, 11 minutes in. And we're going to start to hit stat check territory. Is that bullet lifesteal on Young Calc?
Yeah, I think
as well.
I think it's pretty decent. I mean, Infuser's just a broken 500 cost item, especially if you don't have a high premium on soul slots. But Abrams is a pretty sick amount of bullet damage. He's also maxing charge, so he's going to go for like the more bullet damage heavy Abrams build, which I kind of like because think about it. It's like you've got Great Talon, you've got 7, you've got, I mean, pretty much the rest of your team is going to be more heavily Spirit focused. And while I think Spirit Abrams has grown a bit in popularity, Bullet Abrams is still very viable. And I think it mitigates some of the threat of the enemy team just stacking Spirit armors.
I mean, he's going to hurt, especially if you catch multiple people to Singularity. Like, people are just going to fall over, let alone having Rokane with the power surge and the charge shots out of Buds. It's going to be tough. And Larp Lords, I feel like you can't really afford to group up and fight, and you need to kind of use the Smo and Krill right now to actually create some sort of gap closing potential in the soul difference. But because they only have the one Guardian, they don't have a flex slot, and they're kind of being locked into their lanes, they can't really create these opportunities, and it looks like a lot like EU with these Mo and Krills.
Leffa TPing right into the next engagement. They're on the mid lane. Catch comes in from Flick, hits the knockup onto Paradox. And it should be an easy cleanup. She's juking on the barrels. Hold on, though. Duke coming in to bail out his teammate. Larp Lords not giving up anything for free, though. Despite the lead for Hydra Nation, they're still fighting this. They're still keeping this in contest. DMB, though, potentially being caught. Squad is on the chase. They know where he is. Stunned by the owl. Flick right behind him. Caught, pulled into the pit. This is not where you want to be on 1 HP Infernus. Just can't quite get the ulti off. That was actually quite close.
Did Flick try letting the mid boss kill DMB there?
He was trying to like get some extra damage from the mid boss. I don't know if you can do that, if you can get the mid boss to aggro somebody who's stunned, but could be possible. Seems possible.
Well, you know what? We got ZP on the sidelines here to bring in for this game, which has been growing ever more one-sided for Hydra Nation. What's your thoughts so far?
I mean, thought so far is that the rotations from Hydra Nation have just been absolutely ridiculous, where they've been using the teleports to great effect, where, again, you take a look. Who's using the side teleports the most right now? It's Hydra Nation. They're right now they're looking for the creep camp overall, but they've been going back and forth like pretty effectively, creating mismatches, which has put things against Larp Lords, not giving them enough time really to set up their own sort of ganks with their Mo and Krill, and it's left Larp Lords feeling passive, where Hydra Nation has been super active for the most part. And here we go again, off into the right lane, and already Stormcloud out.
They've got the knockdown though to cancel the Stormcloud. I talked about the lack of stuns to do just that, so the knockdown ends up being a really nice build. DMB under a lot of pressure on the Infernus, very low HP, can't stay in the fight, and Lefa, of course, he's going to be there on the Mirage, managed to come to this engagement, participate as well. Under a bit of pressure though, so Larp Lords started to fight this well. So far, it's a 2-for-1 in their favor.
Yeah, nice little engagement of Larp Lords to get something out of this. Only down 10k now as the teleport comes in to save the life of Lord NM. We're about to hit that 15-minute mark, and again, this is where I'm looking for that urn to see if Hydra Nation do put the extra
Lefa's still
emphasis on
chasing.
it.
Lefa's still on this Mo. Doesn't want to let him get out. Okay, well, maybe he is going to slip away just in time. Hydration, happy to fall back, grab some of the jungle farm. Has that surge of power online, so this Dynamo hits pretty hard with that first skill. Great talent as well. So the Spirit nuking, kind of terrifying for Hydra Nation right now. I mean, like you mentioned, anyone who gets caught in that singularity, they are going to get cut to pieces.
I'm trying to think if it's possible that we're going to see Hydration get like multiple people caught in this. And you kind of point out before the kind of positions you want to fight for. If you're Mo Krill, if you're Infernus, if you're Calico, like if you're Lady Geist, obviously if you're Kelvin, you kind of want to be in close proximity. But the way things are going with these like constant picks coming in out of well, I was gonna say out of Hydra Nation. I don't know if we're gonna really see any of these team fights, but with the urn spawning back in, immediately Hydra Nation go for it, and they're already on the warpath to take it and turn it in on the left-hand side.
Yeah, they're really aware of the objectives and the timing. Larp Lords have a decision to make. Do this Geist and Kelvin on the right side lane? Do they try to just get at a Guardian, or do they go for the contest? Seems like Hydra Nation want to bait the urn and actually go for a fight, but it seems like they've been sniffed out. Larp Lords are aware of the position on the side lane. So for now, they're just going to hold the urn, keep pressuring lanes, try to force Larp Lords to leave that turn-in spot.
I think the last one missed on the right-hand side. I think the response out of Hydra Nation is don't let him get a flex spot here. Don't let him get that right-hand tower down. And we'll see the engagement come through. We can see the turn-in come in as well. Going to get it just before the stun lands. And also going to get the kill on the DMB while all this is happening on the right-hand side. We do see the return fire, though, out of Larp Lords. Able to get 2 kills yet again, though they did lose the urn. And that leads down to just 9k.
Yeah, Bud's in trouble. I don't think he's getting out of this one. Mo gets the chase down, and that should be the Guardian opening, although hold on. Hydra Nation bringing numbers to this fight despite being low on players. They're still going to try to double this down. They do have that singularity, but the combo comes in too quick. Hydration couldn't get the ulti off. Do they have stuns for the 7 ult, though? 7 ult zoning everyone away. Players are super low. Mo just tanking it to heavy melee him, but I don't know if that's a winning proposition against the 7. The rest of the squad coming in right off the spawn, but they're still a ways away, and Larp Lords getting the better of this duel, getting the most out of this heavy mid-game team comp.
What happened with Lefa? I heard the ult come through, but I didn't see him actually appear. Did he cancel it? Thinking that they're going to lose the fight, and it just left Rokane all to himself to just go down and die. And now that lead's been cut down to just 3k between the two teams. And Larp Lords definitely showing that they've made some massive improvements from the last week to this week.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication. The lead is gone pretty much. I mean, by the time Rokane's back in the fight, this is a great spot to be for Larp Lords, evening up the game. Can you force some of these key team fights now? You have the souls are even, right? You like no disadvantage. You can absolutely make this happen, but can you play around the objectives well enough? We talked about that in the pregame. Can you deal with Hydra Nation's pressure on the urns?
We're gonna wait 2.5 minutes till we find out again. At least Larp Lords are able to clear up a flex thought for themselves to help equalize things. Obviously, with the soul differential that they're able to close down on. And in terms of items we see starting to come through here, I'm actually kind of surprised. Like the Calico, compared to like ABL and EU, much different styles so far. Not able to freely farm as much, obviously due to being behind over 10k at some points in this match.
And now with the game more or less even, see who decides to break the stalemate. Hydra Nation have been holding on to this tier 1 Guardian for a long time in this game. Swap is missed though from Scout. They would love to start the fight on somebody like Lefa, deny him. Knockdown comes in, lasso misses, and overextension there from the Holiday. Thought she could get in and get out, but that's the threat that Momokiro presents. Lord NM, nice catch. DMB doubles down as well with the ulti, and Lefa's in real trouble. Still has Tornado though. Hold on, is he baiting this engagement? Is the team support coming in? Split focus here from Larp Lords. They try to take the Guardian and pressure Lefa at the same time. It seems that he's going to be out of trouble, but Larp Lords, have they gone too far? Rotation comes in. Hydration somewhere on the map. Got to kill with that Singularity with the help of a couple teammates. And all in all, the trade looks reasonably good for Hydra Nation. Just but I think the fact that maybe that mid Guardian being opened is worth the trouble for Larp Lords.
Yeah, 100%. Not only a 2k difference between the two. I mean, we don't really see Dynamo much these days, and it's somewhat similar to the way Mo and Krill, I guess, would work in like the early to mid game, of just using that Singularity to go for a catch onto one. Like you don't need to kill more than one person. The only difference is that cooldown is definitely a pain if you're on Dynamo compared to that Mo and Krill. And it looks like we might see a fight towards his left-hand side with Hydration maybe getting caught out here. That Quantum Entanglement is going to buy him a little bit of time to get swapped back in towards his death.
Yeah, slowing X. Rest of the team came in, just caught him in an awkward spot on the map. Didn't have an exit strategy there. And the lanes are all reasonably pressured here against Hydra Nation. They don't have any objective tempo on the map. At the same time, I don't know that Larp Lords have the confidence to force an objective with that kill. It's a big kill, but maybe just enough to go clean up some jungle camps, snag some boxes. Neither team wants to make a mistake. They know $2,000 riding on this series.
Oh, Buff's going to be spawning here too. Looks like Larp Lords will be securing both. Check out that survival on over to Sizlucky. And with the Urn spawn back in, I can already see Hydra Nation already heading towards that direction. So it's going to be a mutual turn in towards the right-hand side of the map. They're going
Either
for the
team
big
likes to
TP.
grab it, so they're going to try to rotate, try to catch this Kelvin off guard on the side lane. A bit of a risky maneuver. If Kelvin just escapes from this, it should be a free Urn pickup for Larp Lords. Although Kelvin in trouble, caught, potentially trying to ice path away, but taking a lot of damage. That proc is going to hurt from Mirage. But instead, they back off. They bait the Kelvin to stay. The rest of the team immediately TPing over, and they're trying to fight elsewhere, forcing a fake response onto the Kelvin. Now their real objective, the Urn, comes into play. Trying to get Mo, and they're able to burst him before he gets through the TP. So a masterful feint from Hydra Nation starts off the fight well with the pick.
And they got about 30 seconds to get the turn in before they have to worry about Lord and M to come back through. DMB is going to have to go heal. Or at least get the extra regen here. No, he doesn't even have it. Have to use maybe that infuser. Instead, actually, the call's being made for mid-boss. So Hydra Nation can take advantage of the fact that Lord and M is dead to go for this immediately. And the thing is, no one out of Larp Lords is actually here to defend against this. It's going to be Naked to come through. And you sure as hell believe he's probably going to commit that Frozen Shelter to try to delay and maybe go for the steal. But this is still going to be tough to pull off here with Calc ready to go.
Yeah, stuns available. They are going to Frozen Shelter to delay the pickup. Calc is down. Hold on. This is turning into a fight for Larp Lords. 7 ulti, you'd love to come in, but the big stun comes in from DMB. Now Rokane rips the ulti, and the rejuve did go to Hydra Nation. It's going to be a rout here. 4 players alive still for Hydra Nation. They're looking strong and healthy. Paradox super low, just barely slips out around the corner, but the rest of the squad is hot on his heels. Calico running for the hills, trying to slip around and escape. Oh, the Kobe just barely misses from the Holiday. Not the worst trade in the world for Larp Lords, but a definite winning position for Hydra Nation. Plenty of bags for Lefa. He's sitting pretty, and the Urn drop-off comes in as well.
Yeah, kind of hard to steal the rejuve when you have a Singularity just like holding everyone there and preventing anyone from meleeing it. Something we don't really get to see often, considering we don't really see Dynamo anymore these days. That's another Urn turn in. That's going to be Buzz getting caught here. And the Great Talon will fall. But anyways, he's going to have the quick respawn. So it's not that big of a deal. And Hydration, sporting about an AK lead now as they look to force a fight, maybe looking for their first walker of the game.
Yeah, we talked about those big ultis, the threat from Hydra Nation when they all come together. 7 ulti zoning you away, the Abrams ulti potentially threatening the stuns as well with the Dynamo follow-up. So hard to steal a rejuve. Now it's Hydra Nation stealing some jungle camps here. Gonna be pretty happy to get anything they can from their opponent's side of the map. The Larp Lords won't get up for free, wisely defending their camps. Same time, Hydra Nation, they would be happy to get into an engagement. Maybe there's something to be said for just waiting for some of these powerful ultis. I don't think that Dynamo is too worried about his ulti. I think he's pretty much building to not rely on it. But the 7 ulti, I think, is a pretty significant difference maker.
I'm saying Hydra Nation might be going for the Impregnator build. I know Listic's still in chat. He'd be happy to see it.
I think that's the build, man. If you're going to play Dynamo, I think over-relying on the Singularity, just you end up getting kited. And at this level of play, you know, people just know what your threat is. And it's when the ulti's down, you're basically a range creep. You know, there's not much you can really contribute. But by focusing on the knock-up and by being a bit more of a semi-carry, yeah, I think you have a lot more consistent value. And even with no spec into the ulti, it's still pretty decent, right? Like, even if you're just using it as a single target hard lockdown, it's good.
Oh, Left might be getting caught out here. Big commitment out of Larp Lords to get this early kill. And he's going to have the rejuice, so we'll be able to respawn back in time. They're going to give up mid walker, though. This is going to be a free take here of Hydra Nation to unlock another flex slot. There's really not much Larp Lords can do about this as they're out of position. And good job by, I would say, Lefa just to pull multiple people from Larp Lords to that left-hand side. And obviously going back to the discussion you had or were making about the Singularity build. I mean, you already discussed about the refreshers in the first game that we had. The later the game goes on, kind of the less impact it's going to have.
Holiday, though, trying to grab something. Can't quite get the connection on the lasso. Well kited by Scout, who looks to turn it around and trade it back, but both teams happy to take the reset for the moment. And I say this rejuve was pretty lackluster from Hydra Nation. I mean, they got the mid walker. That's something pretty significant, right? But is it enough to really get you any more of an advantage? I guess it grabbed you a flex slot. You know, you're not mad at that. You're happy to get what you can. But for Hydra Nation, I think they hope for more here. They hope for a bigger advantage. This game looks incredibly even here. 25 minutes in.
Yeah, I would have thought after taking, was it like 4 kills with the Rejuvenator, they would have been able to get quite a bit more when it came to the objective game. But maybe we can bring in ZP here in a second as we do obviously look towards his left-hand side as it looks like maybe being the next point of contention as they're in half spawn on the right-hand side. And ZP, I mean, Larp Lords, you know, as Dan's talking about, were they trolling last week? Because they're looking like a completely different team here this week.
Well, they picked McGinnis in the final map, so the answer is yes. But in terms of what's going on right now, they've been playing around the Mo and Krill really, really well. I mean, everything that's been going well for Larp Lords, it's been off the back of rotating around with Lord NM and getting like maximum value off Mo and Krill combos. So the Larp Lords rotations and just making the most of what they have to get pickoffs and set up advantageous situations has been really good once they found their footing into the middle game. And yeah, you know, the mid-boss fight didn't go super well, but we got another fight on the way. We'll see how this one turns out.
What a bait, man. They took the urn to the right-hand side, thinking, making Larp Lords think they would go towards the left-hand side for the turn. Instead, they pushed for the walker. They made the rotations called up from the left-hand side. Mo gets caught in behind them through the teleporter, and they turn it into 1 kill. Now 2 kills. A fantastic call by Hydra Nation.
And without the Mo, there's no knockdown. That's the one who built the knockdown for the 7. Do still has the ulti. So Rokane, Flick rather, slowing it down. This is going to be a walker grab. Calc going past walker as well, looking for a potential catch on that Lady Geist. Stun already down though from the 7 debuff remover. Perfect tool for the job. It is going to get Do out of trouble here. And potential trade in the mid walker from Sizz Lucky. Maybe a little bit ambitious here. Trying to solo it. Hydration's there to make the defense. Across the map though, that's a really nice fight for Hydra Nation. They're a little bit low. May need to reset their HP, but I mean, Lefa is running urns today, man. This guy, you've changed, Lefa. There was a time this man would never touch the urn.
Yeah, I think that was when he got dropped and he had to go play in EU. He's like, I'm sorry, I'll never do that again. I'll run the urn.
I'll get the urn. I'll do the urn.
That's the punishment to rejoin the team. You have to be the urn runner for him.
This heal is sick from Hydration. Wow, that's like a full heal.
I think it was 1K I saw.
Yeah, that was better than I thought it was. I wonder if Hydration is speccing it all into the heals to be that, you know, assist in the team fight.
I mean, maybe we could check him out and actually see what he's been leveling here whenever we have time.
I will say, when we get to like the Giga late game, I am worried for Larp Lords. I don't think that's coming yet. But if this is like last game and we go to 300K, I think the all-in focus on like the mid-game brawling that their comp has does have drawbacks. And I think, you know, when somebody like Hydration not only has the damage build that lets him farm, but also, you know, gets the extended reach and refresher and has like singularity. I mean, the game just is going to be so challenging for Larp Lords to fight.
Alpha's at 34,000 souls, I just noticed. Rokane's at 31K. Something they really do on the other side.
Mirage is
contend against this.
Mirage is such a good hero for Leffa. I mean, he can actually just farm the whole game, and then he just ults to show up in the team fight. He does not have to care about what his team is doing. He can just like pure farm, be a solo guy. And like, sure, they can gank him sometimes, but in the end, as long as the rest of Hydra Nation is pressuring, they're not too mad at that. And I think Hydra Nation also very much knows that like Larp Lords wants to force pickoffs. They wants to group up. And the split farming is going to slowly accrue an advantage. Nice E-shift, though. Potentially an escape here. This is turning into a very deep dive for Larp Lords. They need to get kills quickly. Calc back, pins in, takes the counter initiation, and they're already starting to fall back. Duke isn't even here, so they're lacking quite a bit of the damage. Now the grab onto DMB was cut down instantly. Flick chasing for more, looking for the next target. Mid boss is up. This is a critical time to find kills. Kelvin Doan, but just for stalling the inevitable here. Hydra Nation running him down, and it's perfect right on the way to mid boss. Should be an instant drop and a take in the mid. And this is really scary for Larp Lords. I mean, they talked about the game slipping out of their fingers, and it feels like it's done that. Mo is going to go for a very risky steal here. I think it's very unlikely to succeed, but I also think you've got to go gambling at this point.
Yeah, no singularity, so there is a chance. No seismic slam either, so it's very possible it could happen as we do see Sizlucky take down the walk on the right-hand side and going for this one. The stun goes off early, and he gets the steal. Lord of them takes away the Rejuvenator from Hydra Nation and keeps their hopes alive.
That is such a game-saving steal. I think the only reason that works is that Rokane is like a little off time with the stun, but honestly, props to Lord and them. Like, he needed to do that. That was pretty much the game going against them if he doesn't get that done. Still dies, but buys his team a lot of time. That Rejuve is going to keep the lanes pushed out. It's going to make it difficult for Hydra Nation to force any kind of aggressive plays. Even doing the jungle could be awkward when the creeps are starting to run at your walkers.
Scratch never hurts.
I don't get... I don't know. I don't want to be overly critical, but like, I guess Lordanen wasn't seen on the map for quite a long time. And no one was in position with like any CC other than Rokane to like prevent someone from stealing. I thought like maybe Calc would be there, like a charge last second. It has seismic slam anyways, and realistically, you can stay next to it because there's nothing going to be able to stop you, at least in terms of what was alive. But either way, Larp Lords with the Rejuvenator might just be giving no opportunities for Hydra Nation to get more kills. The Urn has spawned back in, and you know what that means? That's go time for Hydra Nation. As it looks like that's going to be Flick potentially getting caught out here.
DMB in the center of everything, gets a big concussive combustion off. Combo comes down from Mo. Grabbing into one. Fighting together here in this Kelvin ult. Is it enough though? Hydra Nation are just overwhelming it. The stat check comes through. Rokane dumping damage into these stacked up enemies.
Oh my.
And it seems like the strength for Larp Lords has become the weakness. Hydra Nation just willing to take that brawl, willing to take the knockdown drag out in the Kelvin ult, in absolutely all of the status effects that Larp Lords have to bring to bear. It's just not enough. The Rejuves are going to get these defenders back pretty soon, but should be another late death for Infernus. Nice juke, but feels like too little too late. Oh, hold on. I think he's gonna get caught. Yeah, he's forced into a not a great spot to be. Can think about his fate here for just a moment. Just a momentary reprieve is all he'll get. And I think these spawns are just long enough for the Urn turn-in to be relatively uncontested. And that Rejuve, a forgotten memory now for Larp Lords. Lead expands for Hydra Nation as they look to close out game one.
Did you see the damage Calc had there with point blank Berserker and like headshot booster? Like, oh my god, he was decimating his opponents there. Like, anyway, charges just immediately getting chunked down. That's gonna be the Urn turned in. They get the extra souls denied away from this one, but they're not going to care too much as they get the Urn off the map. And that's their fourth turn in to Larp Lords 1. And that gold adds up, man. Like, we talked about like what the current lead is at the moment. If they didn't have those 4 turn-ins, I feel like this would be a completely different game now.
Yeah, it's quite the build here for the Abrams. Leffa just off the respawn. This chase is coming in for Larp Lords. They're trying to hunt in, but Mirage TP in. It's going to scare off DMB. Looks to call the back off. Help is coming in. I wonder though, can DMB get out? He has that rapid recharge, gonna have the next flame dash. Just a moment. But knockup potentially there for Hydration. Still catching on to DMB, who's super low, pops the ulti, but can't quite connect in time. Knockdown, dumped on the Hydration before the death of DMB's Infernus. And now things go from bad to worse. Hydra Nation looking to snowball, just barely escaping though. Mo and Krill, Warpstone into the rescue beam, enough to get him out of dodge, but no hope to defend the Walker.
Yeah, still another flick slot unlocked either way with the last Walker of the game going down. And Hydra Nation with this almost 40k lead that just kind of appeared over the time of that mid boss. Plus the fight that they had after that. Plus the objectives is able to get them such a substantial lead. And left at 40k. It's only really Slugfest and Doom can contest. And DMB, unfortunately, at 28k souls, if we talked about in the first match on that Wraith, is able to bounce back. He's struggling so far in this game. They kind of lost, I guess, the threat of the Infernus. I don't feel like he's going to have much impact in these fights, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think Infernus, I mean, in general, this Larp Lords comp is falling off. I think they've missed the power peak. I think at this point, you're relying on a mistake, frankly, from Hydra Nation, but they've been really clean. They haven't been giving you pickoffs. Every time that, you know, this Mo chases somebody down a lane, they just end up getting a little bit too deep, a little bit overextended. The help from Hydra Nation comes in too quickly. Mo, though, trying to change his fortunes, trying to catch. Seems like once again, though, they're going to call it off. And look, the boys are here. The Gang Squad has come in. Cal not giving up even here, right on top of this Paradox, who's trying to juke, who's trying to escape for the moment. Can't get out of there, though. And it just feels like Larp Lords have no chance to really fight. They know it, too. They're trying to get cheeky pickoffs, but every time they try, Squad is there. Huge lift up onto Leffa. In the E-shift now, in the ulti. Grabbed as well by Hydration, who tries to save them in the Singularity with 7 ulti over the top. It's absolutely everybody there cooked. Hydra Nation with a disgusting wombo combo. Larp Lords, they danced around it for long enough, but no more. That is guaranteed the first phase patron. Everything in the base going to be going down. Larp Lords may get some kind of a team fight off of this patron, but I'm not even sure about that. I think there's a chance that Hydration could just full int the patron down quick enough.
Yeah, the lead might be a little bit too much to stave off here for Larp Lords, and Hydra Nation now with the patron going down. Will they stay or will they go? 20 seconds till mid boss, and it looks like they will stick around here.
They don't have 20 seconds is enough time. It's going to be Scout. Scout's going to be 1v6ing and setting the quantum entanglement to maximize everyone's DPS, get them that overload and the damage speed. And 5 seconds left on the spawn, but I don't think this patron is living another 5 seconds. There it goes. GG. Hydra Nation going up 1-0 in the $2,000 money match here at Deadlock Fight Night. It was well fought by Larp Lords. The early, the mid game, their comp, it looked good. It looked competitive and decent. But in the end, the raw skill, the team play from Hydra Nation came to fruition. And the late game draft, they were able to get there.
I mean, credit to Larp Lords, though, to come back from being down, it was almost 15k.
Yeah.
To keep things equal. And then that last Rejuvenator, that last respawn, really what paid the price. I mean, we did get to talk about Lord and M able to steal away the Rejuve before. I mean, yeah, it gets you back in the game, but the thing is, it makes you respawn quicker just to die quicker, as Hydra Nation were able to take full advantage of that and close up the map 1-0 like you mentioned. But off to a strong start. At least Larp Lords, I will give them a ton of credit. They looked much better this week than prior, and I'm happy to see they have made the adjustments they needed. Just about kind of pulling it back together here in match 2.
Yeah, compare that to the games in EU where, you know, teams that drafted a little bit more for the late game, you know, power spike just fell flat. They weren't able to get to the late game. Those teams that went for basically what Larp Lords did this game with a lot of early and mid game team fighting, brawling style, just they snowballed out of control. And Hydra Nation was a lot more difficult to break. You know, when people were getting chased down the lanes on Mo and Krill, always, I think, you know, players like Leffa were just so good at making the absolute maximum amount of time. Never just comboed immediately for free. Always getting the tornado off, always getting the E-shift off. You know, the rest of the team rotating immediately when they start that chase and being able to get there and turn those team fights around. And of course, a beautiful wombo combo. We finally got it. The Singularity into 7 ulti, into Abrams just mowing you down. Dream scenario there for Hydra Nation to close out the game.
Yeah, it took a while to see, but you know what? It's time to bring in a man who is as bubbly as his favorite drink, a Diet Coke. ZP, welcome back here on the broadcast to talk about this last match. And all it took was that one wombo combo, as Jake mentioned, for them just to close out that game.
Yeah, I mean, that was, everyone was talking about, it's like, oh, Dynamo with the knockup build. You should have been worried about the final, like, Dynamo suck in at the very end where you just pick up everyone. It's like, oh, yeah, Dynamo, you can do that. But really, the groundwork for that was really laid quite a bit earlier in the game, right? As, we look at some of the highlights here, I think you really got to shout out Calc, where Calc had standout moments that really helped keep Hydra Nation in the game, when there are moments where it felt like Lord NM was going to be the spearhead that brought Larp Lords over the top. Because, in the highlights, we're looking at more the Hydra Nation side, where you get this mode here where Inferno just gets pummeled by the mid boss while getting lassoed. But look, there was a period of time around this point in the game, in the mid game, where Lord NM was just the crux of so many plays happening. Larp Lords were backing up with like 2 or 3 people, the rotations were on point, and it was pickoff after pickoff coming on in, and it very nearly got completely out of hand. Hydra Nation, though, was able to hold in there. And also, by the way, in terms of like Lord NM's heroic efforts, while it didn't mean too much in the end, that steal was ridiculous. And yeah, a little bit of that was because I think the parry was a little bit late for Calc in that case. Like, Calc was not directly on top of the rejuve for the parry. The fact that Lord NM had timing and setup that was good enough to even get the steal in that situation is still super, super commendable. So for me, the one thing that this tells me is that going into the next map, I think Mo and Krill is still going to be a super contested pick because it was the best looking part for Larp Lords, and it's something that Hydra Nation usually likes running all the time too.
Yeah, I think also this Dynamo pick really adds a new dimension into the game where, like in EU, we saw people drafting essentially exactly what Larp Lords drafted. Like this, more or less, maybe all 6 of the same heroes. I wouldn't have been surprised to see in one of those EU games and to see them look really effective for a team like OneWin. But the Dynamo is sort of a uniquely super strong counter to that style. If you're going to overwhelm us with close range and stacked up team fighting, not only does the Singularity punish that, but also the knockups are incredibly annoying when you're getting CC and all these heroes that want to be high mobility, that want to be running you down and staying as a death ball. It just makes that really difficult and awkward to do. Similar story with the great talent, right? All these AoE nukes coming down from Buds.
Look at the player damage difference here between these two teams, though. That is nutty.
Yeah, that's pretty stark.
5 players on 30K or above, 2 players above 40K, and the other side, the highest you have is 27,000 out of duel. Like that's so one-sided that honestly the game felt a lot closer than it looks like the player damage numbers are showing us.
I would also say to that note, I mean, I think you kind of see here some of the illustration of why Kelvin has fallen off a bit in popularity relative to what other comps people have been running, where, it's been high tempo, early lane focused. And while that is like a lot of healing coming out from your Kelvin, at the end of it, you look at the damage contribution, and when the entire other team is putting up 30K plus on everyone just about, and then you look at Kelvin on the other side and you're putting up like 6K, it's a little bit tough with how high impact some of the fights have been. So it kind of maybe adds another piece of info as to like why maybe you've been seeing less of a focus on characters like Kelvin, in recent times.
Yeah, for Larp Lords draft, they're also playing a little bit more on the healing front and trying to like sustain and just focus fire rather than any one individual doing crazy damage. But Hydra Nation, we know them. We've come to love them for their focus on their individual play and how just talented they all are. The plays we get to watch when these guys are on screen. So it's definitely a big game one for them. They get the win here, playing for $2,000. Thanks, of course, to that community contribution. This is an interesting one. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys think there's much chance for Larp Lords to turn it around? While this was competitive game one, I feel that they're going to need to make some changes to be able to take on Hydra Nation, maybe bring something new. I felt like Hydra Nation was ready for this deathball style.
Go ahead, Z.
I think, I mean, as I look at it here, I think the thing that they probably need to look at is more so how can they keep some of the core that worked while maintaining a good late game, right? Is that I think ideally they don't end up with Infernus as their go-to for an end game plan here. I mean, DMB is like okay on Infernus, but I think ideally if they could get the 7, because I do think in this game alone, if you shift the draft up, right, and it's Rocane on the Infernus, DMB on the 7, I actually think things potentially go a completely different way in the end, just because I think it would have been a way better ramp for Larp Lords off of the mid game with the Moan Krill. However, in the same though, if you're Hydra Nation, I think you do everything in your power to try and not give up the Mo, although that may be difficult if you're also trying to deny do the pocket, right? So, maybe if you're Hydra Nation, you're okay dealing with the Lord NM Mo here, just because it still means that you don't have to deal with the do pocket. So you can't get everything you want per se. And, for Hydra Nation, given that they won map 1, they still might just be okay just running the same draft back again, or very similar if it comes down to it.
I think they're going to feel really good about Leffa on Mirage. I think that's a great player hero combo, with how good he is as an individual with the farming patterns, the ability to constantly be in all the team fights. I think it's a great match for them. I'm curious to see what we see Buds on next game. Didn't have the best game on the Great Talon, but honestly, for the most part, was just ulting and like chasing down kills, setting up opportunities or getting finishers, still getting the job done on Great Talon. And especially against such a grouped up death ball style, could be pretty awkward to play Talon when you're getting run down like that. But of course, that was only game 1. There's still an opportunity here for Larp Lords to make the reverse sweep, and with $2,000 on the line, they're not going to go down easy. This is Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel, and on the other side of the break, we'll have what will potentially be the last map, potentially the start of something new for Larp Lords. But you have to see, so stick with us.
I see them.
Welcome back, everybody, to Deadlock Fight Night, brought to you by Intel. I'm Jake. I'm here with Jason, and we're going to what could be the final match. Hydra Nation up 1-0. This $2,000 money match for NA. I've seen him close out a lot of these times before, Jason. I'm a little worried for Larp Lords.
Well, I mean, when we get to the draft, we'll see if they take it seriously or we're gonna have another beginner's pick. I think they look much better. I asked the question, going to this next match, do we see Larp Lords being able to bounce back? And I think we kind of all forgot the fact that Hydra Nation had over a 10K lead around 10 minutes in. They just kind of made a mistake and then let it slip, where they allowed Larp Lords to get back into it. So I don't know. I'm just not quite feeling like Larp Lords would be able to take the series back, but they have looked much better than previous weeks, and I want to see if they can continue to improve on this. Maybe in match 2, maybe next week.
It's fair. It was competitive. Maybe they got caught off guard a bit by the off-meta picks. That's been always a challenge playing against Hydra Nation, that they're willing to bring out pocket picks because they're not cheese. Like, they're just actually really good at those heroes as well somehow, despite being pretty much untouched in the metagame. Hydration just has the confidence to bring out a Dynamo there and deal with your heavy frontline confidence. It's a fair point. I mean, there was a moment there where Larp Lords kind of retook control of the series. Felt like there was a chance for them to equalize or even eke out a small lead. Just how good Hydra Nation is, how good they are in the clutch. More pressure seems to only make them stronger. But for this game, we are going to bring in our analyst, Dan. I'm curious, Dan, what have you been watching in that last game? What have you been looking at for Larp Lords that they could potentially build on?
It's interesting because they managed the early to mid game pretty well. It's like when things got scaled into that late game, they started having problems, and I think we started to see the weaknesses with the comp, and obviously it's hard with the Dynamo, man. Like, that's it's pretty scary when you're up against that and it's farmed, and it's going to play out in those big team fight dynamics. And I think it's reminiscent to me of the situation we looked at with 1win and VP, where VP is really good in the late game when you get to those big team fights. That's one area that takes a lot of skill. I think you described it well by making that making it analogous to like actual MOBAs where it's top down, where it's a bit easier to organize that. But that's one of the hardest things to do. Hydra Nation also going to be pretty good in those spots, and if we look at what they said they were improving, they had to fix their early game. They already had a good team fight game, so I want to see a better conversion off of the early game into the mid game. I don't think that they are going to be able to compete in that regard. So I would love to see like heavy playmaking, but I just don't know if it's in their pool to do it. And I think that's the limitation for Larp Lords as the hero pool.
What was I thinking?
Another pocket respect ban for Do. I mean, I think Do just did too much in that challenger match. Like, you're not going to get to play pocket the rest of the day, especially against a squad like Hydra Nation that isn't too reliant on their bans. I feel like they can always throw their bans at like whatever your strongest tool is. They're just going to ban it away because they're kind of down for the game to go any which way as far as the draft.
Is it even really a win if they can't win against pocket though?
Yes, because you get the $2,000.
You're talking about you don't think you're going to see Pocket the rest of the day. I don't think we're going to see Pocket the rest of the month, man. Like with the performance Do had, like Hydra Nation, like you said, they're not really forced to ban specific things or to pick specific things. So why not take away one of the strongest heroes from the strongest players you have on Larp Lords? And it makes perfect sense to me. But as we do see the Vindictive response ban out of Larp Lords, I wonder if we're going to see Mirage first picked yet again for Leffa.
Wouldn't shock me. But this time it's the Mo Krill. So Hydration is going to get his comfort. That does give up some pretty high prio options to Larp Lords. Like, you could go Mirage and Holiday or something. It's kind of wild. Or Calico, some of these really dominant options. At the same time, I feel like this Mo was kind of central to Larp Lords' success. Like, a lot of their comeback potential in that last game came from Mo starting with like a big combo catch, somebody bursted a nuke down, and then just sort of like turning that into an advantage somewhere else on the map next. But so far, no one has beaten the Hydration Mo, like just dominating you in the lane, especially, combo with Leffa in the mid. It looks really strong.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is we saw this dynamic as well with 1win against VP earlier, where we had Zenon, who was on the Mirage, and he was, paired up in that lane against the Mo and Krill, and they were able to like really just chew through the Mo and Krill. So like Mirage is definitely an option to try to like stop Hydration, but that skill check element is going to be, I think, one of the things we'll have to think about in addition to the synergy that'll be present on the lane. So do be curious. It feels like Larp Lords have a nice opening. The GT valued really highly here. I find that surprising over a Holiday. I feel like maybe you've given the Holiday away to Hydra Nation now, maybe.
To be honest, I think Flick's a better Paradox than a Holiday. If I'm perfectly honest, I feel like it kind of suits him a little bit better. We saw like a lot of missed lassos where typically if he has a paradoxical swap, he's not going to miss. So I'm definitely happy to see the paradox pick for him.
Yeah, it was true. In other games, I remember we've seen him be like top hero damage, despite, as Paradox normally does, not huge farm prio hero. And he's just still putting out monster damage on top of setting up all these team fights, on top of finding pickoffs and utility that he's just carrying at the same time. And Hydra Nation gets the Calico as well. Is this just a complete reversal of the first game draft? Am I crazy? Is this exactly, weren't these the first 3 for Larp Lords in the last game?
I feel like maybe, yeah, we had confirmation from producer Solomon there.
Hold on, let it give us a shot. Well, let's see how we play the death ball combos. What Hydra Nation are saying with this.
Yamato.
You can only run from the law.
Okay, makes sense. I feel like if you're Hydra Nation, you want to ban maybe Yamato here. I don't know, like, again, I'm not super familiar with the diversity of the hero pools here for Larp Lords, but like they've taken away the pocket. They've picked up the Calico. I feel like leaning more into the playmaking is going to be better for Larp Lords for a stronger early game and for a stronger mid game conversion. And so that's why I would like to see the Yamato ban, because I think it'd be a great pickup for Larp Lords.
Yeah, I think the Viscous Man is another good shout from Jason. It could deal with a lot of the catch initiation, and the role can be annoying for these, team fight centered comps to answer. But a lot of control and catch for Hydra Nation, and they've historically been really good with some of these aggressive drafts. Curious to see if what we'll see though for these more late game carry options for Hydra Nation. That's what we've come to love about this team. They always get farmed. They always have somebody who's just crazy out of control.
That was Savannah's fault.
Curious to see which hero they elect to put in that position this game.
What I'm kind of curious about is, are we going to have Left and Hydration back in the lane together? Because they played the Calico, Mo, and Krill before.
That's a nasty lane, man. That's a very potent, aggressive lane. A lot of pressure, a lot of diving threat. Definitely going to be scary for Larp Lords to match. Holiday, I think, could be one of those heroes that maybe could match it. That could, trade in the lane, knock up Mo if he or Calico for that matter if they come in a little bit too deep.
I can take whatever they throw at me.
Okay, they're actually trading drafts. They're actually 100% swapping drafts from game 1, at least so far. This is identical. This is actually super interesting. I don't know if we've ever seen this before, where teams swap strats and see who can execute better on the rematch.
I think production's wondering, like, did we get the bans right? Like, are the teams on the right side?
Because so Seven's banned, so it's like it kind of it is going to be different, right? We are going to see some kind of change. Did they make like an honor duel to do this? This is no way, right? Like, what are the odds? Statistically, what are the odds?
Next level troll. If we talk about them again this last week, this is like, let's just take each other's picks.
The Infernus is interesting. Didn't we see Hydration on Infernus last week?
But now it feels like more of a buds or left option with Mo Krill. I feel like,
yeah,
I'd be surprised to see somebody else on Mo Krill. Okay, we get a change up. Yamato, I love this for answering stuff like the Abrams and the Holiday. It's like, you can try to catch me with an initiation, but if you make one tiny mistake in your chain stun, which realistically, like, you're not full chain stunning somebody to death very often in Deadlock, then Yamato can get out of that. So this has been the traditional role for the Yamato. Calico as well is very similar story. 2 heroes that can scout the initiators, can be caught and stunned, and actually play their way out of it and win the team fight from there. It's going to be the Shiv from Larp Lords. Wow, that's interesting.
Kelvin's
a lot of confidence in the Shiv.
Kelvin's open, guys. Do we see a Kelvin here?
It would fit. I think it actually does look like a good finisher for the draft. Could make it awkward for some of these Hydra Nation brawl characters to get in and fight. This team kind of locks your own GT out usually from the team fight. So
you're a big fan of Kelvin Shiv in a lane together.
Now it's time to do something.
Whoa. Okay. We're getting crazy with it.
Interesting.
We've had Viper picked once.
Yeah,
and you know
Hydration
who played it?
Yeah.
Hydration, and to be fair, he owned that game. But Viper is still Viper. I'm a little skeptical of the Viper, especially with Mo Krill. I feel like the problem for Viper is when you get hard locked down and you can't slide everywhere. Yeah. And there's a lot of stun and control for Hydra Nation. I think enough to deal with somebody like a Viper. There's not a save. There's no Viscous. Nobody's bailing you out. So, and curious to see how the lane goes for Viper, though, because I don't even see Viper in my pubs very often. I don't know how this hero does on lane.
Hey, I'm not even on this segment, but what's going on here? What's happening? Hello? I step away for 2 seconds, the world goes crazy? You know what? Continue, but what? How?
Viper. All right, the map is different. Maybe Viper's good in mid, guys.
Yeah.
Opium.
All of our brains are like, all the cogs are turning, nothing's coming out.
I mean, theoretically, Viper can be strong, right? Like, if you're allowed to just dump damage, maybe like you could shoot the Mo drill for 1 million damage while he's comboing somebody. I'm trying to think of a way this makes sense.
Calico Yamato, is Viper going to be strong?
You can also farm the jungle like very quickly with Viper. Like, presumably with the right build, you can farm really quickly. You have insane mobility around the map as well. So like, there's the potential like to like get souls.
I guess the ulti is like a long range cancel on the Mo ult, right? Because he doesn't move, so you can like cancel the ulti from a mile away.
It's actually pretty good for like.
I'm reaching.
Mid boss steals as well. Although they have Yamato, but like it can actually be kind of sick for mid boss steals. Depending on standing the pit, you slide in right at the right moment, you can actually get some sick steals. But yeah, they got Yamato, so it probably won't happen.
Ballistic in chat's like, can I take back my points?
I wish we could have seen the Kelvin, but hey, maybe. The thing is that like I legit forgot Viper was in the game.
I mean, we've been talking a lot about this Larp Lords draft, but I think we should just talk about the Hydra Nation draft because it's similar to what Larp Lords got last game, but with the addition of the Yamato, I think it has a bit more like late game sustain potential. And honestly, frankly, for a team like Hydra Nation, if they get like the early advantage off of the lanes, off of the raw mechanics that they had last game, and they find themselves in a 10 or 15K lead, this draft is going to be a lot more explosive at closing the game out very, very quickly. I think Viper, while Viper can work, I think it's like an insanely greedy pick. It like works when you hit 40K souls and you're like an unbelievable damage god. You know, I'm not super convinced that Hydra Nation are going to give you an opportunity to get there. Is the game going to be slow enough for this strategy to pay off? This time it's Larp Lords trying to weather the storm and stay alive. And I just feel like it's going to be a different story though.
The crazy thing, I mean, Viper does have really, really high single target damage. You have to be obviously really close to your opponent. And so like Moncrow could be like an ideal victim, but at the same time, Moncrow has like Sandblast and he's got like the combo. He's got like he's got like so many abilities just to get out of there. So it's like, I'm trying to see how it would work. Like with the Lasso, if you lasso someone and Viper's just spraying them, they're going to die very quickly. But I don't know.
Can Viper lane though? I feel like Viper seems like it would be pretty weak on the lane because you really are like relying on scaling and hitting a farm potential. And what I'm worried about is how much emphasis on the lane right now. Is this Abrams Viper lane gonna suffer? It like Infernus Calico potentially scary.
Well, they wouldn't pick it without like some competency with it, I presume. So there we go.
I mean, if we talk about Naked and stealing rejuves, like Honest McGinnis, he's definitely one of the most prolific players we think about when it comes to stealing mid boss. I mean, Viper can be viable. I know he gets touched on a little bit, but I'm actually kind of like completely against you. I'm gonna wait to be proven that it can be a viable pick right now in current Deadlock because I'm not feeling like it is.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's coping very hard. Dan, before we let you go, you're seeing the lane matchups. Any lane you're particularly watching that you expect to pop off here? Hydra Nation wanting to close out, wanting to get that $2,000 in the money match.
If we're looking at one lane, obviously it's got to be the mid lane, and as we get an opening pick there onto left, that's nice for Larp Lords. But yeah, the mid lane is going to be of course the most vital lane. It's going to be a hard one for Larp Lords to win, but that would go a long way. I think looking at the other lane matchups, I feel like the Viper Abrams lane, I don't have high expectations, but it's about like a controlled bleed, and then they but that, I feel like that puts pressure on Larp Lords to do well enough in mid, and they also have to convert pretty well on the left lane against Paradox and Geist. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. And if they don't manage to convert on at least 2 lanes in an okay fashion, I feel like Hydra Nation is going to run over the game.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm a little worried about the controlled bleed when everyone's health bar is at half for Larp Lords across the entire map. Lefa did go down, so that's something, but I still think Hydration looks pretty immovable in the mid lane.
I thought Dan was just going to say the right lane, just for the Viper, just for the memes. We also have to note, Buzz isn't on Infernus. He's actually on Lady Geist. And Rokane's going to be on the Infernus, so a little bit of a switch up than what we necessarily expected, but then again, I thought Lefa was going to be on the Calico, but actually it's going to be not Young Calico, it's going to be Calculator on the Calico. And when it comes to actual like lane matchups, let me quickly see where they are. Hydration is going to be in mid with Lefa, so it's back to this duo that we kind of discussed before we even got into this series of you know, what plan do you have to do to beat Hydra Nation? Well, step one, don't let Leffa and Hydration walk all over you. And they had a decent start with DMB.
Yeah, Tornado already forced. It's all about the last hitting there. Rocane gets the opening pick onto Naked. It doesn't take too much damage, right, from that latent poison. Still able to be high enough HP to not really get nuked by that. And Abrams, I mean, this is a rough spot to be. I feel like Abrams wants to dominate the lane. You want to be aggressive and putting pressure on, have stun set up. And I guess that'll be decent when the ultis come online. But until we get there, I feel like this is kind of a free fire zone for Hydra Nation. They say that Leffa super low in the mid, getting dove. Lord NM finds that kill. And so the mid lane is, despite the fact that Hydration is like not taking any damage in this lane, is super strong, they're losing this lane. Leffa dying twice is no mean feat.
Yeah, 3K is about to be hit up here for Lord N and DMB. It's going to be ult central for them, especially looking for that lasso. And again, you're seeing Hydration have to deal with the same kind of pressure that was applied over to Obikim earlier today in the VP 1-win matchup. If you guys missed out on that, I won't spoil it, but it went the full 3. And it's so tough for, I think, Hydra Nation here to like deal with this now that Lord NM does have that lasso available. You hook in someone, I think there's a fairly high chance they're going to be able to kill him, especially if it's going to be Leffa.
Buds off to a decent start this game. A lot of pressure on that Great Talon. Forced out of the lane. This, guys, we haven't talked about this side lane very much at all. But when swap comes online, both the paradoxical swap and Geist health swap going to be huge factors there. That left side lane could be the strong one here for Hydra Nation. Viper trying to fight, but maybe with the help of Abrams, they could get it done. Divine Barrier. Oh, and Abrams knocked out of the ulti. That was incredibly close. I didn't think the Inferno would be able to get that. Rocane got him on fire. He's burning down under the tower. Viper trying to counter this dive. Over in mid, though, the trade coming in. Big parry comes in. Is that going to buy just enough time? It will for Leffa to get the kill on Lord NM. Now chasing onto this Mirage. And Leffa has ult. He's not scared. He's almost certainly going to dive this. May not even need to ult. It's a nice escape from DMB, actually, to slip out.
Yeah, just barely escaping there. I was almost expecting Leffa just to use the Shadow Transformation and force the fight, but I think maybe he's worried that Lord NM would be coming through. But either way, Hydra Nation able to bounce back in the mid lane when they were currently falling behind. Only about 300 soul difference now. And Slugfest getting caught out yet again, this time out of Flick. And this left-hand side lane we've been kind of ignoring for the most part, but we did see Buds get the initial kill over on Slugfest. And another kill able to come through. Is not the dive in under the Guardian. The Shadow Transformation is most certainly going to be used. This is launch
Flick and Buds dominant in the side lane. Now Leffa looking for more in the mid. Hold on, though. Overextending. Got baited under tower. Both these players are incredibly low, but Hydration doesn't have the HP to get deep and dive. And despite Larp Lords being sub 100 HP across the map, it seems that the trades are going a little bit their way. Hydration able to turn that one around, though, juking the lasso, baiting the engage. Now both teams low across the map. Definitely the advantage in this game, resting on the edge of a knife. Not the blowout that we thought could be coming based on some of that early game trading.
Oh, okay. DMB's coming back. There's no combo for another 50 seconds, and the decay is going to come through as well. Leffa's just able to put out a ton of damage against him, down to 600 HP. And you see that DMB's just not really scared to go up against these two. He kind of has to give it maybe a little bit of respect. Down to 500 health, is continuing to be chunked down by Leffa on the right-hand side. And that's going to be what Lord coming in from the high ground. Able to at least force Leffa back here towards his own Guardian.
The tornado wasted by DMB. Could be an opportunity for Leffa. Hydration, full HP now, has gotten the heal off the creeps. And this tower has gotten low through the trades. Kills have gone back and forth, but it seems almost inevitable that the first Guardian take is going to be for Hydra Nation. Got to respect that threat of a lasso coming up soon for Lord NM. Hydra Nation want to get this tower down before that counterplay can come in. DB trying to hold strong with a lot of confidence, but this is risky. I don't know if you're strong enough to actually take the fight to these Hydra Nation players. Quick combo on Lord NM, had his back turned. Melee for the tower finish. And even DMB's trying to slip out, trying to get away, but this is very awkward for him. He has just to hide and wait and hope that the Hydra Nation players leave him alone.
Well, they do leave him alone, but that also frees up now Leffa to start rotating, or even potentially Hydration, which I think would be more the more likely candidate. That we see Leffa heading over towards the right-hand side. And Naked hasn't died again just yet. And I say just yet because Leffa's going to be here for the party. And that party is going to be looking to amount to another Guardian in that flex slot for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, not a party that Larp Lords want to be invited to. Lefa diving the tower, does have Shadow Transformation online. Stun comes in. The Petrify, for now, keeps Infernus at bay. Players are super low. They're kiting the Shadow Transformation. It's made a lot of space. The creeps are starting to power down on the tower. Rocane is going to fall. And the lasso now, Lefa under the tower. Rotation came in, countered him well. Probably best he can do is just damage the tower before he goes down. Hold on, though. Flake coming back in, re-engaging. The rest of Hydra Nation coming to this fight, thinking that they can get this one done. Guardian extremely low, and Holiday 200 HP behind it. Not a confident position to fight from.
Well, they were able to get it, though. And that's the flex top for Hydra Nation. The minion's able to finish it off. As now we see Bud. What the
Big
damage
swap.
on a Sizz Lucky. He's going to fall from this one. There should be no way you're escaping that, as the chase will continue to come through. He's having a very tough time here in this match. This might even be the third Guardian of the game now taken for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, I mean, that's the challenge of the Great Talon into this super aggressive lineup. There's so many characters for Hydra Nation that can either catch you, stun you, get on top of you, chase you down. Heck, it's pretty much the whole lineup. So Sizz Lucky has his work cut out for him. Flick going to be bringing down yet another Guardian. And with all three Guardians down, and now look at the health bars in the Hydra Nation Guardians. They're all nearly full. I mean, I'm going to get worried for Larp Lords in a few minutes. I think right now, not having flex slots is fine. You know, no one's really maxed out their slots. It's not a huge issue. But in a couple minutes, it's going to start to bite. You're going to be missing that lack of a flex slot.
Well, you know what? We got Dan on the sidelines here for a quick little report on how he thinks this game's been going so far. Only a 3K difference, but it definitely feels like Hydra Nation have the better of the situation.
Yeah, it's definitely a big problem because the ways in which you feel like Larp Lords will be able to come back into the game is by being able to farm. And that's not going to be very possible because with all the towers down, all the map control is going to be there for Hydra Nation. And so they're going to likely continue to pressure the enemy jungle, try to steal as much as they can. If they're unsuccessful at doing that, though, I mean, well, I should say that is Larp Lords' first thing that they have to concern themselves with, is how they can continue to keep up on the souls and maintain the farm without dying to the jungle invades, protecting their center sacrifices, and additionally trying to find tower pressure at the same time to split up Hydra Nation's forces and keep them occupied. These are some of the jobs that Larp Lords have to do.
Abrams now trying to get the trade in, but already the damage is gone. That's Viper being dealt with. Abrams ulti just coming off cooldown in a second, may not be forced to use it yet, has the tankiness to survive. Elsewhere, Rocane trying to defend the tower. Big pressure from Larp Lords, but the TPs are coming in, and Larp Lords wisely read this play. They're going to fall off before the rotation comes in. Flick looking to potentially get a catch in a trade. Seems to have not come for now. Lasso missed. And the earn pickup from Hydration is going to start bringing this over.
Oh, he just turned it in.
Oh, he turned it in. Whoops. Rather, exact opposite. Already in the bank for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, it can be confusing because, like, normally you would stay there for their turn in, but instead they teleport away to the left-hand side. But he gets to turn in, and again, that's something that Hydra Nation just really put a lot of emphasis on. Every time this earns up, they try to use that as a turn in or use it to get some objectives. And now that 2K gold lead or 3K soul lead is turned quickly into 8K. And I'd imagine might continue to grow as they're looking for some kills on this left-hand side yet again.
And that's the thing, the Viper, you know, you have the Tesla bullets, you can farm the jungle pretty quick, but are you going to have the time to do that? I mean, Hydra Nation are starting to move the lanes closer and closer to your walkers. They're making a move on mid, but Rocane is immediately on the rotation, coming into assist. There's still enough HP on this Guardian. They're trying to bait in the Abrams, use the charge to get out. Doesn't have the ulti, though. Potentially caught, forced into an awkward run here on the side. And Infernus is going to almost certainly get that chase down. Hold on, though. Wait a minute. Wait, what? He turns that around in the close range? Unreal.
Yeah, I think that you can saw Hydra Nation. They didn't even bother to help out Rocane there. I think because they assumed if you're able to get this kill, they can look for the push, or at least deter anyone from reinforcing from Larp Lord's side. But that heal bane, a little bit of extra HP made it look well, actually, I mean, we know it was insanely close because of the heal bane, and the extra HP only put him to about 500 HP. But it doesn't matter. The swap comes through in the combo.
It's disgusting.
He dies either way. They still get the same result.
Yeah, great catch from Flick. Hold on, Lefa caught on the side lane. Stunned and controlled. Counter trades coming in, though. Holiday super low. Rocane over the top. Gets the catch. Once again, back to the farm. Hydra Nation very quick on these rotates. Guardian pressure on the left side of the map. Now it's Shiv looking to get something done, but Mo, Infernus collapsing on this position. He's gonna get out just in time, but it just feels like they can never confidently push a Guardian. They're always worried about the rotate because Hydra Nation is just too quick to get to these objectives.
Yeah, and the fact is, like, without a single Guardian, again, I know you mentioned before, not a big deal to not have a flex slot 13 minutes in, but it's going to start to become more and more of a problem. Especially if Hydra Nation can somehow unlock another flex on top of this. Like, you're going to start to fill out all those 500 items. You have to start to sell them. It's going to really put a big stop on any sort of progression, any potential chance to have, like, really solid team fights with every advantage you possibly could want. And Lord M, he's by himself from the left-hand side. I think you heard the teleport come through. Don't know if he's going to actually have this kill, but I see a Hydration might be able to push into this one to get the lock.
The fact that Hydra Nation have the prior on the TPs is huge. They catch the Holiday hiding in the corner, scouted him. Hydration slips in, grabs the combo, instant burst on the Holiday. That's a lot of your team fight control down. Shiv trying to escape to the high ground, but Hydration is on the case. Beautiful movement with the follow. Another pick comes in, and Abrams couldn't even get into that fight, couldn't even participate. And Hydra Nation moving inexorably closer to the lead, to the finish. Mirage forced away by Lefa. Just constantly, whenever Hydration shows up on the map, or Hydra Nation rather, they're always bullying Larp Lords away. We are going to have a pause as Buds disconnects. This is a good moment maybe to bring in Dan. And I mean, it feels like this is a slow but inevitable bleed out here for Larp Lords.
Yeah, I really desperately, in my heart of hearts, want to see like Larp Lords find more value here, especially so that we can see Viper kind of get activated and see kind of what that looks like. But Viper never gets picked kind of for a reason. I think you sort of highlighted it too, that you need to kind of get farm, but at the same time, if you're trying to like focus too heavily on the farm and you don't have like a TP like a Mirage does, you're going to be out of these very crucial fights where the opponent's already ahead a bit on the stat check avenue. So it is a really difficult balance here, but we'll see if they can kind of figure that out. Obviously, at this point, it seems like Hydra Nation hasn't been too heavy into jungle invades because they mostly just wanted to maintain these 3 Guardians, but it's a matter of time until they get more aggressive into Larp Lords territory.
Yeah, they still have a bit of jungle to do for themselves. A lot of center sacrifices up. You know, Lefa is gunning for those, wants to get those golden statue buffs, get that Yamato to this unstoppable potential level. Could be a good time to take a look at the items. If we've seen any recent buys. This lead for Hydra Nation, let's see what it's actually translating into.
And 10K is kind of insane, you know, 14, 15 minutes in. You know, you for sure know Hydra Nation are going to wait for that urn to spawn in on the right-hand side of the map and look to run it yet again, though. Hydra Nation is not actually over in that direction, so maybe it'll be calculated to run it or someone else to run it as they're actually grouping up and towards mid to stop the push onto this Guardian, but inevitably it will fall. Can't realistically expect to hold every single Guardian around the map. And a great little bit of a Lefa tech there with the mobility to continue to go on the chase.
Yeah, the cancel on the grab, goes for the wall bounce instead. Doesn't want to overcommit too deep, especially with the threat of the lasso from Lord NM. And I mean, the map control just a little bit better for Hydra Nation. They're just getting that 60% of the jungle camps overall with some pressure. Now the pause comes in from Larp Lords.
Because like they want to go for the turn in, right? But then they're going to leave that right lane open to potentially be dropped. And that would be the flex slot that Larp Lords were looking for. And there's no one in the vicinity to actually reinforce it. So do they give it up while they push mid lane Walker and go for the turn in? A lot of decisions to be made, and that is, man, I can't wait for the
good, Viper. Looking good. Check that bag. It's a nice bag, Viper. I gotta say, okay, Abrams is going to be back in. I don't even know if Hydra Nation need to go for this. I think this can be kind of like a fake earn drop, and they can keep just that pressure across the map. I like the way they're splitting. They're just farming more. I think Larp Lords needs to find a way to overwhelm in these small numbers engagements, but so far it's always been Hydra Nation getting the edge with that split on the map. And you would think DMB, you would think with the Mirage would give them the advantages. Now they are going to TP in, try to make the defense, but instantly into the waiting hours of hydration.
They have the damage though to finish him off. You can see Hydra Nation immediately being forced to back away. They're actually going to be running the urn while this is happening instead of committing for that mid lane Walker. And eventually they're able to get the kill on a Hydration. He's going to fall to naked actually, but it still doesn't matter. Hydra Nation get 2 kills, get an urn turn in. If they have the lane push on the left-hand side, they would definitely have themselves a walker. As it's just Dew trying to escape. And obviously, one big talking point is that Dew on the pocket was instrumental in their win earlier on today. But he's struggling to have that same level of success on any of the heroes he's played since.
Flick is really low, though. In trouble from this Abrams, who's diving, desperate to get a trade, would be willing to trade his life 1-for-1. The jukes, though, coming in from Flick. He's breaking his ankles. Abrams over the top now with the ulti, putting an end to these childish games. Now wanted to escape with the fleet foot melee cancel. He's going to get out of there, but that putt time, crucially, for Calculator to take the walker down. 6v5 on the map for the moment for Larp Lords. See if they can work something with the power play. Another kill comes in as well. And they got Bird as well on the chase. This could turn into something. Could snowball a couple more kills here. Calc did get stunned, but are you going to keep diving for Larp Lords? Do you still have the confidence to chase this deep under the Guardian? Yes, you do.
And they get the Guardian, so they get the flex spot. They're continuing to get kills. Leffa is finally going to turn one around, taking Scout out of this. But I don't think he can take on the other three players. It looks like his Hydration is going to be rotating in to help out through the teleporter. So you're going to have a 2-on-3 now. We can see Bud's going to be heading over as well. And it's actually very possible now that Hydra Nation can turn this around.
Yeah, they just don't have the damage to deal with the Mokrail at this phase of the fight. And Hydra Nation, they just don't let a team fight go away from them, even when it looks like Larp Lords finally have an opportunity. They think they have it too. They believed that this was the moment for them. But of course, Hydra Nation was way too quick on the rotate. Rokane just runs over Dew. I mean, and this is a rough matchup in general. Infernus versus Shiv. Very Infernus favorite, especially in the 1v1.
So now they can apply pressure on the mid lane walker, which has already been taken down very low. Same with the right lane. Instead, they're actually going to be going for mid boss here. And I mean, Scout's the one that really can contest it, but he doesn't really have his ultimate. And maybe could come down to Naked, who we talked about so many times as being so good at stealing this massive objective, but he's instead going to go farming up in the meantime. And Hydra Nation now with Rejuvenator, with the lead, they're going to let no chance of losing out on a steal here this time as they secure the Rejuve.
Just so risky to go for the steal at this point in the game. If you fail it, you get a kill. You know, it is damned if you do, damned if you don't, though, because now with the Rejuve, a little bit of farm opportunity for Hydra Nation. Could be a moment to call in Dan. Do you see this going any other way than a slow and eventual bleed out? Seems like Hydra Nation ready to cast that $2,000 check.
Yeah, I don't. It's just very hard to see how they get back into this point. Everybody's getting too fond on Hydra Nation's level, and they're probably gonna get an extra 20 to 30k souls off of this Rejuve. So yeah, I don't think there's a way back in here for Larp Lords at the moment.
My God, the damage coming through out of Hydra Nation is just kind of ridiculous. Leffa down to 200 HP. Ethereal's just going to be used. The owl's going to come through though, and actually he somehow escaped. No, what? Did Leffa? What? How did that go through the wall?
It caught them both. The catch, I think, it came in and popped on Calc, and that also had enough AoE to get Leffa, who was honestly kind of dead to rights there, caught in a corner with nothing left. Now Geist pulled under a tower, and hold on, things are kind of falling apart for Hydra Nation. The chain stun with the help of the Walker gets Buds down. Holiday does have to pay her life for the trouble.
Be careful, Maurice.
These are good fights for Larp Lords. I mean, they need to do more of these. They need to continue this train. However, I mean, being able to get a couple of those pickoffs, maybe a bit of overconfidence from Hydra Nation to be so split in the map, to have two players diving a Walker on one side and, you know, close enough to be last one under a Walker on mid. So it seems like Hydra Nation may be forced to consider their options, play a little bit more tactically.
I would agree with the overconfidence. I think what the lead they had was about, we're approaching like 30k souls, 30k souls. I think they felt like they could just close things out. The thing is, there's no need to necessarily go too crazy right now when $2,000 on the line. That's 2 weeks of hard work for Hydra Nation. I want to see if they win both those games. Debuff remover picked up for Hydration. The swap going to come through and do. Yeah, he's just going to die.
And Flick is just such a beast on Paradox. He's so good. You know, there's a great call out on the draft that just how good he is with this player hero combo. Looks like the best in NA right now. And it's just making it so difficult for this Larp Lords comp to come back into it. You know, as much as you Larp Lords, they want to play for these pickups, they want to play for these small numbers engagements. It's Flick who's constantly getting the better of them in that style. The aggressive earn drop, it's a risky proposition. I mean, you do have 3 rejuves. Kind of a bellwether, though, for Hydra Nation's confidence, how aggressive they want to be.
Lasso is going to be used. Not sure if I caught on to anyone over towards that mid lane Walker. with that ultimate down, I mean, it's pretty much go time. You should be able to burn this Walker down before they have a chance to defend it. And there they go. They take it down, all the while turn it in the urn at the exact same time. And Naked, yeah, you got to be a little bit careful. The afterburn is going to take quite a bit. And now another flex slot for Hydra Nation. And we're looking at close to a 30k lead off the back of that Rejuvenator, even though they have a bad fight.
All exterior towers down now for Larp Lords. They don't really have any bastion of safety from which to play. I think it's time to start taking some risks. Time to start forcing some engagements. Lord NM's trying to do that in the mid, but doesn't have lasso. Not much hope of besting Flick in the 1v1. They are going to go on him, but he's got the warp zone. He's got team fight coming in. Scout tried to get it done with the Abrams, but just, yeah, you can have the ulti, but just way too much damage from Hydra Nation. You're this far out on the map. Seems like potentially the beginning of the end here. Now Infernus charging in, stuns 5. Insane value from the Infernus. The rest of the squad not far behind. And now Hydra Nation look to claim their trophy, claim that $2,000 cash prize. Hold on, Viper damage. Whoa, okay. Put some respect on the Viper. It's not over just yet. Flick does get that cleanup kill. Just 2 players alive for Larp Lords. Look at that damage from Flick, man. He is strong on this Paradox, willing to take the man fight 1-to-1 against the Mirage.
I don't know how he wins out in that 100 health, though. And they're actually get the full wipe. Sucky gets caught out. The Shrine's going to be open to be taken. The respawn's going to come in out of Scout, but I don't really think it's going to do too much against what Hydra Nation have here in this base. Actually, it's just these two. He actually maybe could pull this one off. And he immediately runs, turns tail and runs, and he realizes, yeah, there's no real chance. I don't even know necessarily if they're going to get the first stage patron. I mean, they do have the respawns coming through, 3 players back alive. And I guess with them having 4 in the base, it should be relatively easy to take. Especially if you don't hit a lasso.
From Lord NM. He really needed to find something there. Patron low, but they're not committing for it. I think this is wise from Hydra Nation. You don't want to stumble here at the finish line. They got a ton of base guardians down. Hydration pulling some aggro on the side. Tried to bait a bit of attention there and come back in for the combo. I think a slight miss TP there. Got caught on the stairs. Could have been scary for Naked. If he got comboed, he was almost assuredly going to go down there. Flick as well in very low HP. And they can just fall back, clean up the jungle, and then there's going to be just one final push. Maybe waiting for the mid boss up in a minute 30, do some camps. There's just a very clear road to Hydra Nation's victory right now. Larp Lords, they've got to do something to disrupt it. They've got to get out on the map. And I know that feels like a suicide mission now, but I think to do nothing is just as much of a suicide.
Yeah, it's just gonna be that slow bleed. I mean, 31k, 32k souls behind. You just kind of have to get a catch. And then you have to look to maybe turn it into a mid boss if possible. The thing is, speaking of catches, it's just gonna be Flick to do so. And Sis Lucky, I don't want to know how many deaths he has this game, but he has had a tough time from start to finish. As now we see Hydration go into the base to look to take that stage 1 patron.
It's a rough game to be a great talent. I mean, there's so much threat on you. Infernus getting potentially caught on the side of the map, but the rest of the team is ready and coming out of the base. That was your first mistake from Larp Lords. They're trying to get back in through the doors, just barely. Lord NM does do it. First stage patron is dropped. Hydration have a couple players on relatively low HP, but they have such a lead. They may have the confidence to just continue to send this. Buds finds Naked. And now, $2,000 cash prize on the line. Hydra Nation looking to claim it. Infernus is going to go down. Started to look a little bit scary, but hold on. The combo denies any escape with the lasso. Now the stat check begins. Lepa ulted, diving into the front line. Bud's very strong right now on this Lady Geist, willing to take the fight with absolutely anybody. Larp Lords have to retreat back into the fountain, have to try to get healed up, but that's going to create an opportunity here for Hydra Nation to start damaging this weakened patron. They're low enough there, though, so it's starting to get scary. Execution comes in for the Shiv, but is it enough? Maybe just to defend for the moment. Mid-boss spawns.
And they don't look too healthy as well to go for mid-boss here. See, Hydration's low on HP. Buffs spawn in as well. Not to mention a juicy urn to be taken. So I think we're going to see a little bit of delay before we have the mid-boss actually being got for Hydra Nation. But then again, they can easily bait it in. And if Larp Lords contest, they get the wipe, they get the finish. If they don't contest, you get a rejuve, and then you get to go push in for the finish.
Yeah, I think this is a, clear the jungle angle. You do have an urn picked up for Larp Lords. Hydra Nation posturing to contest, ready to threaten that if they want to. Hydration's grabbing the second buff as well, so they've got both buffs online. I mean, there's a really massive difference in power right now. Du is not even alive here, so it is a 5-on-5. Maybe Larp Lords feel that they've got to get this done. They've got to win the objective, but I think Hydra Nation is lying in wait right now. Swap comes in from Flick, and time again, it's been this guy constantly opening fights for advantage, shutting down the enemy initiator. And now surely this is a mountain too steep to climb for Larp Lords. Does
That's kinda what I was saying.
mid-boss?
Let's take out Abrams.
That I like Flick on Paradox more than Holiday. I feel like he just creates way more opportunities on the Paradox compared to the Holiday. And with that kill coming through, they don't even need Rejuve. It's spawned back in, but you know what? So has $2,000 in the bank account of Hydra Nation.
Yeah, and with the ulti for Lefa, going to be able to threaten this Patron. Hydra Nation wisely, I think, though, focusing the kills first. They don't want to take any risk of being clutched on. Lefa ready to ult if it's necessary. Now, damage comes in on the throne. Naked sliding around on the Viper, doing his best to stall this out, to delay the inevitable, but it is assuredly that now. Hydra Nation, another flawless victory for them in Deadlock Fight Night. They are your Deadlock Fight Night champions, presented by Intel. Congrats to them, $2,000 cash prize. And thank you again to our lovely community member, donating an extra $2,000 to double the prizes in this week's Deadlock Fight Night. Fight Night number 20, baby. 20 weeks in the bag, Jason. Can you believe it?
5 months. Long time. I forgot actually what month we started doing this. Was it like back in September? I don't remember, man. It's been a grind on the left from these teams. I'm being yelled at October. I don't know why you came in with such
a disdain
in your
memory.
Like,
I was trying to be like the spooky voice in the background, even though I'm not even on the segment. That was basically it. But it sounded more deadly. You know?
Okay. It was August 1st.
Oh, really?
No, sorry. Wait. I don't know. My numbers are backwards. There's no way we did August 1st was number 8.
I think October's right.
October would be about 5 months ago.
These dates are weird. I gotta redo my database then. Anyways,
never do math on the broadcast. Classic mistake.
What are these dates? Anyways, let's move on from that, because Hydra Nation, they take the win 2-0 yet again. They seem to be unstoppable, even with having to use a sub with Buds. And this team, I think they're proving to be once again the best team in NA.
And Buds had a great game, even coming off the sub, had a great game on especially game 2 on the Lady Geist. Solid stat performance, only 1 death that game. So impressive stuff from him. But overall, it felt even frankly, Larp Lords felt a bit outclassed. Like there's a moment in that game where maybe you have to like force something really desperate for Larp Lords to come back in, but instead they don't have like any purpose, right? They're just kind of coming out on the map, and then okay, Flick's gonna grab you and swap you and fight you. It's like they didn't really get a team fight for the last 20 minutes of that game. It felt like a little bit of a letdown in that sense. But that also shows how hard it is to play against Hydra Nation, how difficult they make it, how much pressure you feel as Larp Lords in that position.
It's tough. It's really tough. I mean, I think one of the things with Larp Lords is definitely the hero pool. I think the fact that we're seeing Viper come out. I know that Naked is like really making a statement there as well, that Naked would rather play Viper than McGuinness, the previous like main. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. But obviously Hydra Nation's really, really good. The fact that Larp Lords were able to play so closely to them and compete so well with them does show a great level of improvement, because the big improvement we saw from Hydra Nation was their early game. And Larp Lords showed that they can really compete in that early game dynamic. So that's really encouraging for me, to be honest. And I would never have expected them to perform as well as they did today. And going forward, I'm really curious about that toss-up between Larp Lords, B&B, and Melee Creeps now, because these are the 3 teams that are kind of more on par, but all kind of below a level below Hydra Nation. So that battle in of itself is going to be interesting.
I think it was great to see GPG introduced this week too. Like they're a fun team to watch, man. They played that well. I think there's a lot of worlds where they were the challenger this week. They were the team to take it to Hydra Nation. I don't think this is the last we've seen from that squad. I mean, a lot of those guys were players I've seen on ranked, but I haven't seen them in DFM before. So it was great to see them compete and to look competitively solid, not like just as individuals, but they could play well as a team. They had great objective presence, great understanding of how to play high level Deadlock. So honestly, it's an exciting moment for NA to have more teams coming in. I mean, there's been weeks where we played best of 5s because we just wanted to have a competitive match, but it's exciting to have more teams that we can call upon to have a shot at taking down Hydra Nation, most likely based on the history of NA.
Well, Dan, who did you give our player of the match to, presented by Intel, for this series?
It was pretty hard, but I decided to go with Flick, and in part because it was a hard choice. I remembered, I cast my mind back to last week when we had that interview with Kalk, where Kalk was basically saying that Flick doesn't get his flowers. Well, look now, here are his flowers, MVP. I don't really have too much else to say other than Flick is clearly the GOAT. We could see that the initiation off of the Paradox was fantastic as expected, and that was the whole thing in the draft. I was like, okay, I'm expecting Holiday to get picked here because generally speaking, we're seeing Holiday get valued over Paradox, and there's a lot of reasons why that's the case. But when you have someone that's as good as Flick, you actually can break some of these rules and you can take out the Paradox first, have that preference, and see it have incredible impact. So, definitely playing the role exceptionally well. And if you're going to learn how to play this role from anyone in the world, this is the guy to probably do it from.
Yeah, I mean, I remember from the calc, everybody was talking about how, much Flick is the understated GOAT. People don't appreciate how good he is. I feel like this series is a real showcase of, if you play as a team and you're not like forcing super active moves on Hydra Nation and it's up to Flick to open things up on you, he is just fantastic. I mean, 20 assists. That is ridiculous. That kill involvement is out of control, actually. He's in like more often than not participating in these kills and still dropping second most damage on his team. I mean, that's ridiculous, actually, to be that high damage and still be, and to be an initiator, not necessarily be expected to be the core damage dealer. To still be delivering on that level is a huge performance and deserving of that MVP.
And that's why I think we want to see him on Paradox overall, yeah, for sure. Don't worry, Flick, he got his roses, and Calc, you'll go down as an Ivy player main for sure. Hydration as well with the 32,000 souls. I mean, pretty much just across the board, able to put out some serious work. All we're about Buds. I think he deserves some credit as well. He kind of slotted into the team decently well. His great talent wasn't as amazing as we would like to have seen, but it wasn't bad at any right. Obviously, his great talent. His Lady Geist was dominating when it came to that lane up against his Lucky.
Yeah, Sis Lucky also, I think, played impressively well for how aggressive this Hydra Nation comp was about getting on top of the great talent, focusing them down first, not letting them deal damage. He still dropped almost 30k player damage, so well done to Sis Lucky from Larp Lords to continue to make this a competitive series and to fight back from that backline. But in the end, it's got to be Hydra Nation, right? They're your champs time and time again here in North America. And it feels like now that it feels like did they really lose a few fight nights? It feels like a blip now. This feels like right back to their winning ways.
Totally. I think, don't we have an interview in the works?
We do.
Oh, do we?
Can we bring him in here real quick before I introduce him? Because we have our AV main specialist here to talk about his role on Hydra Nation and the success they've had. He's going to be a calculator.
Yo.
I don't know who wants to ask the first question because mine's definitely be Ivy related.
All right, I'll let Jason get to the Ivy question. Calc, I just gotta ask, for you guys, for the squad, you brought in Buds as a sub this week. A player who a lot of people have been watching stream and play the game. I'm just curious, another championship for you guys, $2,000 in the bag with the double prize pool this week. Were you expecting it to go this way, having to bring in a sub? Were you worried about that at all, or is this all just another day at the office for Hydra Nation?
I mean, it's always hard to play the sub. I think I don't know if other people who played esports would agree, but I think it's always hard to play the sub because you're bringing somebody else into the team. On a team you get like a certain vibe, and even changing out one player can change everyone's it just changes so much. One player makes such a big difference, so everything's just different. With a player subbed out. Well, I mean, Buds did well. I mean, we won, so that's great, and I'm happy that he subbed for us, and we appreciate it a lot. So it was fine. But yeah, I mean, missing that one player of the team is just a completely different it's a completely different team. Basically, it's weird.
Awesome. Well, I'm gonna ask the next question, and I have to. There's a lot of things I want to ask you, Calc, but what's the thought process behind the rebrand from Young Calc to Calculator?
Dude, I turned 20, bro, and I'm just old now, and people think Young Calc is toxic because it's all in all caps and stuff. I don't know, it's kind of in your face and it's at you, Young Calc. People don't, then they think something about me, so it's Calculator's my name on Twitch, so I might as well just do that because it's people aren't gonna instantly be like, okay, this guy's a character. They'll find that out some other way, I guess, than the name now. Maybe.
Shouldn't you have just rebranded to Abacus then?
So everyone makes that joke.
Good one, Jason.
Well, you know what? I made the joke too. I'm going to ask you a question about your transition from Larp Lords to Hydra Nation. What has been the biggest adaptation for you as a player, and obviously having to take over the in-game leading role for the team from those two teams? What's been the biggest change for you?
Well, definitely compared on Llama Lords, where I was a hard IGO, like fully calling, micromanaging every player, their positioning on the map, even items that they buy. The load is way less. Now it's more so a team effort. Like everyone will make calls now, and it's not me fully microing everyone, like kind of like that. Like I wouldn't even necessarily say that I'm really IGLing. I mean, I am calling a lot, but the team fully contributes to the calls. Like Flick, it contributes to the calls. Hydration contributes to the calls. And you know, when Hydration says something, everyone just listens instantly. Like he doesn't talk much, but when he does talk, everyone just does it It's actually kind of funny. Like everyone can be saying one thing, Hydration just says like just leave or like fight, and everyone just instantly just sprints to do whatever he says, and it's actually funny.
Love it.
Okay.
What would you make of the competition in NA right now, Calc? Because we are seeing, I feel like a different era now in NA. You know, we've got a new team that debuted here at Fight Night that opened up against Larp Lords, GBG. They did a great job. We hadn't seen them play on DFN, so we were like super excited to see how well they did. And then obviously Larp Lords looks way better than last week. Obviously Melee Creeps, solid team as well. So it seems like you're getting more competition in the region. Like, what do you make of like Larp Lords, GBG?
I mean, definitely. I mean, GBG is like a team of like, I'd say really new players. Like they don't have much experience, obviously, in Fight Night and the larger tournaments. And I think that showed a bit in the matches, but they still made it close. I mean, it went to 50 minutes. You guys were talking about how it's the longest game ever in Fight Night. And yeah, I mean, they made it close for sure. Like that was a very entertaining game. The entire call for Hydra Nation while watching that, we were very entertained by what was going on. We thought that it was a lit match because it was so close. And I think that the competition, like, you know, it's pretty good. Like I think that a lot of teams are really good. I just think that before in the previous weeks, our team has been so strong that it's kind of hard to see, you know, how good the other teams actually are.
Awesome.
Jason, you want to get your dig in about Calc playing Ivy?
I was waiting for you to end it. You know what, Young Calc, thanks very much for joining us. I'm just going to end the interview so we get through this. And it's like 5 a.m. for me, so I'd love to get to bed at some point. But before we let you go, I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to anyone out there for the appreciation they've been showing you these last months.
Oh yeah, my mom's probably watching right now, so yeah, shout out my mom, and also shout out our coach and our manager Pride and Sabubu. Shout out my teammates as well. They're all very good players, and I love playing with them. And I'm excited to have Rocker back next week.
We love to see the moms supporting in esports. Calc, thank you for taking the time to do the interview. Congrats on another championship for Hydra Nation. We're looking forward to seeing you next week in our next Deadlock Fight Night number 21. Coming right at you next week. It's around the corner, sooner than you think. We had a great day today, guys. A lot of great matches, very, very close. Both regions, super competitive, EU and NA. New teams on the horizon, new players making their debuts. All in all, a great show.
Yeah, it was a great day of matches, and the fact that VP came back and actually lost the 1-win, seeing that evolution for 1-win, them working on certain aspects of their game, we heard it from Zenon in the post-match interview, some of the things that they had been working on to be able to mount such a fantastic result as a win over VP, legit. So that's actually crazy, because I wasn't expecting VP to be dismantled in that way. So DFN, ever exciting, ever evolving storylines.
And Jason, this is not our last Deadlock Fight Night. Contrary to your April Fools, we'll be back for more. But there you have it, folks. Jason needs to go to bed. He's tired. He's losing it out here. We gotta put him to bed. And so thank you, everyone. Thank you to the audience, to the fans who came together to donate money to have a double prize pool here for DFN number 20. That's been all for our show today. We'll see you guys on the flip side. Thank you so much to Intel for making this show possible, for allowing us to run the Fight Night event. It's something we really appreciate. We couldn't do it without them.